robbed, but
it's really just a tough thing right now. So many people worried about crime and their families. It's just certainly something that's plaguing us. One question I've been asking some of the younger people that are here today, I want to ask yourself, you've been around for a while, you've seen the country change every 4 years. Obviously over the past 3.5 years, I think all of us have seen the biggest change we've ever seen here in this country with a lot of the liberal policies. What can you suggest to help bring this country back together and get us back on track?
Well, I guess people have to not be so separated. Like I've seen, I was at the Trump rally in Temple, and there were, Democrats across the street screaming and yelling, trying to disrupt things, and they were putting up Biden signs, and you should be allowed to choose who you want to, for president, not have somebody trying to influence your vote or deter your vote, and they were trying to disrupt things. So
we've certainly seen that. I'll walk with you here as you move up, but it's one of the things that we've certainly seen where they do, the left side gets very disruptive, sometimes angry, and vicious. And so, I've never seen before where people are just blatantly attacked because they believe that they want to vote for one person. Everyone should be entitled to their opinion and who they vote for. That's what this country was founded on. But now it's really just turned into this huge divide of, right and left, good and bad, good versus evil in a sense.
Yes, it's it's become very separated, and you should be allowed to vote for who you want to vote for and not have somebody, hassle you about it or attack you about it even. Like I remember seeing somebody with a megaphone going right up to people's ears, screaming at them for, voting for Trump.
It's. I think the message that we should just know is we all want unity. Everyone wants what's best for them and for their family. But I think most importantly, want to see the country come together. And I think President Trump really has that on his mind. And I think that's something that he wants to help do as quickly as possible, because for far too long now the country has just been divided. But you come to a rally here where President Trump is going to be speaking at 4 p.m. Eastern time. And you see just tens of thousands of people here from every background, every race, every color, every creed, and it's love, it's unity. There's nobody, nobody's talking bad. We haven't seen any protesters today, but everyone's here helping each other out, young, old. It doesn't matter if it's your first time voting, if you haven't voted yet, or if you voted 100 times. People are just, they're happy to be here.
Yes, you're right. It's everybody's friendly. There's no. No hostility, and it's this is like what I remember America being, where everybody's friendly. People are friendly.
That's it. That's 100% it. Everyone's friendly. Everyone's here. They have the same thing in mind, and it's really great. But thank you so much for coming out. Is this your first rally?
No, this is my third rally.
Oh, so you're a veteran now. Yeah. That's awesome. So you're just waiting to see the man himself tonight. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. He does every time. It's great. All right, Nikki, I see you're aiming to get some more crowd people here.
We have an amazing, fabulous, really attractive family over here. I wanted to say hello because I love seeing every age group. I love seeing all of these beautiful faces. First of all, what is your name?
Brinley.
What is it?
Brinley.
Brinley? What a gorgeous name. What's your name?
Amaya.
I noticed your dimples from all the way down there. I was like, what a smile this one has. And what is your name?
Eric.
Eric, it's so good to meet you. I see your whole family's over here. Come on over. Don't be shy. And what is your name?
Lindsay.
Nash. Well, this is okay. I saw you guys and I thought, so much of what we've talked about today is about securing the vote so that we can secure the country for the future generations and for families. And with what we've seen over the last 4 years, we're looking at the average Pennsylvania family right now spending almost $1,000 extra a month. And so what are your biggest concerns and what do you hope to see under a President Trump administration?
Well, first of all, I think that this is such a pivotal election right now. I think this is the make or break point of the country. Right now, we need Donald Trump because we need prices back down. The last couple of years, especially family of five, our grocery bills are through the roof, gas is through the roof, Everything is just gone straight up. So we need Donald Trump back in to get the prices down, first of all.
Absolutely. And of course, I would imagine for all of these fabulous faces, the most important thing, even beyond being able to afford all the things we want to live our lives, we have to stay safe. So what are some of your concerns in regards to safety and crime right now?
Well, right now, the southern border, it's just an open border right now. We don't have a country with a closed border. And the last couple of years, the illegal immigrants have been pouring through the country, so we need a president like Donald Trump that's going to secure the border and make everybody safe.
Make America safe again, right? You want to come on over? I love your shirt, by the way. That is so cool. So tell us a little bit about how excited you are to be here today.
I'm very excited.
I can tell. I saw her face. I was like, she has the $1 million smile. So if you could say anything, because I know President Trump watches RSBN a lot. In fact, we had an ad that we found, and he was watching us on his plane on Trump Force One. So if you could say something to him, what would you like to say?
I would say, hi. I want you to be our president again. And
I think he'd love that.
Trump 2024.
Yeah, Trump 2024.
Well, we want to make America great again for all of you. And thank you so much for talking to us today. God bless you all. Thank you. Such a great family, and what a beautiful, beautiful group of people. Now we are going to be heading over to a couple of other people that Mike has with him as well.
But before that, I want to tell you guys about Trump book.
Oh yeah, for the kids.
I just got it for my kids.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Perfect.
I talk about it so much, I might as well get it. Let me find it here. This guide has been updated for 2024 and explains Trump's vision for the future of America to the kids. I have a 9 and 10-year-old, and this has been a great addition for them to learn a little bit more than what they're just seeing on Instagram and TikTok and all that other stuff. But a little bit more information. I want my kids to grow up and make their own decisions. But it's not surprising to learn that crime and drugs are getting worse in America is under siege by illegal immigrants pouring in from the southern border. Thanks to Biden's awful immigration policies that are overwhelming our cities and endangering Americans. Just look at what happened several weeks ago at UGA when Laken Riley was murdered by Jose Antonio Ibarra, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela. It's absolutely awful. As a result, more and more Americans are agreeing with Trump's policies on immigration. I don't see how you couldn't. As future voters, our kids need to understand the ramifications of loose immigration policies. The Kids Guide for President Trump helps them understand this, along with his vision for America following his re-election. Go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. And definitely check it out. It's something that kids, under 18 should. It just gives them a better understanding. We're still here in the crowd. Ladies, how are you today?
We're fine.
Awesome. My name's Mike. I'm with RSBN. I see you guys. Is this your first Trump rally?
No, it's not.
It's not. What number is this?
This is our second one.
Second. So you guys are veterans now.
Yes, we are.
Awesome. Where'd you guys come in from?
Wilkes-Barre. We're from here.
Okay, cool. What are some of the things that you've seen here change over the past 3.5 years here in Wilkes-Barre?
High prices, less places to live. The rents went up. There's not enough housing, so if you're looking for a house, it's hard to find a place to rent.
Oh, really? So it's really affected you guys. Any kids, anything like that? Trying to feed? I know as a father myself, it's getting increasingly harder to feed 3 little mouths. What are the issues that are near and dear to you that you'd like to see addressed?
Definitely the immigration situation, and there's a lot of safety issues. And
safety issues. Tell me more about that.
Well, with the influx of illegals, this area is very unsafe now, and it's not just with how can I put it? It's not just with them being here. It's their lack of respect for the law. Like the attitude that I'm an exception, and you have to make you have to let me do what I'm going to do because this is what I'm used to doing. And
so they're basically taking what they were doing in their country, coming here, and just living as if this is their world, and laws don't apply to them.
Exactly. A lot of crime, unsafe, disruptive, unsanitary. The neighborhoods are just going downhill, and it's terrible. It's like a lot of police calls to the police. And constantly, when they get reported, they're constantly doing the same thing over and over again. You have to keep calling the police and calling police. It's terrible.
the police are overwhelmed. There's a lot of people, a lot of policemen that are retiring and they're not being able to replace them. It's because they're frustrated because they don't seem like, the police seem like they can't control the problem.
Yeah, there's more problems than there are police, and I've seen that coming from California myself. I have a lot of friends that work with LAPD, and one of the big things is their hands are tied. They're being told to simply stand down, walk away. So anything in California, anything under $950. You can essentially walk out of the store with, and if you're lucky, the police may come. In some cities in California, I think Sacramento, Target was overwhelmed with theft. They were totally overwhelmed. They were calling the police. The police weren't coming, and they finally ended up finding them or warning them that they were going to find them because they were calling the police too much to simply try and protect their assets. So, are you seeing the same kind of thing here?
Yes. Walmart, especially, was just crowds would come in, like loads of people would come in and steal. Now they have this whole setup trying to prevent that. They changed the way that you go to make the purchases. People are just walking out of the store with stuff, grabbing stuff. And
so, one thing that we've seen here, obviously you're Americans, you've been here for some time, or your whole lives perhaps. It's the same here. And these illegal immigrants are coming over and they're being handed everything. They're being handed housing. They're being handed money. How does that make you feel as Americans?
That bothers me because we should put American first. And another thing that bothers me is that they act like they're entitled to it, and that we're the bad guys. They should appreciate that we're doing it for them, and appreciate it and treat us like they appreciate us.
In a sense, you're being forced to do it against your will.
Right.
Your tax money is being given to them. It's not something that you want, but it's just something that's being for you. What do you want to say?
I wanted to say that something that's really upsetting to me is that before the pandemic, we had a lot of locally owned businesses, and now these businesses have gone under, and they've been replaced with businesses from foreign countries, like restaurants, mini marts. They're just being, the people that run the restaurant or know the thing, and now they said I can't afford to do this anymore, and then they're going out of business. Then pop, a big hotel went out of business because of the pandemic, and they had to sell to somebody else. They had been in the business for like generations, and now it's not the same. It's like American businesses are going down, and they're replaced with businesses from foreign countries. I don't get that. And it's very upsetting to see that people that had incomes, and even at the farmers market, the farmers were saying that they feel like they have nobody standing up for them in the government, and so they have a least amount of, not as much workers, they're not making as much money, and it's the way things are going. If Trump has to, the Republicans have to do something, and people have to stand up for what they say they believe in, not just give lip service, but actually stand up for what they believe in. Because if they were really paying attention, their neighbors, the people that they grew up with, they're losing. We're losing when it comes to incomes. Just like I said, businesses. I'm going on a rant. Also, education. Because with the influx of all the foreign people here, some people who have money are making sacrifices so they can put their kids in private schools, because the education system is overwhelmed with people who don't speak English. So the regular American child, the English-speaking child, is being ignored. Their educational level of education is going down. So the parents are saying, well, maybe I can homeschool my kids. Maybe I'm going to have to make a sacrifice and put my kids in private school. So this is a big concern,
All very good points. And we travel around the country. We do this, at every rally, and we hear from people just like yourselves. Education is a huge concern that, kids are being indoctrinated, kids are being pushed out in lieu for others. So, again, I certainly appreciate you guys' comments. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here.
That was
President Trump's going to
amazing.
speak at 4 p.m. today. So I know you guys are in for a great rally tonight.
That was one of the greatest interviews. You made so many good points. I'm like, everything she said. It was so on point, and it's such the perfect messaging for those out there who are
Absolutely.
undecided
Thank you guys so
and
much.
trying to make decisions. Thank you for that, and thank you guys so much for watching us. We're going to give you a little shot of the crowd, and we're going to be taking it to commercial break, and we will be back with you from the inside, but we'll give you a little shot of everything going on. The crowds are massive, and we are looking at a capacity of 10,000 inside. We will keep you posted as the day goes on. For now, we're just going to throw it to commercial, and we'll see you in just a few.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez here live at the Right Side Broadcasting Network studios. We'll be going back out to Mike and Nikki shortly there in Wilkes-Barre in the great Keystone State of Pennsylvania. Of course, a huge swing state coming up. 19 electoral votes at stake there, but not all the news is really good right now, of course. If you look at it, under Harris-Biden, Pennsylvania has seen prices rise by 18.4%. The average Pennsylvania family has to pay $958 per month because of higher prices. So obviously, MAGAnomics needing to be there in Pennsylvania as soon as possible, and a number of other policy agendas moving forward. Of course, with the GOP platform, those 20 promises under our new Trump administration, so many great things there that are all about truth and common sense, from sealing the border to defending the Constitution. Just a number of great items in there. So if you'd like to check that out, you can go to our website as well at rsbnetwork.com. And if you'd like to give us a follow on Truth Social or Telegram, Locals, there's just so many places that you could follow us, including Rumble. and obviously, again, on Truth Social at RSBN. So speaking of Pennsylvania, the former ambassador to Denmark under the first Trump administration is from Pennsylvania. Her name is Carla Sands. She also works at the America First Policy Institute for the Pennsylvania chapter. Let's listen to this interview that we just did a little bit earlier today. And Carla Sands joins us once again here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Carla, I know you just wrote an op-ed in a Daily Caller. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure, Matthew. And I'm just so happy to talk to you on a day where President Trump's coming to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, another rally. No president has been elected in the last 40 years without winning Pennsylvania. And that's why we see Kamala Harris and President Trump spending so much time here in the state. But every vote matters, no matter what county in this country you're in, no matter what territory, you must vote. You must vote to save our constitutional republic. But my op-ed talked about the cost to the American citizens if Kamala Harris is elected. And I point out that she's, first of all, she's responsible for the spending. She's responsible for the 87,000 new IRS agents who are going to tax the tips. Don't believe what she's saying in the run-up to this election. She was the tie-breaking vote on the IRA that taxes your tips.
Yeah, there's so many things. You know, that speech the other day, she's listing off all of the negative things about Bidenomics. She's the one that's in so-called office, isn't she, Carla?
Yes, she owns it. She owns this economy. She owns the pain that we Americans are feeling. $11,400 horror every year because of Kamala Harris and her policies. She was the last person in the room when Joe Biden pulled the troops out of Afghanistan and the disastrous withdrawal and loss of American heroes' lives. She's responsible. It's on Kamala Harris. So when she tries to put light between herself and this economy, she is this administration.
Exactly. And we were talking before the interview, and you brought up a great point that decades are happening in weeks. Isn't that the truth with this 24/7 news cycle?
I can't even hardly keep up. I mean, President Trump was there was an assassination attempt. He barely survived with his life. The press has memory hold it. You don't hear about it, see the photos unless you're on conservative media. And then to see how they're gaslighting the American people that Kamala is the second coming. No, Kamala is the reason we feel poorer, that gas is 50% higher. She has said for decades she wants to ban fracking. Believe her when she says it, not these 90 days of campaign promises. And Matthew, I just want to remind your viewers, we are 29 days out from early voting in Pennsylvania and in other early voting states. There's even fewer days left for, I think it's North Carolina. So please, I hope they'll take out their phone, register to vote if they're not already registered, and just check with their county board election office when they can begin to vote, and vote early, just in case we have a kind of CrowdStrike type event on Election Day.
Exactly. And also, we're looking at that 24/7 news cycle, and we see Hyde and Harris going on, right? She doesn't want to be exposed to the information that you actually wrote in the Daily Caller recently. What else do you think she's about, Carla?
Well, so she is the daughter of a Marxist professor from Stanford. So she grew up marinating in a kind of communist soup, if you will. She is the product of that household, and she has only extended it. She's to the left of Bernie Sanders. If you love our country, even if you're a Democrat, I hope that you will vote for Donald Trump to save our country, but not just that, to secure our border, to bring back peace and prosperity. Are you better off today than you were in 2019 under Donald Trump's presidency, when interest rates were under 2%, where the average American could afford to buy a house, where we had no new foreign wars, and he was expanding and strengthening our military, not bringing in DEI stuff and teaching men how to, behave like another sex because it's a woke kind of DEI idea.
Yeah, exactly. And then on top of that, in the first Trump administration, we're looking at $1.87 gas prices. I mean, there's so many things that were great under the first administration. That's why we're hoping to see a second one. And Carla, as we get closer, as we are 80 days away from the election, first of all, I can't believe I just said that. 80 days is not that long, right?
No.
So what are some of your concerns right now with the fork in the road that even Elon Musk asked President Trump about on X the other day? That's really what we're facing. It seems like it's freedom versus control on the ballot.
So I agree. I mean, if you look at what Kamala Harris has done over these almost 4 years, the Ministry of Truth, the censoring of true speech by American citizens regarding elections or COVID, that's who she is. She's actually, I've seen videos of her recently where she talks about how she wants to take intellectual property from companies and just nationalize it, and that she can do it. That has the power, when she was a prosecutor, to just charge someone with a minor offense, jail them and bankrupt them, destroy their lives. And she likes power. This is what she aspires to, is control over the average American person. I just hope everyone will look at this as a binary choice. Do you want freedom of speech, prosperity, and the American dream possible for your children? Or do you want equality of outcomes, which equals communism, because that's the only way to achieve it? We all have a choice. And if you want equality of outcomes, the so-called equity, that means that you have to take from the people that produce and give to the people who do not.
Ambassador Carla Sands, thank you again for joining us at Right Side. We hope to see you again here soon.
Thanks, Matthew. Great to see you.
And Carla Sands. So one thing you'll notice there is the ambassador and I not using a teleprompter, just kind of talking back and forth. And I know that happens a lot in the news media, but speaking of teleprompters, teleprompter Harris, let's be real. If she's leaning on a teleprompter and not sharing anything from her heart or her mind when she does those speeches, that goes for Biden and a number of other people. You know, President Trump only uses a teleprompter to follow the speech because there's a number of key points to hit, and he always hits them usually anyway. But then outside of that, when you'll see him talk today, obviously the seats there, the people will be filling in there as they're going inside right now. So why don't we just take the ISO shot for now until we get the crowd packed there in the house there. But I knew this, that having used a teleprompter for years, you know, if you have something in your heart or mind and you want to share it with the people, right? That's what President Trump does. Then you'll know what's inside their mind and in their heart. So why not have Harris, let's see her go up and do a speech with no teleprompter. Nobody wrote anything for her, or anybody on the left for that matter, and see them go ahead and deliver really what's in their mind and their heart. So that's what we want to know. We have to know what the Democrat ticket is all about. We already do know a lot of those answers, but why is it always a teleprompter needed by Harris when she's up there doing those speeches? Can she not speak and tell people what she would want to do? Is she not passionate about this country like President Trump is? So again, President Trump, Lynn Patton is one of the senior advisors, said that President Trump is running to be president of all of America. So I'm not trying to divide any of us here by saying what I just said. It's just within the leadership positions and the people on the left when it comes to mainstream media. Why are you always using a teleprompter? It's not always being used, but man, it just reveals a lot for people, I believe, there with the teleprompter. So anyway, back to some more information here. We know that there are 19 electoral votes out of the state of Pennsylvania for this coming up election. The prices have risen 18.4% under Harris and Biden. We know that there are 80 days until the election, and also 28 days since Kamala Harris has really done any interviews or has received any questions from the press. It goes to that point again about the teleprompter. We did also speak with Carla Sands a little bit more for about a 3-minute interview. It's some really important information. We're going to get to that in a second about the upcoming election, but I want to talk to you about one of our great sponsors here, the Free Trump book. So we actually got a number of the Free Trump books here. it's not just the Kid's Guide to President Trump, which is awesome, of course, which is this last one right here. But I want to tell you that the other titles, the Kid's Guide to Free Speech and Cancel Culture, to Fighting Indoctrination, to the Presidential Election, to Democrats and Republicans. And I read through this one just to see, like, are they telling people you have to vote Republican or you have to vote Democrat? No, it was just information on the history of Republicans and Democrats. Again, this is great because the indoctrination that is happening within the school systems, not all of the school systems, but it is happening. But this book right here, the freetrumpbook.com, kind of sets the record straight on truth and common sense. The next one is The Kid's Guide to Fighting Socialism, The Kid's Guide to the Free Markets and to American Greatness, and of course that one there to President Trump. So I think this should be not only just for the youth, but it should be for all Americans, to be honest with you. There's truth within these books right here. This is truth right here. This is, some could say, well, this is indoctrination as well. Well, I disagree with that, because if it's true information that has got the good of the people in mind and heart, that it's common sense, you want to answer the false narrative with the true narrative. So you're going to get that with the Free Trump book. So Mike Huckabee, I didn't even know that there were that many, topics, to American greatness or to the free markets. I thought it was just the one to President Trump, which is awesome, again, because of how great President Trump was for the first administration. This is not just Right Side Broadcasting Network propping up a conservative candidate. This is because we love the truth here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, just as you do. We love the Constitution here. We love we're pro free speech, right? So we're into that. And so are all these books. And it happens to be that Donald Trump went from being a business mogul, right, to a celebrity with The Apprentice and all that. And then he said, you know what, I'm gonna run for president. And he did great things. So we're just reflecting what he's about. And that's about truth and common sense and making America great again. So these are not bad things, right? So these books are accurate, just as the Holy Bible is accurate, in my opinion. You've got these as well. So let's get to that second part of the interview with Carla Sands. With the election obviously coming up, a lot of early voting happening throughout a number of states, but also, of course, the election is 80 days away, the U.S. general election. We want to see us continue to be the land of the free and the home of the brave here in this United States. We don't want what happened with Venezuela, with Maduro. We don't want the censorship happening in the United Kingdom right now and a number of other countries out there. We've got Viktor Orban, you've got Jair Bolsonaro, you've got a number of these leaders around the world that are on Team Freedom. And that's what we're about, Team Freedom. And that's what the United States, of course, has stood for since day one. A government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So when I talk about this kind of book here, it's just because it's rooted in truth. At the end of the day, it's the truth versus the lies, and that's just how it is, right? So I think about the debates coming up. President Trump's going to talk about true things that are going on in this country versus spin and lies. That's the fact, Jack, as they say. So let's go to this Carla Sands interview. We spoke with her for about 3-4 minutes about the election coming up. So here's the former ambassador to Denmark under the first President Trump administration. And Carla, thank you again for joining us here at Right Side. Now, can you talk to us a little about the early voting, mail-in voting, and then day of voting for this upcoming election?
Absolutely. So, Matthew, President Trump's campaign has created 2 vehicles to help all of your viewers. First of all, they can go to TrumpForce47.com, TrumpForce47.com. And right now they can take out their phone and do this, and they can sign up to volunteer. They can do things like get yard signs, have an event right in their living room with their neighbors and friends about President Trump. They can become a captain in their area. The Trump campaign is bringing people on right now so that we get everyone registered to vote, and hopefully they'll vote early, because I just don't know what mischief the left the Democrats have in store on Election Day. If you think about Maricopa County in Arizona, you think about what happened in Philadelphia, all of the mischief. We can avoid that if we vote early and we bank that vote, which President Trump's campaign is hoping we'll do. Remember, Governor Glenn Youngkin won in Virginia as governor because 60% of the Republicans voted early. They can also take out their phone and go to swampthevoteusa.com, swampthevoteusa.com. And in there, President Trump has put what your county allows, whether you can vote early, and you can also call your own county board election office and get that information. You can go online right now and register to vote in your county at your current address. It's all available on your smartphone. So I hope every one of your viewers will sign up to vote right now, won't forget to do it, and then we'll vote early so that we bank that vote. In many states, there's more than a month to gather up those ballots. And then the campaign no longer needs to spend money advertising to you and sending you mailers because they know you have voted. And you can check online.
And finally, Ambassador Sands, can you talk to us about Pennsylvania in the sense of the blue 3 dots, right? Or the 3 blue dots, State College, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh. But parts of those areas are turning red to join the rest of the state, isn't it?
It's true. I was just with the farmers a few days ago, right by Penn State, with our agriculture leaders. And there was a lot of excitement around the Republican tent because they want to be able to farm. There is an anti-farmer, anti-energy wing in the Democrat Party that's attempting to take those family farms and to stop things like oil and gas production in the United States. It's something that Kamala Harris has actually promised to do, ban fracking over and over again. So believe her track record when she says that. But there's a movement that people are yearning for freedom. They don't want boys in their daughters' sports. They don't want them in their locker room. They want peace and prosperity, a secure border. They want to be able to afford the life that they had under President Trump. And that's why they need to vote and vote early.
All right. Thank you so much, Ambassador Carla Sands. I agree with you on that. We'll see you again here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thanks, Matthew.
And Carla. Okay, so Carla Sands, of course, with the America First Policy Institute, the Pennsylvania chapter. We'll be going back there live, of course, to Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Pennsylvania, for the president speech at 4 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, you see there, the pre-program will start. So our cameras are accessing inside. They do have some access at this point, but we're obviously going to see a lot of people pack that arena out. That was my first President Trump rally back September 3rd, 2022. The first time I ever worked with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Obviously, wonderful to be there, but more importantly, to be with all of the patriots in that arena. I'm actually going to post on Truth Social, I think, after the commercial break and after we throw it back to Mike and Nikki there, this one video that I was panning the crowd when President Trump came out to the God Bless America song with Lee Greenwood. Just an awesome moment there that I'll always remember. And I'll tell you, it is like being set free. Working in mainstream media for so many years and then being able to be there and kind of enjoy the moment, soak in the moment, and also emotions aside, understand logically that we are in a situation coming up with the fork in the road for our country, and this is legit history in the making. Like, isn't it wild that we see what's happening in our country right now? So we're hoping to see better things on the horizon. So you see that information there. That is great. That's from Tennessee Land and Lake, I believe. We'll get to that in a little bit as well. I did want to read you one portion. If you were just joining us, this was the Free Trump book. There's a number of topics that are on the Free Trump book, but this one here is the Kid's Guide to Free Speech and Cancel Culture. And I just wanted to read this one part of it. Freedom of speech is more than just things that we say. It's also the freedom to write, to say things online, to paint, to draw, to make music, and even to protest. Free speech is about being able to express ourselves and our opinions. Free speech never includes violence or hurting people and property, and those things are never free speech, of course. So I think what happens now is, outside of this book, what we have is a lot of these interpretations that some say are not free speech, and some are. At the end of the day, you heard it right there. It's a freedom of expression, right? You want to talk about your thoughts and your feelings. Now, anything that has to do with violence and that kind of thing, obviously you get in trouble doing something like that. So you don't want to do that. But at the end of the day, we have to keep our Constitution intact, our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, moving forward. All of the censorship that's happening in the United Kingdom right now is awful. Again, if it's something to do with violence, no, you don't want to be saying that, obviously. You get in trouble doing that. So, but at the end of the day, being able to freely express the information that's in your mind or on your heart is a beautiful thing. And why is it so important? I believe it's important because it is an information war. If you have propaganda and lies and spinning on the left against the truth, against the Constitution, against common sense, then you're sharing bad information with people. So keeping, everything starts where? In the mind, with your idea and your heart, and you speak it out to the world. So anyway, so that's the Kids Guide to Free Speech and cancel culture. So very interesting stuff there. As I mentioned earlier, Lynn Patton, a senior advisor to President Trump, said that President Trump is running to be president of all America. Obviously, that means everybody. So the election comes down to a ticket of freedom versus the control ticket. So it comes down to which one do you want, freedom or control? So I know that the majority of the viewers here want freedom, and that's what we're looking to see happen moving forward, especially in the Keystone State. So getting back to Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes there. I know I've said that a few times, but it's a lot of electoral votes for Pennsylvania. A lot of swing states right now up for grabs. But the thing is since 2016 and then even in 2020, we saw that in 2016, President Trump won all of those swing states, from Georgia to Nevada to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all of them, right? Then somehow, some way in 2020, every one of those didn't win. Okay. So 2024, here we go again. We've got the big states up for grabs, and we're seeing President Trump leading the polls, especially interactive polls, Rasmussen, the Trafalgar Group, and others out there. And what we're looking to see is our country to be restored and saved, of course. So that's what we're looking for. Next stop for President Trump on Monday, he'll be in York, Pennsylvania for a speech on the economy. Of course, we'll have all of that live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be going back out to Mike and Nikki live in Wilkes-Barre as we get our cameras set up there. If we do have a vantage point of the podium, if the crowd's back in there after going through Secret Service, we can take a live look at that before we toss it back. But as you've seen this morning, we interviewed the Patriot Barbie out of Arizona, somebody that's a conservative that is speaking her mind and not saying anything that's illegal, right? In the sense of no violent threats or anything. She's gotten censored all over the map. That interview, if you'd like to watch, you can scrub back here on Rumble and YouTube and wherever you're watching. And then also, of course, with Carla Sands, the former ambassador to President Trump under the first administration there. So a number of great interviews, but also out there in the field, Mike and Nikki are interviewing awesome people. Always good to see that out there when we interview everybody from the people all the way until we hear President Trump speak. That's at 4 o'clock today. And then, of course, at 2 o'clock will be the pre-program. So we'll have that start at 2. So we're just thankful here at Right Side Broadcasting Network to be broadcasting all of these speeches, but all of the crowds that you've seen. Think about in New Jersey, in Wildwood, New Jersey, the 107,000 people. Think about in the Bronx or even in various places, from Atlanta the other day to Charlotte, North Carolina, out on the West Coast as well, all throughout this country. Remember a lot of our coverage in Iowa and New Hampshire with the primary, just people everywhere. The thing that's interesting is the people are speaking with their hearts and their minds, and they're really out there because they love this country, and they love President Trump because he's also standing for everyday America, and he is running to be president of all of this country. And so we're hoping in these next 80 days, and prior to that, of course, again, early voting starts in a number of states, even next month, early in September. So we're looking forward to getting out the vote, but also the debates are happening. Obviously, it's going to be very interesting to hear President Trump with the accuracy of what's in his mind and his knowledge and his heart and his experience for the everyday American versus, as of right now, Kamala Harris. When she speaks, what will she say without a teleprompter, without really many note cards and that kind of thing? What's really in her mind and in her heart? And not only just Harris, but Biden or any of the people that are trying to run the country. That's what we want to know as we the people. We want to know, what are they about, right? I know we know a lot of the answers already, but why is she hiding Harris like hiding Biden? Why is she leaning on the teleprompter all the time when she's out there speaking at all of these speeches? Share with us what you believe that we need to have in this country. Well, we already know, again, a lot of that is socialist or communist. It's just facts. You're seeing even the New York Post today out there with an interesting headline. You can check it out for yourself. But a lot of that going on. Disappointing to see the Drudge Report doing such propaganda as well. I used to really like the Drudge Report, but now if you go to the Drudge Report, go ahead and read there and see what you see. This, again, guys, I'm not reading from a teleprompter. Sometimes I wish I would. I know I fumble around here and there. I'm just being authentic with you guys. But it's really unfortunate to see 95 to 98% of the media out there lying outright to dupe as many people as possible. So this is an info war. We know it to be true. So we want to see President Trump back in office. We want to see a cabinet that is America first. We want to see other people throughout the country, from Andy Biggs, Eli Crane, Kerry Lake, MTG, Matt Gaetz, Matt Rosendale, on and on and on. Mark Robinson in North Carolina, Hung Kao in Virginia. So many of these great patriots are inspired because of what President Trump has done. So it's awesome to see Trumpites, as Hulk Hogan called them, in the RNC, right? So we also are seeing an uprising, a peaceful and patriotic uprising of conservative, conservative media. So we're seeing that happen throughout the country. A lot of you are not watching a lot of the cable news anymore, or any of the mainstream networks. You're tuning into Right Side Broadcasting Network. You're tuning into conservative media because you are hearing from people that you resonate with. You know, this is what we're doing. We're doing this for the country. We're doing this for our own families, our own freedoms. So it's interesting to have the parlay of, wait a minute, you're getting paid to do a job, but you're actually, the content of what you're talking about, it matches. Kind of cool. So it's obviously we're blessed here at Right Side to do something like that, as you've seen with Bobby McNeely out there live, and Nikki Stanzione and Mike Fortin and others out there, Vanessa Broussard, of course, and Paul Ingrassia and others out there, and people that work behind the scenes. We're all in this because you think we want to just go out there and talk about something that is so opposite of what the mainstream media does just for kicks? Like, this isn't just for a few bucks or a salary. This is for literally for the country that we're doing this. So we really are, how much more heartfelt can I be? I mean, we're doing this with you guys out there. It's We the People. So we're a We the People network. We are a pro-free speech network, and we're really grateful, literally, for each and every one of you guys watching right now, whether you're watching on X or Facebook or Truth Social, Truth Plus, which was just announced recently, or Rumble or YouTube. You know, so many ways, our app. So I think now's a good time if you'd like, and this wasn't really set up, I'm just kind of flowing with it now, but if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, you can do that. You can text RSBN to 801-801. All you have to do is text RSBN in the message part, and in the number part, put 801-801. You see that information there. This is literally what we do. We work for you, the American people, really. I mean, at the end of the day, we're always at the events. We're always interviewing the people there. And if it was a Democrat there, who cares? We'll interview a Democrat. It's called pro-free speech. We love it here at the network. So again, text RSBN to 801-801. Obviously, we're a conservative-leaning network, you might say, but I like that. Because it's about truth and common sense. So it's really just an opportunity to interview great people around the country, and then also to hear the entire speech that you'll hear from President Trump later today at 4 o'clock, and then also the pre-programmed speeches. You remember, back in 2015, those of you that have been watching for 9 years, that's a lot of years. It's a lot of great speeches by President Trump. It's a lot of great moments in history that have happened here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So you better believe someone like myself that's worked in mainstream media back in the day, as soon as I saw something like this, I'm like, oh man, Right Side Broadcasting Network, on point for the American people, on point for faith, on point for President Trump. So always good to see that. And to use all of our gifts and talents that you see out there in the field, and all of the camera operators here at Right Side, and the people that are working as a director, and engineers, and on and on and on, just as a unit, to bring you live coverage. So we'll be going there live in just a minute now. I know I'm going on here for a bit, but we're waiting for the split screen. We'll be able to show you Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, that arena there. Again, that was my first arena that I covered a Right Side Broadcasting Network rally for President Trump there, September 3rd, 2022. So a special place. And obviously, well, not obviously, but I was also born there in Pennsylvania as well. So my wife's from PA. Anyway, enough of the personal stuff. Let's go to Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898. Get all of the information you need on gold, silver, and precious metals. Obviously, these BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they are trying to devalue the US dollar by using their own local currencies. Well, you can get gold, silver, and precious metals as a backup to the US dollar. Obviously, we see a lot of different things going on in the financial markets. So why not get something like this, gold, silver, and precious metals? They'll send you this info kit. It's very easy to do. Text Trump to 989898. And then you see there that free fight silver coin for the month of August. So if you buy any products with Birch Gold, you're going to get that awesome silver coin right to you. Always good, fighting for your retirement as well. So Birch Gold Group, text Trump to 989898. Okay, so next stop for President Trump after today will be on Monday in York, Pennsylvania. So we'll have that speech on the economy as well. Of course, we'll have that speech today in its entirety, and you'll see something awesome as well. You'll see the crowd. We'll have the split screens for you. We'll have our camera ops just showing how packed the arena is. And I'm looking forward to looking up that video on my iPhone to see the video from that September 3rd, 2022 event. I just had a panning vantage point that I got that I'll post on Truth Social. So always great to see the American patriots out there, and I love being there with you guys too. We all do. We're not, it's not a separation here. You know how there's always that, anchor person talking down to people and acting like they're some authority. They're not some authority. The job is simple. Have pro-free speech, report truth, interview people, right? Hold leaders accountable when needed. That's what the job is of journalism at the end of the day. But unfortunately, journalism has been taken by so many people that are trying to indoctrinate terrible leftist woke ideology for so long. And so now it's come to that point where, hey, you know what? Thanks to President Trump for coining fake news. Thanks to President Trump for showing the world that you can be an outsider and still kick some serious tail, you know what I mean? And I'm talking figuratively there, in the sense of for our country, for freedom, for the Constitution to continue to be the law of the land. So All right, back to some more information here. Again, 19 electoral votes for Pennsylvania up for grabs. Under Harris and Biden, Pennsylvania has seen prices rise by 18.4%. That's about $958 more per month because of these higher prices. I know we're all feeling that in the, as they say, the pocketbook or your wallet, right? We want those $1.87 gas prices again that we had under the first Trump administration. Wasn't that interesting the other day when Harris was, again, reading from the teleprompter about all of these terrible economic things happening in the country? Last time I checked, she has a title of vice president and is in touch with the so-called president. So why would you name all of these bad things happening in the economy when you're the one that's technically in office? So why would you do that? That's interesting. So just, you know, I wish these people would just kind of wake up and get converted to just basic truth, basic common sense, basic goodness. That's what we want here in this country. We just are, you know, a majority of the country is a good-hearted people, right? We love this nation. And I believe that's the same way for a number of nations around the world. Anybody that is in the free world that doesn't want the government to step in and control us in everything we think or do or eat or vote or this or that. What? That's why that flag, "Don't Tread on Me," is a flag that I just saw yesterday here in Alabama. People still say, "Don't tread on." It's okay. It's just facts. And we're not so divisive in the sense of trying to pin each other against each other. That's what the media is trying to do. There are people from all walks of life that we've seen at the Bronx that love God, love this country, love President Trump, and want freedom to continue in this land. We are the home of the brave here, right? The land of the free, home of the brave. All those patriotic feelings that you have, I have them too. I remember in New Orleans when President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump were announced. I believe it was for the national championship, and I believe it was, I don't remember the teams because I was looking at it from more of a political angle, but the fact is President Trump and First Lady Trump walked out. And the announcement in front of a packed audience or crowd in the Superdome. And it's like, "Ladies and gentlemen, the President and the First Lady." And you might have seen that on my Truth Social if you want to go scroll through and check it out. But the place was going wild. All sorts of people from all backgrounds enjoying football, but loving President Trump and what he was doing. And it was awesome. It got quiet for a moment. And then after a while, the whole crowd started to chant USA. Think about that, national TV. I remember Lauren Daigle, the great Christian singer out there. She sang the national anthem. That was right in January of 2020. That was right before a lot of things started to hit the fan in the country. That was the last real patriotic moment that we've had where it was just this national, it just felt good. President Trump was in office, football's being played, the crowd in New Orleans chanting USA, seeing the American flag, hearing the national anthem. And then from there, COVID hit. And then we saw what happened with COVID. We don't want what Tim Walz wants. We don't want a snitch line where you call on your neighbor. We don't want lockdowns. This is America. This doesn't happen here. So one thing, I'll say one more thing. I'll kind of get off the monologue soapbox of sorts. Didn't plan on doing any of that, and get back to some more of the stats for Pennsylvania. And well, obviously, I'm just waiting on the director to let me know. We'll throw it right back there to Wilkes-Barre. But it's revealing that Harris chose Tim Walz, a very extreme left candidate in Minnesota. So that was quite revealing that's where her mind is, right? That's why she's only reading from the teleprompter where there's scripts that are written for her. So she just reads word for word, sounds nice, but the information, again, it's a chameleon type of thing. Oh, I'm a patriot and I'm for freedom and all of that. She's not. She's not for freedom, either is Tim Walz. How about that video we've seen of, unfortunately, some police in Minnesota. Do you remember that they were shooting paintballs at people that were outside of their house because they weren't going inside because of the COVID lockdowns that Walz was pushing forward? And the police, some of them, they obeyed their orders. And I guarantee a lot of them, and all of the law enforcement across this country are not for turning against the American people. But that actually happened. We saw the video nationally on Fox News. I saw it the other day, and I've seen it elsewhere. That video is tough to watch. But that's what Tim Walz did. That's who Kamala Harris has selected. This is what we're facing. Right Side Broadcasting Network is the opposite of fake news. This is not fake news here. We just love, guys, we love you. We love our country, love we the people, we love the Constitution, right? We love President Trump. So, my heart's on my sleeve today here in Alabama. All right, so again, we'll be going back out there to Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. I have heard from the director that they're working on getting the camera set up for us to go back out there. So as soon as that happens, I know a lot of us, including myself, want to see the people out there and hear from Mike and Nikki and the great patriots of the country there in Pennsylvania. Okay. So also, again, Lynn Patton, a senior advisor to President Trump, she said that President Trump is running to be president of all of America. That means everybody in this nation. So again, hearing from the director, we're going to stay here in the studio for now until, as soon as they let me know, we'll be going back out there live. President Trump also once said, we have a culture of no common sense. That is what we have right now. No common sense going on. We need to have common sense restored in this country. We know that Harris and Walz are radical leftists. Do you guys agree with me that they are anti-God, anti-freedom, anti-Constitution, anti-United States of America, anti-life, anti-truth, anti-success, and anti-we the people, including both Republicans and Democrats? Let me say it again. Anti-we the people, including both Republicans and Democrats. I know some Democrats out there, good-hearted people, some great-hearted people, just like us. We're all we the people in this together. Unfortunately, a woke mind virus has affected some people out there, but not as bad as we think. There's a lot of people that agree with us, even on the left. And so it's interesting to know that. You know, they don't want these extreme left policies in our country. Under Harris's inflationary spending, she's responsible, and Biden's responsible for high prices. So since they took office, right? Car insurance up 54%, hotels up 51%. Those of you guys going on a summer vacation before the fall, we know that, right, with hotels. Even Airbnb is probably up a little bit. Gas is up 50.5%. Fuel oil is up 49.1%. Transportation, 32%. Electricity, 31%. This is all under Harris and Biden. This is all up since they took office. Baby food is up 30.1%. My wife is having a baby, our baby, in October. We're gonna have to pay all this extra money? Are you serious? Airfare is up 22%. Eating out is up 23%. I like eating out just like you guys do. Barbecue, sushi, whatever you like. Well, it's up 23% thanks to Harris and Biden. Rent is up 22%. Groceries, 21.6%. I mean, come on. You don't need me to say all of this. We know that under this administration, it's terrible. We have to have someone that has truth and common sense back in the White House. Let's get this going. Let's get this happening. Vote like you never have before. Get out the vote. Talk to people. Let them know, hey, listen, you can early vote. You can mail in a vote. You can also vote a day of. If you look at the 20 promises for the GOP platform, we see that number 19 is secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. So we know that that's what President Trump and a new administration would have done, most likely as soon as possible, if not day one. How about stop the migrant crime epidemic? How about all of the possible non-citizens trying to vote in our election, this coming up election? How about the fentanyl? And 200 people dying a day because of fentanyl coming through our southern border and possibly our northern border. How about the crime from the southern border, right? Of the people that come in. So President Trump's all about immigration, legal immigration, not illegal immigration. So we know that. I had this in my notes, I might as well share it with you too. So I went to Robert Morris University, and Joe Walton was a football coach there. He used to coach for the Jets. And I played quarterback in high school, went to college, and I played under Joe Walton. I was a third string quarterback, never got the first string. I was pretty good, but I guess not good enough. But the point of what I'm trying to say is this. He had a playbook that was the New York Jets offensive playbook. As a quarterback in high school, I go into this college and I have to learn a pro offensive system. He had the Jets playbook. I had to learn this, right? Well, it took a minute. I threw a couple nice passes in practice. That's about all that happened. And then I, kind of went off towards more into news reporting, politics, mission trips, that kind of stuff. But we're getting into the Democrats' playbook. We're learning the plays right now. We're learning that the playbook is indoctrination, is false narratives, is everything to try and dupe the American people. The Democrats are showing us their playbook, and they're not hiding it. They are hiding it just a little bit, though. They're hiding it when Harris is doing those teleprompter speeches, and she's only talking about a few things that are not so leftist or extreme. But obviously, as you know, that has been happening a lot now. We're learning a lot about Kamala Harris, so we obviously don't want her. So let's go back to Nikki and Mike. Thanks for hanging with me here. Our cameras are ready. There they are. Let's go live right now.
Well, you are back with the live corresponding right here from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. I am so happy to be here with you along with Mike Fortin. I'm Nikki Stanzione. I almost forgot my own name. I get so excited by the music, I almost started singing. I'm Nikki Stanzione. That's actually my name. I almost forgot it.
That's great.
Yeah. I was singing Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah, it's filling in right now. The crowd outside is electric. It's really filling in here. Sodas are $9. I want to make that very clear.
They're about, it was, so $17. I picked up a drink that's going to take us all the way, because I don't want to go back again. I figured I'll get a soda to last me until after President Trump talks. So that needs to last me at least 6 hours. And it costs $17 with a hot pretzel. But you know what? That's why we need President Trump back in office, because, as he always says, even a hot dog is too much money. Even bacon is too much money.
I love the way you spin it. That was absolutely
fantastic. It's the fact.
But yeah, so definitely the crowd is great. It's filling in right now. And, we're expecting President Trump here at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So stick around for that.
Yeah.
And Nikki, what do you got?
Well, we talk so much about the economy, right? I mean, that's a big thing. But part of that is taxes. This week, and we'll talk extensively about it throughout the day, but of course the no tax on tips was an idea from President Trump. And then we heard it on the other side this week, talked about as well as a copycat policy, if you will. And taxes are a big part of our expenses, clearly, right? So if you're struggling with back taxes right now, which a lot of people in America are, if you have unfiled returns, if you have back taxes, what happens is the IRS escalates collections. That's what they did at the beginning of the year. And you don't want the IRS to take advantage of you. And so many of us complain about that every day, right? So with over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has actually been able to save clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter what the size of your tax issue is, they're here to help you, and they actually can negotiate with the IRS, which is a really big deal because we don't have always the power to do things like that. So when we turn to Tax Network USA, not just for negotiations, but also they can protect your assets from IRS seizures. And also, they can manage your yearly returns, and that way you don't have to worry about them coming after you. And so importantly, knowing that they're actually licensed to do this will help all of you, regardless of wherever you live in the United States. But the clock is ticking. You know, we're getting to the end of the year already. I can't believe it's already almost September. So you don't want to wait as the IRS is going to step up their game. Make sure in the process that you're stepping up yours, and contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and support and guidance. All you do is call 1-800-357-1415. That's 1-800-357-1415. And you can also visit tnusa.com/RSBN. tnusa.com/RSBN. You really don't want the government to take advantage of you. And that's why we need a president who recognizes that the people need to be in control of their lives, not the government.
That's absolutely right. And, you know, I think what we're seeing now, you mentioned a lot of copycat policies. What we've seen from this communism kind of policy coming out is that it's just, you know, whatever President Trump seems to put out, we're now seeing is being adopted by the Harris campaign. It's at this point, she might as well try and convert to a Republican with the policies that she's coming out, because she's flip-flopped on her entire stance. So it's whatever sounds good this week, whatever sounds good, whatever great ideas President Trump has are now being adopted as quickly as he can think about them.
He did it with she did it this week with the child care tax as well, which actually she's imposed all of these. She's literally inflicted these costs on Americans with her administration, and yet now she's taking over and saying things like, I'm going to fix what's wrong with this country. Well, hello, how come you think it's wrong with the country? Where did it begin, right? So President Trump put out a truth yesterday and a couple other messaging throughout the media, and he said, thank you, Kamala Harris. Thank you so much for getting the word out. Because what she did, to your point, is she got the word out about all of the policies that he is putting into place. So it's actually very ironic when you think about it. Right now, you hear the voice of President Trump because there's an ad talking about voting, and it's so important.
Yeah, you know, definitely get out and vote. You know, I saw some people that were out there, you know, registering people to vote right now, you know, and they said, please tell people to get out and vote early. So, you know, in your state, check and see. I know here in Pennsylvania, you can vote up to 50 days prior to November 5th.
Yeah.
So definitely
in person too. You can vote early in person.
So you can definitely get out and vote. You know, get involved in voting, get involved in protecting the vote. You know, go to Trump Force 47, learn more about that. But, you know, most importantly, make sure you get out and vote. What I heard the other day in North Carolina was that almost 20% of Republicans did not get out and vote in our last election. So it's imperative. It is imperative now more than ever that you get out and vote. Bring your friends, bring your family, everybody that you can to get out and vote legally in your state.
That's it. And we have to make sure that it's just residents of this country, citizens of the United States voting. We can't let anybody steal the vote. We just can't let it happen. We have so much to get to. We just wanted to welcome all of you to our coverage here at RSBN. Make sure to be following us. Nick Stands at Truth and Instagram, and
Mike Fortin, Mike, the number 4, TIN on Instagram, and Mike, FORTIN on X.
And get involved with the chat. We'd love to hear from all of you. We will be right back. So much more to come right here from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. I'm Nikki Stanzione with RSBN, and I'm so glad to be here on the ground with all of the American patriots that are supporting the President of the United States to be again. He's about to make America great again. We are only about, 81 days away, I believe, at this point. It's happening fast, and I think the best person for us to talk to is the man who is in charge of the RNC. Michael Whatley is here with me. Welcome back. Good to see you.
It's good to see you again.
So good to see you. You know, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the last time we spoke, we were just about in opposition of a different candidate. I think there was a different candidate on the ballot named Joe Biden, who's no longer competing against President Trump because it just didn't work out so well for him. And now here we are with a brand new candidate. And as we just talked about, she's kind of campaigning for Donald Trump. What do you think?
Well, look, I will tell you this. It's the same. It's a different candidate, but it's the same values. Pete Buttigieg said it best, right?
Yeah.
They may have changed the name at the top of the ticket, but the approach is the same and the values are the same. And those are not values that are in lockstep with America.
No.
Donald Trump is the only candidate right now who is trying to unify the entire country, and he's trying to make sure that we have a conversation about the issues that voters care about, that every American family cares about: inflation, the southern border, and our standing in the world. Those are the issues that everybody cares about, where we need to be focusing.
You couldn't say it better. I mean, that's as good as it gets, right? Having somebody who actually solves the problems, not creates them. And what we are seeing right now is, like we said, that copycat campaign where the person who created the problems we're trying to solve is telling us she's going to solve them. How does that make any sense?
Well, it's absolutely remarkable that Kamala Harris all of a sudden is interested in inflation, since she is the one who cast the tie-breaking votes on inflationary spending, trillions of dollars that we did not need in the economy. Even Obama's financial advisors had said this was going to cause inflation. Yes. They did it anyway. Inflation went up to 9%. Right now it costs 20% more for groceries, 50% more for gasoline, 20% for housing. It costs twice as much to buy the same house as it did 4 years ago.
Right.
And what is Kamala's response? We're going to double down on every single one of those policies. You think about the open border. She is the border czar that took 94 executive actions to dismantle the most secure southern border that we have ever had.
Right.
Allowed 10 million illegal immigrants that we know of to come across that border. The scourge of fentanyl, the scourge of migrant crime. She's going to double down on every one of those. Yep. Her pick for vice president, Mr. Waltz, said that he's going to invest in a ladder factory to help more people get over the wall. So it is remarkable to me that every problem the American voters care about, she is doubling down in the wrong direction.
Well, I was living in Minnesota shortly after the rioting started with George Floyd. I moved there briefly, and he stood in front of America and allowed his city to burn down. And if that's not an indication of exactly what we don't need, I don't know what is. And what you were just talking about with her policies and her ideas. Yesterday, she said regarding housing, you're talking about housing, giving $25,000 back to the people. Does she even care to tell everybody where that money is coming from? Because it's going to destroy our economy.
Well, and all it's going to do is add $25,000 to the price of every home.
Exactly.
It is absolutely a remarkable policy when ABC, when Washington Post, when New York Times, Wall Street Journal, CNN, even MSNBC are all absolutely criticizing those policies and saying they are too far left for even the mainstream media. That tells you something.
Takes us into a communist country, which is the last thing we need. We need our country back again. Now, I was just telling you, and I always, every time I see you, I congratulate you on the most spectacular convention. The RNC was, it was such a beautiful spectacle of what President Trump is all about. It's about family, it's about values, it's about safety, it's about prosperity, and all of the things that make this country literally great. So now we're going to see a very different week ahead. Do you have any advice for anybody who's going to be in that area? Because we're hearing a lot of threats of danger in Chicago coming up this week.
Well, I think certainly people want to buckle up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're certainly going to have an extravaganza.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the Republican Party, we were unified in Milwaukee. It was a great thing to see.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has truly unified the Republican Party and now is working to unify the American people. What Kamala Harris is trying to do is talk to every single subset of the country, white dudes or you know, Hispanics or this or that or the other, every single group that she can kind of break it down to.
Yes.
We need to talk to all Americans because the policies that she has implemented, that she is doubling down on right now, are hurting every single American family. That's why we're seeing black voters coming our way, Hispanic voters, we're seeing them come our way. We are seeing Asian Americans that are coming our way right now in record numbers because of the policies that President Trump is trying to enact, which are going to rein in inflation, bring down energy costs, and help every American family get ahead.
Well, one of the things that you did so brilliantly at the RNC was you were able to show America real people with real values, with real issues, the Gold Star families. That was the story, literally the stories that America needs to hear to recognize not just what they're being told to believe and what they're being told to think about, but actually what is real for them. And that reality was brought to light at the convention. And I think this week will be a big extravaganza. We'll see probably a lot of celebrities, a lot of hoopla, like you said, but we got to think about the issues. So if you're watching right now and you are undecided and you're somebody who's saying, I'm not sure yet, what would you say to somebody about what a difference President Trump can make in their life in this moment?
Yeah, I think the key is that every American family is going to have to ask, what are the policies that are going to help my family and my community?
Bingo.
Right? Donald Trump is the only candidate who is talking to every one of those voters and who is going to restore our economy, restore the southern border, and restore our standing in the world.
Perfect. Beautifully said. Michael Whatley, thank you so much.
you.
It's always so good to see you. I'm so grateful that you are in charge of this party, and I'm so grateful to know that he speaks to us and speaks to this incredible audience who watches. You are true patriots. But if you are somebody who's maybe you're more liberal, maybe you've been a Democrat all your life and you're saying, I'm not really sure how I feel, I'm not really happy with the way the life has been under this last administration with Biden and Harris, but I'm not sure that I'm on the Trump side yet. I'm not sure if I'm there yet. Think about all the things that we're telling you. We're not telling you what you should believe. We're telling you what's real. And isn't that the truth, Mike? It's really about what's real. And so I want to speak to what's real. One of the things that's real right now is our health, right? It's so important for us to keep in mind that we have to stay healthy and we have to stay protected. And, you know, the world right now is getting more unpredictable by the day. And we know that, right? We have assassination attempts. We have rumors of civil war. We have all of the things going on. The looming threat of the bird flu is even one of those things. And Mike, you know, you and I talked about this earlier, but there is a bird flu summit that's coming in October. And a lot of people aren't aware of that, but it's very reminiscent of Event 201 that actually foreshadowed the COVID pandemic right before that happened. And, you know, the topic on the agenda, quote, I'm going to quote this for you, mass fatality management planning. We need a sound effect for that. Dun, dun, dun. We do. If that doesn't send chills down your spine, seriously, what would, right? That sounds terrible. We don't want that to happen, but we have to give you the good news. The good news is you don't have to be scared if you are prepared. And think about that. It's so simple to do because of the Wellness Company. They created the Contagion Emergency Kit that's going to allow your family to stay protected. And if you just have one of these on hand, you are good to go. They're packed with life-saving medications and antibiotics, and they're backed by really important experts like Dr. Peter McCullough. Imagine if you could have no more frantic search for the right doctor. You didn't have to sit in waiting rooms anymore. this is so easy. With just a few clicks, you can get the kits. Few clicks, get you the kits. It's that easy, and they're delivered right to your front door. And in times like these, having the contagion emergency kit is going to really, really not just be a luxury, but a necessity. And so consider that and protect your family. Prepare now, and all you have to do is go to twc.health/RSBN. Grab your kit. Again, that's twc.health/RSBN. And by the way, putting RSBN in the coupon code area will get you $45 off, and I'll save money anywhere I can. I know you will too.
Absolutely.
Every kit is made only in the US of A, so please make sure that you get yours today.
Absolutely. Great advice.
Yeah.
You know, obviously this whole bird flu thing coming at a really curious time.
Very curious.
You know,
indeed.
so one big thing here is, you know, the Harris campaign, has been riddled with a lot of controversy as of late. You know, we just found out now that Tim Walz had been arrested for DUI in 1995, then blamed DUI on his hearing, that, you know, from war, but we now know he's never gone to war. So, you know, this is arguably bigger than the stolen valor that we've been hearing about so much of, because now this was swept under the rug.
Yeah.
It's now been removed from different websites and things like that, and his campaign has been scrambling to try and get this. You know, it was reduced in 1995 to a reckless driving charge. I believe he resigned or was close to resigning at some point from his high school position. But, you know, it's one thing to be accused of something, but now to cover it up after all of these years, you know, the campaign is just working frantically to right these wrongs that I don't know we're going to be able to do.
I mean, even mainstream media is saying, did they make a mistake by not vetting him hard enough? And clearly that's an issue. You know, J.D. Vance has been very, very outspoken about this situation, and it's been very important to him to get it clear. There's no criticism of anybody who served our country in any way, shape, or form. Anybody that is a veteran, anybody that served our country absolutely deserves respect. It's the lies that he's condemning. It's the lies of saying that he was in Afghanistan. There's actually a clip, I don't know if you saw the clip of him saying, where he was introduced, and they said, you know, they gave him the title. They said he was, you know, in Afghanistan fighting for the war, and he stood and he sat there and nodded. This is what we're criticizing. We're not criticizing any kind of service. Of course we're not. We're criticizing the lying about it, because that is absolutely, to me, completely unacceptable and misleading to the American public, and especially offensive to those who did fight for the country in war. And so it's got to stop. And the same thing, like you said, with the DUI. You can't make things up like this and not think you're not going to get caught.
One thing I think that's important, one noticeable difference between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz that will explain all of this.
Yes.
Tim Walz is not eligible to join the VFW.
Right.
J.D. Vance is, because we know Tim Walz has been, you know, using stolen valor for quite some time, and we know J.D. Vance is in fact a veteran of a foreign war.
That's right.
So that pretty much says everything you need to know about your vice presidential candidates.
I'm so glad you said that. Now, they did agree to the debate that was agreed upon in October. But, you know, here's the thing that's concerning me, and I know we talked about it with a lot of our patriots today, is that early voting does start the first week of September, and President Trump very clearly said, I want to do a debate on Fox News on September, I believe he said 4th, if I'm not mistaken, and then the next one on the 10th with ABC, and then the following one, I believe, on the 25th with CBS. So he proposed 3 different dates, one before it all begins, because that's important before you vote, one on the proposed date, which was only set up with Biden, wasn't set up with Kamala, but he agreed to it because that's the kind of man President Trump is, and then the following one. He needs, I think, to make that a necessity. The public needs to hear her speak with him. They need to see a fair and honest debate before voting starts. And it's mind-boggling to me why it's not important to Democrats to see that.
Well, we already know that she hasn't communicated with the media and sat down with the media for near a month now.
Correct.
With the debates coming up, it's like you said, it's very important that we see the contrast between these two candidates.
Yeah.
Kamala has obviously been in office for 3.5 years now, and we know where that's gotten us. We know what Donald Trump has done for this country during the time that he was in office. So I think the most important thing we can do is wait for this debate. I know that they're both prepping right now. I was super excited to hear that Donald Trump has brought in Tulsi Gabbard to assist with his debate
great. I'm
prep.
glad you brought that up.
We absolutely love Tulsi.
Yes.
She's a reformed Democrat.
Yes.
You know, and what they have been doing to her lately, they put her on the terror watch list now, so she's unable to fly. Hopefully that gets resolved.
Yeah,
I know it's
all
something
right, that's
President Trump would
unbelievable.
work very hard and very quickly to resolve. But these are the kind of things that the left is doing to great patriots and someone who also has fought in a war.
Yes, yes. And, you know, to that point, Tulsi destroyed Kamala in that debate when they had the debate for the prior election. And when she was in that primary, she couldn't even get past that point. It was clear, and that's obviously why they brought Tulsi on.
She didn't make it to Iowa.
She didn't even make it to Iowa, and it was clear that the public wasn't happy. So here's the thing that is so important to note, and I think this is one of the fairest and most honest things we can say. We do live in a country that has, well, supposed to have free and fair elections. And part of the process is a vote for who you want your candidate to be. Part of that process is an election by the people for who will be our leader. So there was no election involved. So it absolutely rattles people when they hear them calling President Trump a threat to democracy when the entire democratic system was threatened by not giving us a chance to vote in a primary and immediately inducting somebody into that position. So I think that's the first thing I think is important for you to take note of, not to mention the fact that the wool was pulled over everybody's eyes. And Joe Biden, nobody was more excited about Joe Biden being the president and how much energy he has than Kamala and Nancy Pelosi and Karine Jean-Pierre. And those three people told us every day what we were supposed to believe and not to believe what we were seeing with our own eyes. And now they're the ones telling you what to believe again. So how do you believe that?
Well, to think that Kamala didn't know. I mean, we obviously know. There's no way that from one day to the next, you're suddenly the nominee for a presidential candidate and didn't know it was coming and didn't see it coming for some time. You know, obviously there's a lot of work that goes into that. So the wool was pulled over America's eyes for however long it takes to get that set up. How can we trust anything that is coming out of the Harris campaign? We've seen lie after lie from Tim Walz. We've seen Kamala flip-flopping from all of her previous stances to now adopting essentially President Trump's policies.
Literally, yeah.
So it's one of those things where, you know, do we even want to see her sit down with media? Because are we going to be able to believe anything she says, or should we just, you know, take her at face value for what her policies were? Because there's simply no way to describe how radical she has been, far more radical than Joe Biden. And now suddenly she's out there screaming freedom, which couldn't be any different than everything she's run on in the past. So it'll be very interesting to see the how each candidate is different side by side in a debate. I personally cannot wait.
I can't wait either. And you know, I do want to say that I love when President Trump says, I don't want them to do badly. He even said the other night in the press conference in Bedminster when I was there, he said, I would love for the next 5 months to go well. He said, it won't be so great for me, possibly, in the election cycle, because if they do great, that won't help me more. However, I don't care about helping me. I care about helping America. And he was very adamant about the fact that he wants us to do better. He wants the country to succeed. He wanted Kamala and Joe Biden to succeed because he wants America to be great. And that's why he's running. And so I want to implore people who say, who criticize his rhetoric or who criticize the fact that sometimes he makes up names or things like that, put that aside and recognize that he has said on more occasion than one how important it is that the leaders do a great job, no matter who they are. And he really believes that. But when they try to attack or weaponize the government against him, he feels that he needs to speak up and speak back.
Absolutely. Yeah. And speaking of Americans, you know, finance is a huge part of what's going on right now in the economy. A lot of us are struggling to keep up with everyday bills, food, gas, and even pay our power bills. If you own a home, I want you to call our friends at American Financing. American Financing is saving customers an average of $854 a month. That's $854 a month. That's a car payment.
That's more.
By tapping into their home equity and wiping out high-interest credit card debt, $854 a month is like a $10,000 a year raise. I could certainly use that.
Yeah, me too.
Credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying a balance from month to month. And if you're only paying the minimum every month, it will take you years to pay that off. There's no upfront fees to get started, so call American Financing today. And if you call today, you may not have to make next month's mortgage payment. That would be amazing.
I'm in. Bring it on.
American Financing, 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. Or you can go to americanfinancing.net/RSBN.
It's so wonderful that we have sponsors like this, because our sponsors, it's one thing when you have sponsors that are just there just to promote a separate business, but the businesses and the services that our sponsors bring us are things that really every American can utilize for a better life. And it all speaks to the premise of the campaign about making America great again. I was reading some interesting things, and I wanted to kind of just bring a couple things up, because we were talking a lot about the inflation issue, and the economy was a big part of what President Trump has been talking about this week. You saw him in North Carolina. We're going to go see him again on Monday in York, Pennsylvania. He's going to be speaking more about the economy, and following Kamala Harris's, I don't know what I would call it, because I don't think it was a rally. It was a little speaking thing. And there wasn't really an audience. I don't know if you saw the pictures. It was all media, and then there was about a row of people.
Yeah.
But he really wants to get the word out very clearly. President Trump goes into detail. He really gets involved, and I love that about him. But if he just wants to get to the point, this is what he told us to do. He said he wants to unleash American energy. Number one, drill, baby, drill.
Absolutely.
He wants to rein in the wasteful federal spending, which is so important to our economy, right? Makes all the difference in the world. He wants regulation cuts. And that, again, goes back to the fact that the government should not be spending all of our money. We make our hard-earned money. We want to be able to utilize it to save and protect and live our lives. He wants tax cuts, he wants no tax on tips. He wants no tax on Social Security. He also wants to rebalance trade, which is also completely off balance and off kilter right now. Of course, he wants to stop the illegal immigration, which is certainly not helping our economy in any way, shape, or form, nor is it helping our safety. And finally, he wants to end the destabilizing wars. When President Trump was in office, no wars were started, period.
It's become like the thing now that is defining the Biden era.
Yes.
Plagued by wars. We've spent so much money sending to Ukraine and sending weapons now to Gaza. It's truly just it's like an upside down world that we're living in.
I say that all the time.
I've seen so many different elections over my lifetime, which is relatively short in the scheme of things, but what the country has become in 3.5 years, almost since the time Donald Trump has come down that escalator, that's when things really started to heat up, and that's when the country truly started to change, because people were afraid of what President Trump was going to come in and do.
Right.
And look what he did. I mean, he made everything better. He made America great again. How many presidents come in and literally do everything they say they're going to do on day one and work? Now, I don't think President Trump gets enough credit because he was hit with a pandemic.
Correct.
So,
unexpected for the world.
For the world, it's nothing this world has ever seen.
Never.
So, at least not in any of our lifetimes.
No.
And so, how do you govern in a time like that?
You're right.
The man did everything he possibly could. He wasn't necessarily getting the best information from people like Fauci.
He was being censored a lot.
And obviously now we know that social media was 100% against everything that they were trying to put out there, and censoring doctors like Dr. Peter McCullough.
Yes.
It was just an all-out assault on free speech.
Absolutely.
And that's something that we want to get back here. That's something that we know Donald Trump is going to bring and truly believes in as a candidate, as the president. We know that free speech, God, country, unity is something that President Trump wants to bring back to America.
That is absolutely a fact. And everybody who's lucky enough to have heard the 2-hour conversation on X the other night with Elon Musk, it was so informative. I was saying I felt like I was eavesdropping on two very very smart and wealthy, powerful, interesting men having a conversation that maybe I felt like, am I supposed to be listening to this? This is amazing. It's so, it was
like
a
great insight.
It was such insight and so enlightening, and it was real talk. It was real talk, and it was also, to me, it showed the fact that their values are in America's best interest. Some people say, you know, well, there's an ad running right now with Kamala Harris saying that, you know, she's in touch with the American people because she grew up in a family and worked at McDonald's. That doesn't mean that somebody who grew up in a family that was taught to work as a child and worked his way up the ladder and worked every day of his life and taught his children to have a good work ethic, that doesn't mean that he's any less in touch with the people. In fact, I find that he's very in touch with the people because he's the one that goes to the construction sites. He's the one that talks to law enforcement. He's the one that talks to the people that have boots on the ground who work in these little restaurants, in these little bodegas. He goes to every city and he talks to the people to hear, what do you need? He grew up working with these people. He employed these people, and he got his hands dirty too. So that's somebody that I trust. And I heard yesterday a comment saying, I want somebody who was a millionaire and figured out how to become a billionaire. I want that guy in charge of my country.
Absolutely. And both Elon and President Trump, they certainly don't need to do this.
That's right.
They certainly,
exactly.
you know, this isn't
Great
something
point.
that they need to do. It's not something they've been forced to do. It's clearly something that they want to do for the love of the country and for the American people.
Such a good point.
One thing you mentioned was law enforcement, and just a day ago, the Milwaukee Police Department in Tim Walz's part of the world endorsed President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance. So another huge endorsement taken right out from under Tim Walz, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, it goes to show the commitment that President Trump has to law enforcement and law and order in general. We've seen states like California just completely fall away and fall apart because people are just ravaging stores, small businesses. It's also not only are, you know, small businesses are taking a huge hit. You can literally right now walk into any store in California and take $950 worth of merchandise right off the shelf. And if you're lucky,
literally,
they may call the police.
Yes.
But if they call the police now aren't going to show up because there's truly nothing they can do, and police aren't going to put themselves at risk. Their hands are tied. It's a sad state of affairs where our men and women of law enforcement can no longer do their job, just like Customs and Border Patrol aren't able to do their job and uphold the oath that they swore to protect this country, because they're being told to stand down, open the gates, and let people come in. And what that has led to is now, just in Alabama, they found that there was over 3,600 illegal voters that had registered that were not supposed to be registered. They were illegal aliens. They were registered to vote, and they're working on an investigation now. And if that's happening in a red state, we can only imagine what's happening in a blue state. Luckily, Alabama caught that. But who knows what's truly going on in some of these blue states?
That's the biggest point you could make. If that's happening in a red state, and it will happen. Listen, I don't think it's probably going to happen. I think it will happen. And I think that's why we heard earlier from Scott Pressler, we have to make sure that we protect this vote. It's so important. And whatever you can do in your own area, in your own region, in your own cities and states, whatever you can do to secure that vote, get going now. Start doing it early, because we have to make it too big to rig, and we have to make sure that election integrity is back in play, because it is everything. It's what makes America what it is, and it makes us the republic that we are. And you know, to your point about law enforcement, President Trump was saying it the other night, and he says it all the time. He wants to get back in office so that they can do their job. You just said it. If they can't do their job, then we don't have that protection. And we've heard many times when Kamala Harris wanted to defund the police, and that is not going to be something that is going to allow us to live our lives in safety. And until it happens to you and your own family and it touches your life, that's when you start to realize, oh gosh, what would I do if I couldn't call the police? So you have to really think about your life. I say that, don't think about what you're being told by the media. Think about your life. Think about your family. Think about your day-to-day reality, and how the policies in America under President Trump versus in America under President Harris and Joe Biden, as we've seen, has changed it, and what it could be under that kind of a presidency. Also, you probably have heard Kamala Harris compare ICE. You talk about ICE. She's compared them to KKK. She's compared them to the worst of the worst. ICE is there to protect our border and save us from crime.
Absolutely.
And from an invasion. And as President Trump says daily, he wants a country with immigrants. He wants a melting pot. That's what his wife is an immigrant. His parents were immigrants.
Again, this is something that I've touched on. My wife is an immigrant. She
Yes.
did it legally.
Yes.
It took a long time, but she did it legally. So, it's a slap in the face to folks like my wife who spent so much time and money and effort to do things the right way, to now be flooded by people who are not doing it the right way but are being given 10 times more. They're being given money and so many things, almost accolades for coming into the country illegally. They're being able to bypass the law that, if you or I were to do something wrong, there's no doubt we would be held accountable for that.
No question.
And now illegal immigrants are not being held accountable for some of the horrific things that they're doing, like Lake and Riley, attacking police officers. It's being let go. It's being sidetracked. And you want to talk about a 1-2 punch with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. While Tim Walz was letting protesters burn down his state,
literally,
Kamala Harris was bailing them out of jail.
She was bailing them out and not persecuting them. And she talks about being a prosecutor and how strong she was against crime. We know that that's not true, because all you have to do is look at the record. Listen, this is not just our opinion. We're telling you the facts. Here's some more facts. I think this is important. You want to talk about the Biden-Harris, quote, accomplishments. This is very important. They've allowed, as we said, almost 15 million, could be more. We don't know exactly how many, about 15 million unvetted illegals into the country.
We have no way to track them. We don't know where they are. We don't know their intentions.
And we know that there are gotaways. We know that there are threats to terror cells in our country. We're under the biggest threat watch we've had for a terror watch since before President Trump was in office. Also, historic inflation crisis. Now, remember, these are things that have been researched.
These are facts.
These are things that we're not saying, oh, let's come up with some fun ideas that we can talk about.
Yep.
These are actual facts that have been researched at length and extensively, that can be proven with receipts, okay? Record high gas prices in all 50 states. Do you want your gas price to be $1.87? I would love that again. That'd be amazing, especially in the West. I know in California, where we both lived, it's insane.
$7 to $8 a gallon.
It's crazy. Record high consumer debt. We know right now interest rates on credit cards are the highest they've ever been as well. We're seeing a majority of Americans right now in credit card debt, which we haven't seen in many years. Release terrorists into the country. That's a fact. We just talked about it. The Ukraine-Russian war, as President Trump says, wouldn't have happened if he was in office. He's going to solve it. Also, Israeli-Hamas war. Right now, what's happening in the Middle East is absolutely unacceptable. We know that with the Abraham Accords, we saw that peace in the Middle East, and we want that back. Disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. President Trump always says it was the worst day in American history, right? The most embarrassing day we've ever seen.
Absolutely.
How about violent crime skyrocketing, as we've talked about, trying to jail your political rival in the name of democracy? The fact that all of these cases have fallen apart is all the proof you need, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's an absolute testament to how the left has completely just gone after Donald Trump in hopes of stymieing his run for the White House once again, because they know that there's no way to stop this man. They know that, if the voters get out there and we're really talking about the real issues, the true issues that we at RSBN like to show you, the values, the families every day, they will stop at nothing. And we've seen that. But now their entire case is falling apart. It's getting a little loud in here. We're getting closer to the hour. It's 1:30. President Trump is scheduled to speak here in Wilkes-Barre at 4 p.m. So it's going to continue to get a little bit louder as we go, but we're going to do our best.
Yeah. I love listening to the ads. You can hear. I don't know if we have screens. I don't know where the screens are. Another thing that also was a big deal is, we talked about it earlier, the lie to America about Joe's decline. And we've seen it. We saw it in the basement. We saw it in the original campaign for 2020 when President Biden was actually campaigning. We all questioned his cognitive abilities at that time. And that's not to insult anybody. We all get old. Who knows? It could happen to all of us, right? But then don't be the leader of the country, of the free world. It's not the right job in that position. And they lied to us about it, and people have accepted that. Another thing is they declared war on American energy. Energy is a huge issue right now, and we have to remember how important it is to take care of that liquid gold right under our feet. I don't want the government telling me how much electricity I can use when it's hot or cold.
Absolutely.
That's scary, isn't it?
Coming from California, where they have this EV mandate, Biden wants this EV mandate, and then we have blackouts, rolling blackouts. You're not allowed to charge your car. They're asking you to turn off your air conditioner in the middle of summer.
Yeah.
Not water your lawns. It's unbelievable. It's everything is one thing. It's a complete flip flop. You have, speaking of the oil under our feet, we've been told by Kamala that as you hear the crowd just absolutely erupting for the videos and the ads that are playing for President Trump here in the arena, we still have a gigantic line outside and gigantic lines up top.
And the concession stands, the restrooms, everything is packed.
Absolutely.
So it's very, very busy out there. Once they start coming in here, it'll get crazy. We're only, actually 1:30, I believe, President Trump was expected to touch down in, where was he? He's in Pennsylvania. I believe it's, am I right in saying, hold on, I'll tell you what city it was in. He was literally, they just told us he was about to touch down. And I think he was even going to talk to some press. Let's see, where is he? Hold on, I'll tell you in 1 second. Because I know they just put this out literally like half an hour ago. Hold on, I'll tell you. Hold on. This is live TV, ladies and gentlemen, live TV. Okay, here it is. Donald Trump to arrive on Trump Force 1 in Middletown, Pennsylvania, approximately 1:30. So hopefully in the last few minutes he has touched down in Middletown, Pennsylvania, and then will be expected to speak here at 4 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yep. So, it's as we await that, I know people are trying to get in like crazy.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fantastic event. We're going to hear more about the economy and more on his plans that we've been hearing now. One thing, that whenever President Trump speaks, you always hear this ridicule or, mainstream media talking about, or even, these left-wing podcasts and things where they talk about.
They're all around us, by the way.
Yeah, and we're inside. We are among them. Some of them are just inches from us right now. But what we continue to hear is, how rough President Trump speaks. One thing that you can never expect, he doesn't speak presidential. Well, he's just a guy. He's a guy who his whole life, was taught to buy low, sell high.
Yes.
Build buildings, put people to work. He's obviously more people know his name and he's been on TV, and he has a lot more money than the common person, but he's in touch with the common people because they're the ones that work for him. Right. So when he comes out and he speaks from his gut, he speaks from his heart, and he's hitting the issues that people truly want to hear. He's just a common guy. He hasn't been groomed to be a president since, from a young age, someone like Biden that's been in office for 364 years. We want to hear from someone who's in touch with the people, not someone who's lived their life in a bubble in Washington, D.C.
Elites.
And not just gone outside and, smelled the roses, so to speak. We want to hear from someone who knows what's going on.
Yeah, and to that point, and something that we just touched on before, this is so important. Think about how President Trump had to battle his way to get to the top of the ticket the first time around. Once he got to that top of the ticket, he did his thing. And then this time around, he had to battle him again. And you think about that. He had to work to get to this position. He earned it. And that, to me, speaks to the American dream, which is a big part of what he wants to say. I remember he was asked, what would you want your legacy to be? He says, I want it to be that I help people achieve the American dream, because he achieved the American dream, as did his family. And yes, again, they grew up very wealthy. However, they worked for that wealth. It just didn't come to them. They actually had to work for it, and he worked for it. And that's one of the things that is so important to recognize in this very contentious, divided economy and society that we live in. Some people earn their way to the top, and some people get indoctrinated into the top. And so think about that. Don't you want somebody who knows how to really deal with the people, deal with the real people, talk to the people, and find his way to the top because he earned it? That is everything to me. And speaking of earnings, I'm searching through a lot of information because we're live. We don't really stop. We just go. So I want to make sure you guys get some information. Have you been to Tennessee?
I've been to Tennessee. I've been in Nashville. I spent some time there for work.
Okay.
I never really had time to hang out, but we did go to some great places to eat, some great bars, a lot of amazing music.
Yeah.
Just a really cool place.
I love it. I lived in
Absolutely.
Knoxville briefly, but I also spent time in Nashville. It's such a cool place. Of course, we're in Pennsylvania today. We love Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, where it all began for this country. But we also love Tennessee, and it's really one of the most popular places to invest, to live, to reside. And there's 0% state income tax. I mean, who doesn't love that? A pro-business, hands-off government, spectacular spectacular countryside, fun cities, the spirit of American freedom. It's alive and it's well in Tennessee. And so right now, Tennessee Land and Lakes is actually selling off large acreage properties just outside of Nashville. It's just where we were talking about. And in one of the most popular destination spots in the country, way below market prices, you can start at only $89,000. 5 acres with a cozy cabin, towering woods, about $109,000. I mean, can you imagine that, right?
What a great place to raise a family.
And it's a really great, Tennessee's a great place for education and for family. 18 acres with riding trails in horse country is about $159,000, a little bit over that. Massive 86 acres, very private, under $400,000. 5 to 86 acre properties starting at $89,000. That's unheard of, as you guys know, especially close to Nashville. So you can build, you can camp, you can recreate, and you can invest your property your way, which is important to do. So you can learn more about this opportunity by buying opportunities in Tennessee and clicking and calling www.866-345-LAND.com. So you can call that number or you can go to the website. Again, 866-345-LAND.com. So buy something real, make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one of the interesting facts that I saw yesterday when I was just doing some research, you mentioned Pennsylvania. Obviously, we're here today in Wilkes-Barre. This county used to be the largest, I guess, maker of moonshine in the United States, which is crazy to think. They used to make it here in this county and export it to North Carolina.
If you drink it, you'll forget that fact tomorrow.
That's true. I was thinking about maybe going to look for some tonight to give to friends. But absolutely. So just a cool fact here as we await the arrival of President Trump, who's going to be speaking at 4 p.m. Eastern time. And we just, we want to take a minute also to thank you guys, our viewers who have been absolutely amazing. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do what we do and travel all over the country and follow President Trump and bring you the stories that you see and hear, the people that you meet through RSBN. So we want to say thank you for that. Continue to donate any amount that you can. We know times are hard, but every dollar really helps us go forward and continue to do what we do. So take a moment if you can. Go to rsbnnetwork.com/donate. And whatever you can, we certainly appreciate.
Thank you for doing that. That's how we are able to do what we do. Every single time there's an event, we can travel the country because of it. And it's actually, I always say RSBN Network, but it's actually RSB Network. So the N goes with network. So you don't have, it's only one N actually. I was reading this stat. I thought this was important. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has seen prices rise by 18.4%. And the average Pennsylvania family is now paying $958 more a month because of higher inflation under Biden and Harris. So that's a big thing to think about. Right now, you can see the crowds are starting to filter in. Of course, they all the ones that want to get the front seats, they don't care about the concession. They don't care about food. They don't care about going to the bathroom. They're like, I am in. I'm sitting in my seat. I'm not moving. Because they know once they're gone, someone will take that seat. The surrounding seats are starting to lightly fill in. But again, we have about almost 3 hours. So we know we're going to see President Trump arrive here to a full crowd, as we always see. Everybody's energized. And, we talk a lot about the negativity and the chaos in the country, Mike, but at the end of the day, the real truth is this is a party of positivity. We want to see America great. That's why the patriotism is so on point. Everybody just proud to be an American and to show it off and welcome everybody from everywhere into this party.
Absolutely. It's one thing I can say without a doubt. It's a party of love and of unity. They accept everybody here. I recently saw a video that was circulating where, an African-American individual was at a reporter, an independent journalist, took this person that was a Democrat, traditionally, and had taken them reluctantly to a Trump rally. They didn't know what to expect. They went to the Trump rally, and he was welcome with open arms. They're like, we accept everybody, and that's what we see here. It doesn't matter where you're from or what your background is or what color you are or what your religion is or what your
that's a myth, isn't it? It's such a myth.
It really is, and the mainstream media truly makes this out to be these ultra MAGA right wing. It's not that at all.
No.
It's just people who truly believe in their families, in their country, who want just to lead a normal life, be able to afford gas and groceries. spend time with their kids and their family, not have to worry about sending their kids off to school and what they might hear if, from their school system or from their teachers or whatever it may be. People just want to get back to a normal way of living that over the past 3.5 years has become radical.
That's right.
You would not think that in this country and in such a short time that things can just take, pun not intended, such a left turn.
Facts.
Because we've just seen what that can do and how it can harm our kids.
Right.
I've had to, as a parent,
Sure.
I've had to answer some pretty uncomfortable questions from my
bet.
kids that they've seen or heard. Obviously social media is not something that we can take away from them
No.
without having to go through what the
Right.
parents go through when they take social media away from their kids.
I deal with it with my niece, I know.
But it's constantly, they were bombarded by it. I think it's less now. It's starting to die down because people are starting to fight back.
Right.
And as a parent, I've turned on all the filters I can possibly turn on. But to think that so much of that radical left stuff has been pushed on children
It is.
and just the nation in general
Right.
is abominable.
Well, and what really bothers me about it the most is when people say that there's discrimination on this side as a result of that. It's not discrimination at all. It's not discrimination. I don't care if the book is, if you're gay, if you're straight, if you're, it doesn't matter what your choice is in that way. There's certain things that are just not appropriate for little children to see or to know about yet. And that goes for everybody, no matter who you love. And so I always say it's not discriminatory to take away information that is not appropriate at a certain age for children to see. Now, we want children to learn who they are and be who they are, but we have to also have some parental control over that until they're 18. There's a reason that parents have certain rights, and when those rights are trying to be taken away from parents and put to the government, for children in Minnesota to be allowed to be taken from their parents and for their parents to be arrested because they didn't give them permission to change their identity as a minor, that's I have a hard time with that. And I think a lot of people are struggling with how frustrating that is. And Tim Walz is at the head of that.
Well, how can a child of 8, 9, 10 or younger have any idea of who they are?
They can't.
My kids can't make decisions day to day on what shoes to wear, on what game to play, what movie they want to see. They certainly don't know who they are.
Right.
My son goes to school wearing 2 different socks a day. So, and he loves it, and he's great with that. But he just doesn't have the ability to know what's best for him.
Right.
I have to tell him 7 times a day to brush his teeth. So, to think that my son or my 9-year-old son or my 10-year-old daughter could make those types of decisions that would alter the course of their life forever.
Physically, right. And that's the thing. You have to explore and grow and figure out who you are, and all of those things are fine. But once you change your gender and you actually alter your body and your anatomy and things like that, it's very serious, and it's not to be taken lightly. And it's very important that parents have these discussions with their kids and recognize that we need a president who allows the parents to have those conversations without putting them in jail for it. It's absolutely asinine to me. I can't even believe it's real, but it's real. And we hear it all the time. And so we don't want somebody who is that radical to be in charge of our entire nation. People will say, President Trump, I don't know, oh my gosh, the fear-mongering is real. You know that, right? Okay, so they'll say, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? I'll have no more rights as a woman. I'll have no more rights in my life if I'm this, if I'm that, if I'm this, if I'm that. Were you here 4 years ago? Because I was, and I don't remember anybody that I'm friendly with having a terrible life 4 years ago. I'm not talking about COVID now. Again, as you said, COVID was a whole different thing that the whole world experienced unexpectedly, and President Trump did the best he could with Operation Warp Speed to get that thing under wraps and make sure that our economy came back as quickly as it did, get everything back to where it needed to be, so that when he did hand over that administration, they had everything they could possibly need, and they chose to go backwards on a lot of his policies, and that's how we ended up where we are today. But until that point, did you have money in your pocket? Did you have a house? Did you have rights? Were you still who you are? Of course you are. So this extremism is out of control, and people need to remember that we were all under a President Trump administration just 4 years ago, and it can happen again. And if it does, I will tell you this: you will have a safer border, you will have less crime, you will have more rights than you realize, because the rights are put back to the people, not the government. He's not putting a federal ban on abortion. He's putting it back to the states. So that goes in a lot of cases. There's a lot that is at stake for us as the people of this country.
Absolutely. Well, again, we'd like to thank one of our sponsors, Birch Gold.
Yeah, we love Birch Gold.
In these crazy times, there is peace of mind and security. Security in our country, security for our leaders, and security for our families. But think about this. If you have all of your eggs in one basket, it's a hedge. They're a hedge against inflation. And through my friends at Birch Gold Group, you can own your own physical gold, silver, and a tax-sheltered retirement account. This is one thing you can do today to secure your family's savings. Text the word Trump to 989898 and receive free info kit on gold. It's a pretty easy number, 989898. Text Trump to that. Plus, in August only, on any purchase you make, Birch Gold is giving away a free Trump silver coin. This is a brand new, one-of-a-kind silver coin. Features Trump boldly raising his fist in the moments after the attempt on his life.
I love
You don't
that.
want to miss your chance to own this special piece of history, a celebration of a leader dedicated to our security, preserved in the security of a precious metal coin. So secure your savings today and get your free Trump silver coins. Text Trump to 989898. And then, again, that's Trump to 989898. And thank you to Birch Gold.
I love Birch Gold Group, and I love all of our sponsors because they really do help make our lives so much better in so many ways. Thank you to Birch Gold Group and all of you. And by the way, if you're watching right now and you want to see the crowds, we do show you the crowds. This is something I have to say. I'm saying it, putting it out there, because people say, why don't you guys let us listen to the music and stop talking? So I have to tell you why we do that, because number one, we have a lot to say, obviously. I mean, we do have a lot to say. But the reason we really do that is because there are certain rules and regulations in order for us to be on YouTube, to be able to have that kind of interactive nature with all of you guys who are in the chat, and thank you for that. In order for us to do that, we have to abide by certain rules. So for copyright laws and reasons, we can't let a certain amount of music play without talking over it unless it's been approved. And so I just want you guys to know we're not trying to obscure your listening pleasure. We're trying to give you some great information and have a conversation with all of you. And we appreciate your interaction level. And we're hoping you can still hear it a little bit in the background, because it's really good, I must say. Come to a Trump rally for a great soundtrack, period.
This is Trump's playlist. It's great. But we do have a good time. And like Nikki said, we do have to talk to make sure that we aren't stepping on any toes or getting any violations on YouTube. So bear with us while we try and bring you the honest information that RSBN is known for and that you guys love. So one of the things, too, that you mentioned earlier made me think, between both sides, both right and left, something that we've never seen in the country, and one of the gentlemen actually touched on it when we were outside in line. This rally, all the people here are here to have a good time.
Yes.
They're here to support their candidate without fear of being judged, without having to fight, without having to argue.
Without having to be defensive.
Yeah, and
that's a big one.
And, right now, unity is just something that has eluded this country now for several years. And unfortunately, it's something that we want to bring back. We want to bring the country together. Both sides have been so torn apart over the past 8 years or so. It's just, as an American, it's tough to see. I don't want to be ridiculed or judged or lose jobs or friends or family because of my political views. Nobody should.
No.
At some point, that's why this is America.
I'm so
because
glad
you
you
can
said
have
that.
your
It's
opinion.
true.
You can have your opinion. You can. You don't need to judge people based on what their political views are. You can still be a good person and have a good heart regardless of what candidate you want to vote for. It's not a matter of voting for one person is good or voting for one person is bad. It's just voting. Because
and having that right.
That's your right as a citizen to vote, and you should vote. And you should vote the way that you want.
Right.
You should vote the way that you feel is right for you and your family and your values.
Follow your heart.
But one thing that I want to say, just as an American, just as a person, not even a member of the media, just be nice to people. I think it's a message that we never hear it from the media. We never hear it through mainstream media. Just be nice to people. Who cares which way people vote?
And we're here to give you information and to give you listen, we are fortunate that we are on a network where we are allowed to be a little more opinion based and not just be completely objective. That gives us the right to really speak our mind a little more. However, we are giving you the information that we know from the facts that we find.
Absolutely.
And yes, of course we still have our opinions, but that doesn't mean that if you have a different opinion that we don't like you or that we don't appreciate you or that we judge you. It just means that you think differently than we do and we have to agree to disagree. But we're always trying to give you this side of things and
there's
perspective.
nothing wrong with that.
Right.
That's the one thing that we want to drive home, that I want to drive home on a personal level, and be relatable. One thing that I've seen which is really shocking from the other side is that they're constantly attacking President Trump
so badly,
and the people that
and
follow
the people
him.
that the followers are more attacked even.
And you're somehow looked at less than, but you rarely do you see that. Very rarely, if ever, do you see that from Trump supporters to the other side.
Like, for instance, and I'm glad you said that because it's important. I want to address some of our fun patriots who are on the chat as well, but I want to say this because this is important. On a personal note, I have a lot of people in my life who I absolutely love, adore, respect, care about, and I know that since I started doing this and being more vocal about my feelings, that those relationships are not exactly the same. I feel it. I'm not...
And all
I'm not
because
oblivious.
of your political views.
And I feel, and it's sad because I'm the same person I was a few months ago. I'm the same person. I have the same values. I have the same morals. I still love all my friends from every culture, every background, gay, straight, white, black, Hispanic, everything, Asian, everywhere. And it really upsets me because what happens is when they post things that are very hateful, not just to President Trump, like you said, but to the followers, I don't love them any less. I don't agree with it. I'm not happy about it, but I don't love them any less. And when I post something, it's never about the followers. It's never about the people. I don't say anything bad about my friends or the people I respect because of who they vote for. I just say who I am voting for and why. And I think that's what we need to get back to, is starting to recognize and also be open-minded to hearing, because what happens is when you try to defend it, it becomes unlistenable, right? So you have to be able to say, hey, let me hear why. Why do you feel this way? When people say, oh, Trump is racist. First of all, no, that couldn't be further from the truth. And I have to say this over and over. It couldn't be further from the truth. It is not even close to reality. And if you see his cabinet when he was the president, if you look at his administration, if you look at his candidacy, if you look at the people that work with and for him, that adore him and love him and respect him and honor him, it's because he gives that same love, respect, and honor back to them. So I want to say that I'm glad you brought it up. It's really important because we have to get back to that unity, and it's okay to disagree, but we have to remember to listen to each other, and we have to remember that this is a party of acceptance. Believe it or not, we don't hear that often, but it is a party of acceptance. And President Trump loves and accepts you because he wants to make this country great again. That's it.
He wants to bring everybody together. And I think, we need to stop the fighting around the country because of party. We need to bring the country together, and we need to have the discussions. We need to have conversations, less fighting, more conversations. You're free to vote. That's what this country is founded on. But at the end of the day, the only message here is have a conversation, listen to both sides, make your own decision, and vote accordingly based on your values and what you want that's best for your family.
And I'm proud to say that I'm proud to be I'm proud to say that I love President Trump. I do. I was a fan of his family long before he ran for office. I grew up in that area in New York, and that's my skyline thanks to him. And I always loved that family. I always loved their work ethic. Of course, I watched The Apprentice. I just had so much respect for them long before this happened. And then when I saw what the country became under his presidency, it really brought it to a whole new light. And so the love and respect is there. But listen, it's okay. You feel how you feel, but I do want you to at least listen to us so that maybe you can say, I never thought of things that way. I said this to somebody who I'm good friends with. She's absolutely never voted for Trump before, and she had her own opinions about what this party was. And she said something like about MAGA, and she said MAGA, like with that sound, the way people will say MAGA. And I said, can I ask you a question? I said, you do know what MAGA stands for, right? She says, yeah, MAGA, Make America Great. I said, wait, hold on, say it again. She said, Make America Great Again. I go, exactly. You're do you live in America? I live in America. You live in America. Why is that said in a derogatory way? Making America great again should be all of our mission as a unified country collectively.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at all these friends saying hello.
The comments are just, blowing
Amazing.
up. We appreciate every comment. So,
Sherry, Amelia, who else? Melissa.
There's a comment there. They
Susan.
love your voice. They want you to sing more.
Oh, I wasn't singing real. That was fake singing. I actually am a singer.
Thank
but
you,
I won't
Chelsea.
sing. Thank you, Chelsea. And hello to all of, who else is out there? So many people. Poppy. Oh, that's what my niece calls my dad. Roseanne. Oh, we're getting started with the
Randy
program.
Bloom to
We'll be
lead
right
us
back
in
in just a few
today's
moments. Check this out.
invocation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank God for his protection of the President of the United States. He took a bullet, went down, and came back up. And the only one that outdid that was our Savior, who took death on the cross, came down into death, and went back up, and he lives. And we thank God for that. Our church is in Lackawanna County, and I, in 2020, saw signs for Biden and Trump, about even. I can't find a Biden sign or a Harris sign. I think they're ashamed of them, but we're not ashamed of the great opportunity for our country. And we're at a crossroads, either a crossroads to get back our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, our Bill of Rights. Oh, how important it is if we're going to get the gospel out that we have a free country. And we're praying that Lackawanna County would turn for Donald Trump. So let's, amen. So let's unite our hearts in prayer and ask Almighty God for his blessing. Our Father and our God, we lift up our prayer to you. How great thou art. There is no one like you, none beside you. You're the God of all creation who made everything out of nothing in 624. Oh God, we're the God that split the Red Sea and brought your people through. And Father in heaven, you're the God of George Washington, who defeated the greatest empire and freed America from that empire so that we could have freedom and liberty to worship God and to serve God and to do your will. Oh God, we've turned away from you, but Lord, we want to turn back. And we ask you for some time, that you would give us time to turn back to you, to turn back to your way. And oh God, we pray for Donald John Trump, that he could be another George Washington, that you would raise him up to free us from a globalist, Marxist, fascist cabal that wants to control this country. Oh God, you could do it through your people, for we ask you, oh God, for a government of the people again, by the people again, and for the people again. Oh, deliver us from a government of the globalist and of a secret Marxist cabal. Deliver us from a deep state that tells presidents, quote unquote, what they're supposed to do. I thank you for Donald Trump, oh Lord, and I pray that he would have your grace and your wisdom and your dependence and your protection. And God, that his administration might carry out what this elected man would want done. And Lord God, we pray that indeed the false system would be swamped, that it would be too big to rig, that there would be a great outpouring. And Father, that Pennsylvania would go for you, Lackawanna County even would go for you. And Lord God, it would be a landslide. And all would know that you've heard our prayers. In Jesus' name, amen and amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Coast Guard veteran Charlie Vyers to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Navy veteran and national recording artist David Bray to sing our national anthem.
Make some noise, Pennsylvania, let me hear you. Quick question, do we have any patriots in the house today? Uh-oh. Did you hear that? It sounded like these guys were a little louder than these guys. So I'm going to ask it over here. Do we have any patriots on this side? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What about over here? Do we have any patriots on this side? 50-50. It's going to be a tight race. As I sing our nation's song, let us all just take a moment to remember our flag, to remember our freedom, and to remember the brave men and women who have paid the ultimate price for them both. My name is Dave Bray, USA, and this is our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Norb Dotzel.
Let freedom ring, let the white dove sing, let the whole world know that today is the day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong.
Good afternoon, Wilkes-Barre Township. My name is Norb Dotzel, and our family business is Dotzel Trucking and Topsoil. We're located a few miles south of here in Slocum Township. First, I'd like to start. It's an absolute honor to be standing in front of so many patriots on the same stage, soon to be occupied by the greatest president of our time, Donald J. Trump. Our small business has withstood some very lean times, dating back to Jimmy Carter. He was formerly known as the worst president in monitored times until Joe Biden and Kamala Harris stepped up. When Donald Trump was president, interest rates were 2 to 3%. You could replace trucks and equipment easily. When Joe Biden and Harris took over, interest rates soared to 7 and 8%. You couldn't even buy equipment because the supply chain dried up. America's industrial machine ceased to exist. Trucks went from $186,000 under President Trump to $275,000 under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Plus, you had to wait over a year to get one, if you could even get one. Now, we all know the Biden-Harris team hates American energy. We all know high-priced fuel means high-priced goods, all except for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and their team. Diesel fuel prices shot up from $2.50 per gallon to $6 per gallon under their watch. They are still in the $4 gallon range. By shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline on day one, Joe Biden started destroying the world economy. Our allies who would have received vital, reasonably priced fuel was now at the mercy of dangerous countries like Iran, Russia, and China. All of the prosperity under Donald Trump's administration vanished. The Biden-Harris team assured Americans that government will control your lives and not for the better. It is hard for working Americans to even afford a load of stone or topsoil from our business. Prices have doubled to $600 or more per load. Families have to make a decision whether to buy dirt or eat. You know where that leaves our business. Our profits are much smaller as we try to keep our products affordable for hard-working American families. Donald Trump had professionals in charge of all the government agencies. When they didn't perform for the American people, he replaced them with people who would do the job. He wasn't running a popularity contest, and he didn't care. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have put in charge a crew of smug, incompetent DEI hires who are trying to destroy our country. America needs a great businessman and leader like Donald Trump, who is serious about saving our country and our businesses, both large and small, like my own. He will surely make America prosperous again. Make sure you get out the vote. When we vote, we win. Thank you, and God bless America.
Let freedom ring. Let the white dove sing. Let the whole world know that today is a day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Trump Force 47 Captain Lorna Altavilla.
If I don't survive, I was born free. I was born free. I was born free.
Born free. Let me get this down here a little bit. I guess I'm a little short. Okay. Good afternoon, Pennsylvania. Are you excited to be here? Let me hear ya, because I sure am. My name is Lorna Altavilla, and I am honored to be a Trump Force 47 captain. I live in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, and go Wilkes-Barre. And I have been a Pennsylvanian for most of my life. I celebrated my 50th wedding anniversary. I have 2 sons and 4 grandchildren. Spoiling our grandchildren has become so hard nowadays with the expensive things under the Biden-Harris economy. Everyday items are unaffordable. Gas is too expensive. Okay, I'll tiptoe. And inflation is crippling Pennsylvania. I decided to get involved because we need to change the direction of our country for our children and our families. Being a Trump Force captain is one of the greatest privileges of my life and one of the most important tasks that I have ever undertaken because it's for your family and mine. Becoming a Trump Force captain was very easy. A Trump staffer in my area called me and invited me to one of their trainings, where I received the information needed to start contacting my 10 for Trump. These voters we're taking to are extremely important, and they will be critical to winning the election this November for the 47th President, Donald J. Trump. As I walk my neighborhood, I knock on doors and tell people about the wonderful vision President Trump has for our country. I am beyond optimistic for the future of this nation under President Trump and Vice President Vance. Knocking on doors might sound hard, but it's not at all. As I engage with the voter about the issues we face, I hand them an informative piece of literature highlighting our positive agenda for the future. I always carry voter registration forms and mail in ballot requests to make the process easy for the voter. I also have a typewritten personal note with important information for the voter to refer to. I include my phone number, and I ensure them that I am there to help them throughout this process. I keep track of my voters, and I educate them on the issues that we are facing. My goal is to build a relationship with these voters and keep them educated in various ways that they can vote and cast their vote for President Trump. You too can be a Trump Force 47 captain. Visit TrumpForce47.com. Take the pledge to have a huge impact on this election as we work together this election to secure it. Sign up. Get involved. Be a captain. Visit TrumpForce47.com now. Let's do this, Pennsylvania, and get President Trump and Vice President Vance in the White House. Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Linda Kearns.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver.
It's great to be here today. My name is Linda Kearns. I am the Republican National Committee's lawyer here in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Along with a lot of great other patriots, I am working on our amazing election integrity program at ProtectTheVote.com. Please sign up to help us at ProtectTheVote.com. I live in Philadelphia, but I spend a lot of weekends here in northeastern Pennsylvania, the most beautiful place on earth. As the Republican National Committee's lawyer, I work for you, the voters, to make sure we keep this election fair and honest. I understand that as patriots and conservatives, we may be suspicious of mail ballots, but if we want to change the system, we need to win elections. Part of the game is mail ballots, and we cannot give the Democrats the advantage in this election. Remember, I am from Philadelphia. When the Dallas Cowboys come to town, we do not give them a 2-touchdown lead, right? But the same goes for this election. Let's not give the Democrats the lead. If there is any chance whatsoever you think you will not make it to the polls on Election Day, request a mail ballot ahead of time. And if you are nervous about putting it in the mailbox, return it to your county election office and deliver it yourself. Do you have friends or family who may not prioritize voting? Then remind them that they can vote by mail ahead of time. That will give them more time to enjoy a cut from the amazing town of Old Forge, the pizza capital of the world. There really is no place better than northeastern Pennsylvania. And I know that sometimes people are suspicious of our elections here in Pennsylvania, but the only way your vote will not count is if you do not cast it. And I've been an attorney for the Republican National Committee here in Pennsylvania for several years, and I have very important news for you. This is a new Republican Party. Chairman Whatley and Laura Trump have brought an energy to the party that I have never seen before. They are fantastic leaders, and with them in charge, we are going to put President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. As the attorney for your party, I need your help. Go to protectthevote.com. I need you guys to watch those guys. And I'm not even going to waste my time talking about the far left ticket on the other side, whose policies are going to hurt the hardworking people of Pennsylvania. I am going to remind you, it doesn't matter who is on the other side. Remember, our beloved Eagles won the Super Bowl with a backup quarterback, so you can never, ever get too comfortable. We need every vote. We need all of you to volunteer to put President Donald J. Trump back in the White House where he belongs. Please go to protectthevote.com. Let's make sure President Donald J. Trump wins Pennsylvania, and I will see you all at his inauguration in January.
Sun coming up over New York City.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Navy veteran and national recording artist, David Bray.
All right, Pennsylvania, I'm back. This is the first for any Trump rally. They invited me to come sing for them. I'm truly honored and blessed to be here in Pennsylvania right now. They asked me to sing a song that everybody will know, so y'all better not let me down, all right? All right, here we go. I'm going to try it out right now, see how y'all do. A country road, take me on to the place where I belong, West Virginia. Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, it's older than the trees, younger than the mountains, blowing like a breeze. Let me hear you, Pennsylvania. Country road, take me home to the place where I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road. All my memories, they gathered around her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water. Dark and dusty, it's painted on the sky. Miss the taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eye. Are you ready, Pennsylvania? Sing it, country road. Take me home to the place where I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road. I hear the voice in the morning hours, she calls me. Radio reminds me of home far away. Driving down that road, I got that feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Yesterday, yeah. Country road, take me home to the place where I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road. Oh, no. This last one's on y'all, okay? A country road. Take me home, country road. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage congressional candidate Rob Bresnahan.
Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine, and that's home, you know. Sweet tea, pecan pie, and homemade wine.
Wow. Good afternoon, Wilkes-Barre. I'm Rob Bresnahan, a third-generation union electrical contractor, not a career politician. And if you, in 1999, I sat in section 108 when I was 9 years old with my grandfather for the first ever Wilkes-Barre-Scranton Penguins game. If you would have said, oh yeah, hear this one out. If you would have asked that 9-year-old boy that he would be out in front of all of you here today, running for Congress, to be your representative in the United States Congress, I'm not sure I would have believed you. I mean, wow. I'm born here, I'm raised here, I went to school here, I created jobs here, I reinvested into northeastern Pennsylvania. I'm gonna die and get buried in northeastern Pennsylvania. I love this place. Before I go into some of the issues, I have to thank you for being here, our supporters, our volunteers, our donors, our everything. Like every day, it is so humbling to see your support. And we'd love to have more of you join our team. So go to robforpa.com and join our team. We can win this race. We can bring the White House back to President Trump. we can take over the House of Representatives and be able to deliver a message to get things done. Now, a lot has changed in this country since that 9-year-old boy sat right over here. We have crumbling infrastructure. We have a wide open border. We have an economy that doesn't work. The kitchen table issues. We have our senior citizens deciding between prescription medication, groceries, and heating their homes over the winter. That is not the America that we all love, know, and care about. How do you feel about your current representation in Congress? Because I'm running against a self-admitted progressive liberal. That's right. This is a guy that voted with Joe Biden nearly 100% of the time. He votes with AOC 95% of the time. He votes with Nancy Pelosi 97% of the time, and he comes back. This guy comes back to northeastern Pennsylvania and pretends to be one of us. I'm sorry. Anybody who votes with those people nearly 100% of the time cannot say they represent northeastern Pennsylvania. He's also the first person to endorse Kamala Harris after knifing Scranton Joe Biden. But this is a person that wants to ban fracking, defund the police, and ultimately, at the end of the day, don't be fooled by the flannel shirt and, walking around and delivering checks. We need an economy that works. We need a border that is secure, and we need communities that are safe. I'm going to fight like the absolute Dickens to bring this back to northeastern Pennsylvania. Thank you for having me. God bless this country. God bless northeastern Pennsylvania, and God bless America. Thank you.
Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine, and that's home, sweet tea, pecan pie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Pennsylvania State Treasurer Stacey Garrity.
I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time.
Good afternoon, Northeast Pennsylvania. How many of you are ready to make America great again? So before I get started today, I want to take a moment to recognize some great patriots in the House. Dwayne McDavitt and all of the Bikers for Trump that are here with us to stay, please stand. I'm Pennsylvania State Treasurer Stacey Garrity. Before I was elected, I spent 30 years in the United States Army Reserve, retiring with the rank of colonel. I deployed 3 times to the Middle East and had 1,200 soldiers under my command. It wasn't easy, but it was the greatest honor of my lifetime. Because when I was in the military, we lived in a nation worth being proud of. Not a nation that allows 13 service members to senselessly die during a botched withdrawal. That's right, you can boo. We all watched the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan in horror. And we know Kamala Harris was watching as well, because she was, in her words, the last person in the room. And that fact, in and of itself, should disqualify her from being the commander-in-chief. Under the watch of the Biden-Harris administration, the United States is more broke and broken by the day. We have a broken economy. We have a broken border. We have a broken world. And Americans are struggling. They have tried to pull the wool over America's eyes for 4 years. But here's what they seem to forget. The American people have eyes, ears, and wallets. So come Election Day, I'm confident that the American people are going to make the right choice. because the choice could not be clearer. President Trump stands for law and order and supports law enforcement. Kamala Harris stands for criminals and supported the Minnesota Freedom Fund. President Trump wants to unleash the might of Pennsylvania energy. Kamala Harris wants to ban fracking, and she supports the Green New Deal. President Trump wants our borders to be secure. Kamala Harris has overseen the largest influx of illegal immigrants in history. J.D. Vance is a proven leader and veteran who served this country with honor and distinction while deployed to the Middle East. The only combat zone Tim Walz ever saw was on the streets of Minneapolis in 2020. So the choice could not be clearer, but even so, we have our work cut out for us. It's up to each and every one of you here today to help get the job done. Because you know what? I still believe in the spirit of America. I still believe that our nation can be great. But we need to elect leaders to bring her back from the brink. We need to elect President Donald J. Trump to, say it with me, make America great again. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Pennsylvania. God bless the United States.
I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. And I'm still standing after all this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dan Muser.
All right. Hello, NEPA. You know, everyone's here. Of course, Dwayne McDavid and the Bikers for Trump got their shout out. You know who else is here? The MAGA boys are here. We were in Butler together. Good to see you, great Americans. So, my fellow Pennsylvanians, are you ready to fight with Donald Trump to save America? This election is about saving America from the dangerously liberal Harris-Walz big government socialist plan and instead charting the Trump common sense course towards free markets, free speech, free and fair elections, a thriving economy, peace through strength throughout the world. How about it? Let's take a moment. Let's take a moment to do a quick review of Comrade Kamala's record. Comrade Kamala was rated the most radically liberal in the United States Senate. Pretty hard when you're going up against Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. She was the weakest and most incompetent vice president in modern history. Kamala covered up Joe be trusted as one big con. Kamala was selected by the Democrat leadership, not elected by the people. They have no regard for voters, democracy, our constitutional republic, especially when it gets in their way of their grasp for power. This is clear from their economic proposals, their desire to stack the Supreme Court and to gut state and parental rights. We got to stop that. She wants to defund the police, DEI our military, and confiscate your firearms. Besides that, she's wonderful. Got a few Second Amendment supporters here?
Me too. President Trump too, we all know that. Kamala Harris leaves behind a broken border, broken economy, broken world, and as we heard yesterday in her woke remarks, she plans to double down on the Biden-Harris failures and big government socialist plans. Kamala has reversed many of her recent policy positions, you probably heard, when she became the candidate. So, a reasonable question too, Madam Vice President, is, were you lying then, or are you lying now? Actually, the only decent proposal she's actually come up with, she stole from Donald Trump. No taxes on tips. You can't make this up. So, let's take a look at President Trump's America First future plan. A vote for Trump is a vote for secure borders, American energy dominance, no inflation, affordability, growing economy, safe streets, peace through strength, and a strong and respected and feared by our adversaries, United States military. And I know we have many veterans and those still serving here with us today. Let's give them a hand. Would you stand up so we can honor you? Thank you for your service and sacrifice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. USA! 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 Nothing better than a Trump rally saying USA, is there? So, I think we in Pennsylvania know this. It's up to us, each and every one of us. We must swamp the vote. We must be too big to rig. Join the movement, Patriots. Go to protectthevote.com where you can sign up to be a poll watcher. We need you. Let's elect Donald J. Trump. And in the words of the great Abraham Lincoln, let us assure that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall never perish from the earth. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome candidate for United States Senate, Dave McCormick.
I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, run me like a racehorse, pull me like a ripcord, break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, word upon your lip, rather that you rip, break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes, 'cause I love our.
All right, Wilkes-Barre, good to see you today. Good afternoon. Hey, I was wondering, who's ready to retire Kamala Harris and send Donald Trump back to the White House? I agree. And who is ready to send empty suit Bob Casey packing back to Scranton? You know, grew up about 40 miles from here in Bloomsburg. And my mom, my dad was born in Indiana County. My mom was born in Punxsutawney. And I like to say, Punxsutawney Bob Casey only pops his head up every 6 years. You never see him. You never hear him. All of a sudden, he's showing up. Hey, remember me? It's Bob Casey. I got to grow up in the greatest commonwealth in the country, the greatest country in the world. I grew up baling hay and trimming Christmas trees in the summer. I got to wrestle and play football in towns like Selinsgrove and Shikellamy, North Schuylkill. And I got to go to West Point and serve in the 82nd Airborne Division in Iraq and serve our great country. So when I talk about the American dream, I know what I'm talking about because I have lived the American dream. And guess what? It's slipping away. That American dream, it's not going to be here for our kids. It's not going to be here for their kids. That American dream is slipping away unless we turn this country around. We got to do it. We got to do it. And you know, you can't call me a politician because right now I'm just a business guy trying to fix the country, right? But every politician for years has told you, this is the most important election of your lifetime. This is the one. Well, this really is the one. This is the one. This is a race that's a choice. It's a choice between strength and weakness. It's a choice between the success of the Trump administration and the dismal failure of the Biden, Harris, Casey administration. It's a choice between common sense policies to get our country back on track and the most dangerously liberal politician and agenda in the history of our country, Kamala Harris and Bob Casey votes for 98% of the time. It's a choice. It's a choice, my friend. Does anybody here, is there a single person here that thinks they're better off than they were 3.5 years ago when Bob, are you better off? Sky high inflation, 60% of Pennsylvanians live in paycheck to paycheck. Prices are up by 20%. We are in deep, deep trouble economically because of the spending of Biden, Harris, Casey. It's out of control. Our border's wide open. Our border's wide open. It's depressing wages. The fentanyl crisis right here in Pennsylvania due to the weak policies of Biden, Harris, Casey. The war on energy is driving up our fuel prices. Fuel costs 40% more than it did the day Biden took office. And people around the world are testing us because they think we're weak. They didn't think we were weak under Donald Trump. They think we're weak under Biden, Harris, Casey. That's the America we have today, and we got to turn it around. And here's something I want to tell you. It could get worse. It could get worse. With Harris as president and Bob Casey voting for her, in her own words, don't believe me, in her own words, I want to ban fracking. I want to transition energy workers. I want to give amnesty to 11 million illegal immigrants. Listen to this one. I want to have mandatory buybacks of your guns. And just when you think it can't get worse, she says she wants the government to stop you all from eating red meat. I'm laughing, but it's not funny. We need new leadership. We need strength and leadership in the White House. We need President Trump in the White House to get our economy back on track. We need Trump and a new senator from Pennsylvania to secure our border. We need to unlock our energy sector and make America energy dominant. We need to strengthen our military because the only way to have peace is through strength, and we don't have it right now. This is the most important election of your lifetime, and we need you. We need you, Pennsylvania. We need you, Wilkes-Barre. Get out the vote. Tell your friends. Register. This isn't about being a Republican or a Democrat. This is about being an American. We have to save our country. We have to save our Commonwealth, and you're the key. Thank you all for everything you're doing, and let's make Pennsylvania great again.
Whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former U.S. Senator Rick Santorum.
Thank you. Thank you. It is great to be back. It's great to be back in northeastern Pennsylvania, and I just want to say, first and foremost, thank you. Thank you for giving me the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve the people of Pennsylvania in the United States Senate for 12 years. So thank you all very much. God bless you for giving me that opportunity. I want to thank the Trump campaign for giving me the chance to say a few words here tonight. First thing I want to do is talk about the guy that was just out here. I've had a chance to know Dave McCormick for 25 years. I knew Dave McCormick 25 years ago when he was in Pittsburgh running a brand new high-tech organization that was transforming the landscape and the economy of Pittsburgh. He was a dynamic leader. He was creating jobs. He was bringing and attracting new dynamic industries to southwestern Pennsylvania. He then went on and worked in the administration and did the same thing, tried to create jobs and bring jobs back to America. I've known Dave as a hard worker for a long, long time. Dave McCormick, a soldier, an entrepreneur, someone who's worked in government, he is the real deal. I'll tell you who isn't the real deal. I happen to be old enough to remember the real Bob Casey. You see, the real Bob Casey is not the senator from Pennsylvania. The real Bob Casey was the governor of Pennsylvania. The real Bob Casey was the guy who was so popular because he stood up to his party, because he fought for what he believed was right, not for what the left wing of his party was pushing. He stood up, and in fact, he was so popular that lots and lots of people named Bob Casey ran for office and got elected because their name was Bob Casey. And one of them happened to be Bob Casey Jr., who got elected simply because his name was Bob Casey. I'll tell you what, I knew Bob Casey, the real Bob Casey. I worked with the real Bob Casey. I got along with the real Bob Casey. And Bob Casey Jr. is not the real Bob Casey. He is the fake Bob Casey. He is a guy that has not only not stood up to his party, he's voted with Harris and Biden 98% of the time. I'll tell you what, I am here today because the agenda of Harris, Biden, and Casey is a threat to the future of our country. It is the most radical, left-wing, anti-American platform that this country has ever seen. And I'm here for Donald J. Trump for one reason. Not just, well, I'll say two reasons. Number one, he has done the job. He has created the best economy in the history of our country. He protected our country from wars. He protected our country from illegal immigrants coming here and terrorists coming here. He did the job. He did the job for working men and women in this country. And I know that was his passion. Let me tell you a little story. 10 years ago, I had just run for president in 2012, and I wrote a book called Blue Collar Conservative and laid out an agenda talking about how we need to help working men and women in this country rise because they're getting crapped on by the politicians and bureaucrats in Washington and all of these big corporate behemoths. I was out doing a radio program and I got a call from Donald J. Trump. He says, I want to talk to you. So I went to New York and met with Donald J. Trump. And we sat there and he said, someone needs to stand up for working men and women in this country. Someone needs to run for president with them in mind. Everybody thinks MAGA was just some creation of some folks in some backroom politicians that were coming up with a new idea. This was in Donald Trump's heart and Donald Trump's soul to put American workers back to work. I said to him, why do you want to do this? You're already the most famous person in America. You already have more money than anybody could ever want. Why are you doing this? And his answer was, because I know the key to the greatness of America. I know the key to the happiness and success of people is to earn success, is to work and succeed and have pride in what you do to provide for yourself and your family, and I want to restore that pride in America. And he did. No president ever, his economic policies of any president in history never saw lower and middle income people's wages rising faster than higher income people. It's just the opposite under Biden. Real wage growth has plummeted under Biden and Harris. We need Donald Trump because we need to restore success in America. We need to restore pride in America. And we need to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Navy veteran and national recording artist, David Bray.
Y'all want to sing one more? This one speaks for itself. 'Cause if tomorrow all the things were gone I worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife, I thank my God above to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom and they can't take that away. 'Cause I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died and gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart. It's time we stand and say, Pennsylvania! 'Cause I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died and gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. All right, Pennsylvania, I hear you. I hear you. So listen up, I wrote a couple new verses to this song. You want to hear the new verses? I said you want to hear the new verses? All right, so listen up, because they're important. But as I look across this nation, seeing broken faith and hearts, both sides being played just to tear each other apart. But when we come together, we show the world each day that we are still the people and free people people, we shall stay. Yeah. You want that freedom? 'Cause I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died and gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. All right, this one's the most important one, as I know we got some young ones out there in this world, and it's up to us to be the adults of this country and do the right thing as we pass on the torch of freedom to the next generation. So listen up. And so let's do it for the children. Let Lady Liberty lead the way. Back to American freedom, back to love and hope and grace. And when we come together, we show the world each day that where they see our American flag, freedom shall remain. Yeah. Sing it! I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died and gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. God bless the USA. God bless the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Chairman Michael Whatley.
Well, God bless Pennsylvania. Are you guys excited to welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States today? What a great crowd, what a great excitement, what a great corner of a great state to be here today. You know, every time we have a conversation about an election, and everybody wants to know what's it going to take to win. There are two questions you got to answer. The first question is why? And the second question is how? Well, I would argue in this election cycle, the why is pretty darn simple. This is an election cycle that's going to come down to a question of strength versus weakness. When we talk about weakness, what do we mean? Weakness is a border czar who has taken 94 executive actions to open up and destroy the most secure southern border that we have ever had in the United States, who allowed 10 million illegal immigrants that we know of to come across our southern border and bring in the scourge of fentanyl and migrant crime. Weakness is a vice president who cast the tie-breaking votes to unleash inflation on this country, who has single-handedly raised the price of groceries by 20%, rent by 20%, gasoline by 50%, and doubled the price of a house in just 4 years. Weakness is a vice president who refused to go to Congress, do her job, and meet with Benjamin Netanyahu, who refuses to stand with our friend Israel in the Middle East, who has told President Putin, don't invade Ukraine. Guess what he did 5 days later? He invaded Ukraine. That's weakness, folks. What do we mean when we talk about strength? Strength is a president who says that when he's back in office on the first day, he's going to unleash Pennsylvania and American energy. He's going to end inflationary spending, and he is going to bring prices back down to where they need to be. Strength is a president who says on the first day in office, he's going to secure the southern border and end the invasion across our border. Strength is a president who will stand with our allies and stand up to bullies like Iran and China and Russia. And strength is a president who will get up off of a stage just like this one after he's been shot and let everybody know that he's okay and tell them to fight, fight, fight. So how are we going to do it? How are we going to win this election? We're going to do three things. Number one, we are going to continue to talk every single day to every single American family and every single voter, and we're going to talk about the issues that care about, and we are going to have rallies just like this one, including the one that we're going to have very soon over in Butler. Second, we are going to get out the vote. We are going to make sure that we get the largest turnout of any election ever. How many people here voted for Donald Trump in 2016 or 2020? How many people here are going to vote for him in 2024? It's not enough. We need you to go find 10 of your friends, colleagues, family members, co-workers. We need you to go to sign up at TrumpForce47.com, become a Trump Force captain, and get the rest of the people out. The third thing we're going to do, we are going to protect the ballot. As soon as Laura Trump and I took over the RNC, we built the first ever national election integrity program, and we are going to do simple things, like we are going to make sure that only American citizens can vote, that you have to have. We're going to make sure you have to have a valid ID to vote. We're going to force states to clean up their voter rolls. And we're going to protect our mail-in ballots so that everybody knows the sanctity of their ballot is going to count. The second thing we're going to do is we are going to be in the room. We are going to be in the room whenever a vote is cast. We are going to be in the room whenever a vote is counted. And for that, we need you. We need everybody here in this arena. We need everybody in Pennsylvania. We need everybody across the country to go to protectthevote.com and sign up. We've already had 12,000 people across Pennsylvania sign up to protect the vote. Can we count on you? So we're going to protect the vote. We're going to get out the vote. And we're going to talk to every American family. And when we do, we are going to carry Pennsylvania We are going to expand our majority in the House. We're going to flip the Senate with Dave McCormick. And we are going to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House as the 47th President of the United States of America.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Make America great again. I don't recognize her at all. Streets are full of drugs and illegals. It's time to finish that wall and make America great again. You might be woke, but you ain't awake.
Nikki, scoot over just a touch. There you go.
I was off, Kat. When I looked, I was like half off. I don't know why.
No, you're good. You can come like a half step this way. You're good.
Well, the crowds are filling in, the energy is contagious, and the enthusiasm cannot be beat. We are here live in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. There's a little bit of a question to go on, because some people say Wilkes-Barre, some people say Wilkes-Barre. But one way or the other, we are in Pennsylvania, and we are excited, and we are all Americans ready to see the great Donald J. Trump. In just moments, I'm Nikki Stanzione.
Mike Fortin. And well, there's some debate about how much this arena has filled up. It's about a 10,000 seat arena.
Yes.
And there's some seats behind us that are blocked off because the press is here. But yeah. I would say this arena is almost full. We've got 2 levels here, well, 3 levels if you count the floor.
Yeah.
This place is filling up with people still streaming in. We expect Donald Trump to arrive in about 45 minutes, 4 p.m. Eastern time here. And the crowd, after hearing some of these speakers, is really fired up, really excited for what they're hearing, and super excited to see the man himself, Donald Trump, at 4 p.m.
It was fun to hear that rendition of Proud to be an American. People got really excited about that, really, really ready for that. And I would say, you know, like you said, behind us, there's a whole area that's like roped off, so you can't even, nobody's allowed there. But there's only one little section on that side, one section on that side. I will say some of the mainstream media have said it's 60% full. I said it's more like 85 right now, 85%. Not because you can't count the area that's not allowed to be used. You can't count that. So, and it's only one section. So there's only two little sections, and then of course all the way up there. So here's what's happening. We are excited. We are ready. We are energized. We've got some amazing sponsors. But I do want to say there are 20 core promises that President Trump has made to make America great again. We're going to talk about that. But first, we've got some sponsors to talk about. Who do we want to talk about first? Because we want to make sure we get to all of them before we get to President Trump. Oh, yes. This is a good one, and this is exciting because this is something we haven't talked about a lot, but we're, of course, in Pennsylvania today. And by the way, 16 delegates, if I'm not mistaken, 16 delegates up for grabs this election in Pennsylvania. They often will say, if you get Pennsylvania, because it's such a strong swing state, if you get Pennsylvania, you got this election. Another really important and special area is the state of Tennessee, and we love Tennessee. We wanted to let you know that it's one of the most amazing places in the country to live. There is 0% state income tax. You've got pro-business, hands-off government. You've got spectacular countryside. You've got fun cities. There's really not much not to love, right? And the spirit of American freedom is alive, and it's well in Tennessee. Right now, Tennessee Land and Lakes is actually going to be selling off large acreage properties just outside of Nashville, which we talked about earlier. Is such a spectacular city, often referred to as Music City, in one of the most popular destination spots in the entire country. Way below market prices are going to be available from only $89,000, which is unheard of. $89,900 to be exact. 5 acres with a cozy cabin and towering woods, about $199,900. 18 acres with riding trails and a horse country, $159,900. Also, massive 86 acres, very private. You're just under $400,000. I mean, in my neighborhood in Jersey, I can tell you this: you can't get half an acre for $400,000. This is a big deal. That's 86 acres. 5 to 86 acre properties, $89,900 is where it begins, which is incredible. You can build, you can camp, you can recreate, you can rejoice, you can invest your property your way, and you can learn more about one of the best buying opportunities that there is in Tennessee. And here's how you do it. It's very, very easy. You click or call. So write it down. www.866-345-LAND.com. www.866-345-LAND.com. Again, one more time, www.866-345-LAND. And just buy something real, right? Make this your home. It's a great place. And another great place is here in Wilkes-Barre, or Barre, however you use it, tomato, in Pennsylvania.
I got to say, the whole thing about Tennessee, it's just so appealing.
It is.
To be able to, imagine living on 5 acres, nice little house, raising your kids, being able to go outside, have fun. It just sounds so appealing. That's just amazing.
Good
Especially
old
coming from
Rocky
big cities. Big cities, but my time on the East Coast of New York and California and now Las Vegas, God, it's just, it would seem such a great opportunity.
It's such a great country. You know, you and I have talked about it today a little bit about, we've lived all over this country, and people come from all over the world to be in America, and when you do it to become a citizen, you do it legally, you can't imagine just the incredible graciousness of this nation to all of those who come here, because that's what makes us so great. But when you come here illegally and you don't do it by law, it really does create a lot of problems within the country that's really unfair to the citizens who have born here, as well as the citizens who legally and lawfully migrated here. And so to that point, getting into this important agenda, and this is the real agenda. This is what we need to talk about.
Yeah.
There's a lot of misinformation out there, and President Trump has been very, very clear to debunk anything that is not the truth. This is his actual agenda, the 47th agenda. Okay,
agenda 47.
There's no 25 in that. All right. Here's some of the core promises. Number 1, seal the border.
Absolutely.
Okay, stop the migrant invasion. Not stop immigrants from coming here legally, stop the illegal migration. Carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. It's got to be done because we've got to give the jobs and the land back to the people who actually come here legally and live here legally,
Yep.
right? It's taking away jobs.
It's taking away jobs. I mean, it's taking away places to live. You know, entire apartment buildings. I know in Los Angeles, an entire apartment building that was slated, you know, for just regular apartments has now been, you know, taken and given to homeless or illegal immigrants now. I mean, there's a music place in there, there's a theater, there's a gym, you know, and these people, in my opinion, haven't necessarily earned it. You know, we have streets filled with homeless veterans and veterans with issues that would be so much better suited for stuff like this. We've spent $66 billion.
That's right.
On illegal immigration over the last 3.5 years. $66 billion for illegal immigrants. We've spent $6 billion for our veterans.
That's right.
So it's really
How is that okay?
It's absolutely shameful. You know, when you think about what we're giving to people who are brand new here, didn't come in here the right way, and are now taking up all this money and all these resources that really should be going to our veterans that have fought and died for this country.
That's right. And, you know, so many of the underprivileged communities and areas that are just crime-ridden and impoverished. And when you think about that, they're the areas and the cities and the people that need the help the most. And that's part of this agenda and what that really means. That's one of the most important things on the entire agenda for this administration. Also, another one which we've talked extensively about is to end inflation. Inflation is a big deal. I thought it was interesting when Elon offered up his services to President Trump the other night. He said, look, we've got to get the government spending under control. We've got to regulate government spending and make sure that the money that we're putting into the government is coming back to us. And he offered his work to President Trump, and he said, I'd love that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Elon's an incredible individual.
Of
you know,
course.
he's an absolutely brilliant individual. You know, whether or not you agree with Elon 100% of the time or not, he's a brilliant
But who
individual.
do you agree with 100% of the time ever?
That's
right?
exactly it.
Yeah.
And that goes back to, you know, what I was saying earlier with, you know, agree to disagree, have the conversation.
Yeah.
But, you know, Elon has made so many brilliant offers. You know, he offered to give $1 billion to the city of Los Angeles to help solve homelessness.
Right.
And he said, the only thing I want is accountability. I want to know where every dollar and every penny goes. And they refused to take the money because they couldn't document where everything was going to go. So that just goes to tell you, you know, a little bit about the corruption that exists. California itself has lost, I believe it was $24 billion that they had dedicated to homelessness, and nobody knows where that's gone till this day. So pretty shameful on the part of California and Los Angeles to not accept that help and be able to, you know, account for where that money's being spent.
Right. No, that's so well said, and that's a big concern. And here's the other thing you have to consider based on what you just said. Kamala Harris was a big part of the demise, in all honesty, of California. When you look at what happened in San Francisco, she is a big part of what you are seeing happening in California because of her policies and her decisions. And that's not opinion. You can look it up. You can read about it. And we don't want to see America turn into what's happened in California. We want to get California cleaned up again. President Trump always says it's one of his favorite states in the nation. He says he has properties there. He has golf courses there. He loves California. He always has. And he's really sad to see what it's become, and he wants to clean it up. So that's a big part of it. Another thing that we've talked about, this is number 4 on the top 20 agenda, is the idea of making us energy dominant. We talked about it a little bit before, but we have to be not just energy efficient. We have to be energy dominant. We were energy independent under President Trump. Now we need to be energy dominant in the world by far, is what he says. And we do, because we have to be the ones that people turn to for energy so that we're not begging for it from someone else.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and you know, again, that comes back to finances. You know, a lot of us are struggling to keep up with everyday bills and food, gas, and even our power bills. You know, again, washing all the clothes, keeping all the food cold, you know, our power bill. Again, I try to make all of this relatable so we know what you're going through at home. So American Finance can certainly help you. If you own a home, I want you to call them. give American Financing a call. You can save an average of $854 a month. $854 a month. That's a lot of money for a lot of people. By tapping into the home equity and wiping out high-interest credit card debt, $854 a month over the course of a year is like getting a $10,000 raise. Credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying a balance from month to month. And if you're only paying the minimum every month, it'll take you years to pay that off. Trust me, I know. There are no upfront fees to get started, so call American Financing today. And if you call today, you may not have to make this month's mortgage payment.
I like
American
that.
Financing, 888-402-7299. Again, that's 888-402-7299. Or you can go to americanfinancing.net/RSBN.
I love it. I mean, what an incredible sponsor they are. I hope that we're helping you out with some decisions you're making for both your health and your money decisions in your lives right now with some of the sponsors on RSBN. Make sure you're following us all on RSBN. Go to RSBN on YouTube. Go on Rumble. You can join the interactive chats. We read them. We love to see and hear from all of you. You can also go to Truth Social and follow RSBN, and on Instagram and Facebook as well. Go to rsbnetwork.com to get all your information. Download the free app. It's very important because you want to stay on top of everything. We're going to be in York, Pennsylvania on Monday with remarks from President Trump on the economy. So we're following him around. I think he'll be in Michigan on Tuesday. He's going to be out there doing his thing because you know what? President Trump is not afraid to answer questions, to talk to the people, and to share his ideas with the world. And that's what we need to see from both candidates, to be frankly quite honest.
Yeah, it's President Trump confronts the media head on.
Yes.
And
He sure does.
a lot of people don't like to hear that truth. A lot of people don't like that he will put himself out there, answer the questions. Again, not a politician, didn't come from a political background, came from a sales background, a construction background. He's not your typical candidate, and
that's why we love him.
Exactly. He's someone who's very relatable.
Yes.
If you listen to President Trump, you may not like some of the things that you've heard. You may not like everything. Again, like we said, you're not going to like everything people say 100% of the time, but he is an American's American, if you will, and he wants to make the country great again. One thing I wanted to touch on, Nikki, you mentioned business earlier, and if you saw the clip that has just come out about Kamala Harris, so many Americans work so hard for their entire life for that one break.
That's right.
If they were to get a patent or something of that nature, and Kamala Harris jokingly on stage says, "Hey, listen, if I want to take a patent, the government's going to take a patent and we're going to use that. We're going to swipe it from them," and laughs about that. There's people who have worked their entire life.
I just read it. Literally just read it.
There's people who have worked their entire life. Small businesses are under attack, and this just goes to show a little bit of the insight into what Kamala Harris thinks and feels that big government can do to small business, to the average American. A small business makes up over 60% of businesses in the United States, and to hear a comment like that is disgusting from a political candidate. They will go in and literally take someone's life's work right out from under them.
Well, one of the things that bothers me, and it's, listen, we're pro this movement because we're pro America first, and it's not necessarily being pro something doesn't mean you have to be against another, but we have to lay out the facts. And one of the things that really bothers me is the fact that we have in President Trump, and I think no matter how you feel about the Republican Party or conservatives, which he says, by the way, is not really the conservative party, it's the party of common sense, but no matter how you feel about that, one thing we can all agree on is consistency. His messaging since the 80s has been nothing but consistent. He has not flip-flopped on his policies or his ideas or his thoughts or even his personality. It has completely been the same exact everything. If you've watched his interviews with The View, if you watch his interviews with David Letterman, his interviews with Oprah Winfrey on Saturday Night Live, all of the pop culture media, he was well loved and beloved by all of them. And if you listen to his messaging, it's really no different than it is now.
Nothing's
it's just
changed.
There's an R next to his name, and he was the president, and there's been a significant change, but not necessarily because of what people live and believe, but maybe because of what they're told to see and what edited clips they're given privy to, or the narratives that maybe they're following. So I really implore you to get very educated and recognize the facts. That being said, that authenticity and that consistency in messaging is so important. When you saw Kamala Harris on stage just under a month ago saying Bidenomics is everything, it's fabulous, and she's talking about Bidenomics as if it is literally the best thing, and now what she's doing is saying, I know know that things are bad. I know that prices are too high.
When
I
she's
know
the
it's
one
awful.
who caused it.
Right, and then she's saying, I'm going to fix it on day one. And as President Trump said in the press conference, day one was 3.5 years ago. Why aren't you fixing it now? If that's your promise to America when you get in office, fix it now. And he even said, I hope she does. I hope the next 5 months are better for us. He doesn't want to see the country going down, no matter who's in charge. So when people say it's all about him, it's absolutely not. If it was, he'd be on a golf course every day or at a pool and not getting indicted and not dealing with all of that combat, all the combat from the other side. He would actually live a different life. So I really have to say that from the side of seeing it firsthand, Mike. We are there. We see it ourselves, and we can tell you honestly. You should go. If you see on My Truth, I posted the video of him acknowledging when I said thank you to him for his generosity with the press, because we need to see that from both sides. You can find that on Truth Social at Nick Stanz, NIKSTANZ, and on Instagram as well. I mean, and I know you post a lot of really fun things and stories, and people should interact with you also.
Yeah, I would certainly appreciate that.
Yes.
It's Mike Fortin, Mike, the number 4, TIN on Instagram.com, or Mike, FORTIN on X, and I would certainly appreciate it. I'm happy to engage. But, one of the things that you mentioned is just how open President Trump is. And, one of the things I love is I saw Joe Rogan actually was doing one of his amazing interviews, and he was the one who brought up, the old clips of President Trump, then prior, just Donald Trump, on The View so many years ago, talking to Barbara Walters and Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar, and absolutely was adored. Absolutely adored on every show that he did. They
even on Morning Joe, they adored him.
Yeah, they absolutely loved him. And now, because he is the front runner, the former president of the United States, they absolutely hate him. And this media agenda to simply try and destroy everything and anything with a Trump name on it, including the presidency, it's appalling. It's truly appalling what has been taking place and how hard they have tried with the indictments and the charges that were nothing years and years ago to try and turn them into something. We've seen those cases just be absolutely eviscerated. The courts have made their decisions, and I think we may be surprised in September when we see Donald Trump back in court. And I would not be surprised to see those charges just evaporate based on SCOTUS's ruling.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And the sentencing was pushed to September 18th. He's actually, this week they filed to get it postponed after the election so that it doesn't look like weaponization of the justice system is going to be an election infringement. So we're trying to see what happens with that. Of course, we'll be covering it if it happens, but either way, we'll let you know. I think that if you look at the whole case in itself, and if you watched the case, you saw people on every network, including CNN and MSNBC, and all of these incredible scholars. A lot of times President Trump will quote Jonathan Turley and a lot of these incredible historians, and they talked about the fact that this was a sham trial. And if you really think about it and you watched it and you listened to it and you listened to every side, what you came to the conclusion was, they just wanted to figure out a way to be able to call him a convicted felon to make their case. But if you actually look at the case itself, it fell apart a long time ago, and I do implore you to do so. Even the way that they had a rule on it, the jurors' instructions were very different than the average juror's instruction. They didn't have to have all jurors agreeing. They could have 4 agree on one thing, 4 agree on another. It was a very strange situation, very mysterious the way it all went down. And also what happened to him with the case in New York. Thanks to Letitia James and Alvin Bragg, you also saw both of them really coming after him because their mission was to get Trump. In her case, that whole entire thing was based on him, quote, overvaluing his Mar-a-Lago property, which I don't know if you guys have ever looked at real estate. We were just talking about it, but real estate, I lived in South Florida. In West Palm Beach, if you were to buy any kind of land on that property with nothing built, with oceanfront property, you're looking at well over $15 million.
And to say that property was, what, $17 or $18 million
ridiculous.
Is absolute lunacy.
Yeah.
If anyone has ever seen it, if you've only seen pictures of it on TV, and what's super interesting is all the legal scholars and all of the real estate people they brought in, their opinions, their facts We're just completely tossed to the side.
Yeah.
Nobody was listened to.
Well,
the judge had made up the case
before.
long before
Yes.
the case ever started.
Yes.
It's shocking to
It's
see
shocking.
how people that are so respected in the legal community for so many years are so quickly disregarded.
I know.
But now what's interesting is what we're seeing is the media over the past couple days has seemingly flipped on Kamala Harris and her campaign.
Yeah.
They don't like a lot of the stuff that's coming out. They are not very happy with her price fixing scheme,
No, they're
if
not.
you will, that you
Because
may have heard
they need
about.
transparency, and they're not getting it.
Absolutely, and we've seen what happens with other countries when you, like Venezuela and Cuba and things like that, when the government tries to regulate pricing of food and
Right.
groceries. What happens is that creates a shortage in
Right.
so many cases, and then what happens is it can also create collusion between the companies and the government.
Right.
So now you can raise and lower prices, and obviously we know what's going to happen. They're going to raise prices for more profit. It's not a good scenario. And so to see all of these mainstream media networks now really seriously questioning her and questioning a lot of the things that are happening with that campaign and with Tim Walz, it's a little bit refreshing. We're starting to see the mainstream kind of look at it in a different light.
Well, it's in their best interest. We're all Americans. We're all living here. So that's why I always say, look at everything. Look at the facts. Don't look at the sound bites. Look at the facts, because what happens is if you don't do that, it actually hurts you. And all of the things we're saying are not about, oh, I want you to love President Trump because I want you to say that you are a MAGA. I want you to love President Trump because you want to make your country great again, because it's your country and the effects of it will affect you as well. Just really quickly, I just want to finish one thing and piggyback on what you
Absolutely.
said about that case that was in New York that was almost a $500 million fine to him. I want to just say this. One of the main things that you have to understand is that the banks actually said that they wanted to work with him again because he was so good at paying the banks back and because he was easy to work with and so incredible as a client. So one of the biggest problems with that case was that they were saying there is no victim, because that quote victim actually loved him and wanted to work with him again. So I just wanted to say that, because those of you out there that aren't totally
it's important
informed,
to note that as
you
well,
need to
that there
know
was
those
no
things.
victim. There was no victim.
People say it and
Everyone
they don't know.
said he paid on time. He was never
Right.
late. There was never any issues. So it was really a sham trial. No matter how you look at it, it was really a sham trial.
Yeah.
And one thing we want to do is, again, we have to thank our sponsors, because without them, this wouldn't be possible. Without you, this wouldn't be possible.
Right.
And I'd like to thank Tax Network. If you're struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns, the IRS is escalating collections. Thanks to Kamala Harris, added another 20,000 new agents and is sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off this year.
That's how it all began this year.
In these challenging times, your best defense is a partner like Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion. That's a billion with a B.
Yep.
No matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise and advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS. They do it every day for millions of clients, aiming to significantly reduce your and their debt. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from the IRS. So if they're trying to come after you, they're trying to take your stuff, you'll hang on to that thanks to Tax Network.
We're so
Importantly,
grateful.
they're licensed to help in every state. So regardless of where you live, Tax Network is able to help you. Tax Network doesn't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from seizures and manage your yearly returns for an ongoing compliance. Importantly, the clock is ticking. Apologize, read these a lot, so every now and then there's a slight glitch
And there's
in the
a lot
matrix.
of loud music playing behind us,
There
too.
is. Your mind is going 1,000 miles an hour. The clock is ticking. Don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. Call 1-800-357-1415 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. Again, that's tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't let tax issues overpower you and your family. Turn to Tax Network and find your way to financial peace of mind.
Fabulous. we're so grateful again for our sponsors, and we're grateful for all of you. I'm scrolling through some of the comments, some of the things that you guys are saying. I hope you don't think we're rude when we look at our phones, but this is the new age, right? I remember back in the day when I first started doing news reporting, we only had cue cards or prompters or just everything was memorized, and we memorize as much as we can, but in real time, because we interact so much, we like to hear what you're asking, what you're wanting to hear more about. So sometimes we have to refer to technology to get those answers.
And let me tell you,
and we appreciate it.
Thanks to everyone in our studio too that is regulating this, because here the music is so loud we can barely hear each other. I've had to move my ear monitor over a little bit just because we can barely hear each other. We're inches away, and it's a great time. It's a fun time. The music is great, but at the same time, it gets to be a little bit much. So forgive us, especially myself, if I slip up every now and then, because there's just so much going on. We're on a media riser, is what they call it. So we have a 3-level riser here, just to give you guys a little insight into this fourth wall. We're just above the floor. We're about 5 feet off the floor. We've got about an inch here to step back, or we're going to be on the ground. And so with that, we have all the media here that is going back and forth. We have cameras set up, a foot from each other. We have lights. We have everything. So, it gets a little hectic. We have sometimes people passing under our cameras that you guys don't see. Sometimes you do see them. You'll see the camera shake. So just an idea of where we are and how hectic it is for us who are live to you guys to bring you this exciting content for Donald Trump, all of his supporters, wherever we may go. Just to give you guys a little insight into what we go through every single day while we're walking. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff.
It's fun, though. It's worth, and we get the best seat in the house, I'm not going to lie.
Absolutely.
We're pretty fortunate. But one of the things I have to say about that is we are surrounded by everybody, and we get to hear the different takes from the media, because like I said, we're surrounded by all media, and so I hear what everybody is saying, and it's interesting. That's why I say watch RSBN, because yes, we'll give you our opinions, and of course they are on the side of President Trump. However, we are trying to give you as much factual information as we possibly can share with you so that you can make those informed decisions. But also, we show the actual facts of what's happening. We show you the whole crowd. We ask questions to the crowd. We sort of give you the overview, the summary, without skewing it to say, oh, that section in the back is totally empty. Well, yeah, it's empty. It's because it's blocked off, and it's for press and Secret Service. Of course, that's why it's empty. But all you'll hear from maybe another network is, oh, there's nobody sitting there. So I just think it's important that you hear from us so you know what's actually happening. And I love that we get the chance to do it. And it doesn't matter how many rallies you go to. It's always equally energizing. It's always equally exciting. And when President Trump makes his way onto that stage in just about maybe 20 minutes, if he's on time today, 20 minutes, that's it. And this crowd will go crazy.
Absolutely.
Back to the 20 core promises. We started with the border. We started about the deportation, the inflation, the dominant energy producer in the country, in the world. But here's the other thing that on the agenda. This is number 5. This is stop outsourcing, so that we can turn the United States into the manufacturing superpower that it is intended to be, that it was, and that it will be again. That's a big deal, because he wants to bring business back to the USA. He wants to build a dome in the USA, built in the USA. These are very important things on the agenda because it fuels our economy.
Absolutely. Whatever we want to bring everything we can back to the country. Everything that's been outsourced, we want to make it so that there's tax incentives. And this is also a state thing as well. We want states to be able to offer tax incentives to small business. We want states to give a reason for businesses to build.
Yes.
We want creativity. We want the ingenuity. We want the younger generation to have a reason to want to build something that they believe in, that can help people. And President Trump truly believes in that innovation that this country so desperately needs, and that has seemingly fallen off. There's been such an attack on small businesses.
Oh my gosh.
On innovators, on creatives, that it's infuriating sometimes, because your kids want to do stuff. My daughter, at 10 years old, had started a business making bracelets. Making really cute bracelets, and she wants to create, and she wants a way to make her own business and to become an entrepreneur, even though she can't even say it yet.
That's exciting. Good for her. Good for her. It's the American dream.
Absolutely, and that should be open to everyone. But one thing I want to say is that earlier you mentioned the media and some of the skewed views. What I do see occasionally is mainstream media occasionally panning around early while the arena is filling up.
Well, everybody's getting hot dogs and going to the bathroom.
Right.
And
So while people are coming in, mainstream media has tendency to pan around the room and show you what might be 50%, 60% capacity. Now we are near 100% capacity.
And we'll step away. I'll step off camera so you guys can see.
We can look around a little bit.
People are moving around. People are talking. They're interacting.
We've got the floor. We've got the middle section, and we've got the top section that are all packed. They are now filling in the sections as far back to us as they can, where people will still have a view that Secret Service hasn't cordoned off, which I can tell you now, looking, is maybe 100 seats that are cordoned off. This is a fairly large arena that can hold up to 10,000 people. There are lines of people still streaming in, and we are very, very close to that.
Look at that, Mike, all the way. Remember we were talking about the top? The top is almost all full now, as you can see.
As we see the wave starting, the Trump wave, as we've started to see now at all these rallies. People are just so enthusiastic. Some of these people, as you heard today, this is their second, third, fourth, 10th rally. People are just really invigorated. People really want to see President Trump and what he has to say. His message is very clear. His message has been consistent since day one.
Yep.
I don't know what else President Trump can do to really tell people that this country really needs his leadership once again. And if you don't see that, you need to really understand the values and understand and cut out the rhetoric that you're hearing from the left, because a lot of it is just not true. The majority of it is not true. President Trump is an average guy. He's had a lot of business success, and he wants to bring that success to the United States once again.
Oh boy, the lights are going down. We're getting closer. Woo, it's like being at a concert. I love it. This is exciting. And this is the moment where people start saying, oh, I better get to my seats. We've all been there. We've all done it. Sporting events, concerts. You see the lights starting to go down. You hear the music rile up, and you start to see the crowds filling in even more. They are getting so excited. A lot of first-timers here today. We spoke to so many young, youthful, fabulous, incredible, patriotic Americans. So many beautiful children today. And they weren't even old enough to vote. And they said, I want to be here to support my country, and I love President Trump. And there was one girl in particular who really struck me. She was saying, you know, she doesn't feel safe all the time, and her parents want her to be safe. Her parents want her to be safe, and that's one of the things that a lot of kids are concerned about and a lot of parents are concerned about, and we want to make you feel safe, and I know that that's President Trump's goal. Listen, this is a man who's a family man. He's got incredible children and incredible grandchildren, and I know how important it is to him to make America safe again for his family. Not RSBN. He said fake news. Not RSBN. Not us. We're good. We're right side broadcasting, buddy. So you know what happens, right? You know what happens. President Trump calls out the media for what they do, which is fair and true. But then there's those people out there that realize, well, wait, RSBN doesn't count because they are actually on our side, right? That's what a lot of them say. Okay, we're getting super close. Everybody's super excited as we get to the final soundtrack moments, right? Because you start to hear all these songs. Oh, are they saying fight, 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 right?
Yeah, they're screaming fight, 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 a combination of fight, 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 and USA. And
yep. But before we get, my song. We got Elvis on Suspicious Minds. There are suspicious minds out there, and rightfully so. But one of the things I want to just say before we get into the speech, which is coming up really soon, we want to remind you about Birch Gold Group. In these crazy times, there is peace in security. Peace of mind comes with security. We want you to have it, and we want you to be able to do it, because if you think about it and you have all your eggs in one basket, it's not going to help you to be financially secure. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you secure your finances with gold and silver, an excellent excellent way to be able to go further in your economy by having the security that you need. So that being said, through our friends at Birch Gold Group, you are going to be able to have your own physical gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. And this is one thing you can do to secure your family's economic security and their retirement accounts. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898, and you can get all that security with gold. But by the way, in August only, on any purchase that you make, Birch Gold is offering you this brand new free, this is so cool, free silver coin. And what it does is it depicts President Trump in that fight moment that we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, when there was an attempt on his life at that rally on July 13th. So it's fabulous to have it, and you can get that in August only. August is coming to an end, so make it your own historical momentum, if you will. It's a memento that you'll have forever and ever, and you don't want to miss your chance to be a part of American history. So get your security, secure your savings today, and do it with Birch Gold Group. Just text Trump to 989898. And now I'm going to step off for a second so you can see everybody enjoying Elvis Presley right now. Suspicious minds everywhere in this country.
There really is. You've said it best. One thing I want to say is, you hear us talk about our sponsors so much, and we love them, and we couldn't do it without them. Show them some love. Take a minute. At least learn about the sponsors that we're telling you about. It takes 2 seconds to send a text, 989898. Send Trump to that number. Learn about it. See if it's for you. You don't need a lot of money to invest. So do them a favor. Do us a favor, because we need both of you and them to be able to continue what we do here at RSBN. So we've got the crowd here. Really has filled in. Once that music is hit, the lights have dimmed, and now we are near, I would venture to say we're at 99% capacity right now. Another guy, thank you. They really, it's so great to be out here, and it's so humbling to be out here and just have people come up and praise us and thank us for what we do. Sometimes President Trump will point to the media back here, and we're inundated with boos as part of the general media, but people will come by at the end and say, hey, that wasn't meant for you, which is awesome to hear. It's great to be part of such a movement and such a network that is able to show you what is truly happening here on the campaign trail and take you a little bit more inside so that you can see what these Americans are having to deal with. Just like you at home, you're not alone. It's one thing we've learned, that everyone has problems, and I think a lot of the people that we talk to and we interview here are very relatable, and that's one reason why RSBN has become as adored and as loved as we have, because we try and bring everyone together. We give you unfiltered information. We give you these man-on-the-street interviews so that you can see what's truly happening, and no matter what side of the aisle you're on, because we have viewers from both. As you can see, a lot of the comments, we have people on both sides, so we hope that everyone can see and form their own opinion. Things aren't always as they seem in mainstream media. If we've learned anything since 2015, it's that not everything is as it seems when it comes to the media. It's not always as honest as we thought it was, and the information that you're getting from what's happening here. So you got.
Oh, by the way, Mike, right now they're playing one of Trump's newest ads. This is one of the greatest ads, because now we're getting into ad war time. Ad wars are on the brink because we're going to see the biggies coming out on all the networks. This is one of the biggest ones. What it does is it's highlighting all of the consequences of the illegal immigration. And these consequences have been dangerous, and we've talked about it and touched on it, but here's a perfect example. And it's actually a very scary ad, to be honest, because it reminds you of what the repercussions are of criminals being let into our country without being vetted.
Absolutely. As we're watching this ad here, people are literally, illegal immigrants are literally being caught for crimes and given job training. And it seems that, criminals for Kamala is the ad, which really, who wouldn't vote for someone who is bailing them out of jail, allowing them to destroy this country, hurt people, take things that aren't theirs? It's really just one of those times in our country that we need to get back to what is right and wrong. This entire 3.5 years has been nothing but a disaster from one American's point of view. It's hard to believe what has happened to our children, what's happening in the schools. We've seen what Tim Walz has done. I don't even want to mention it because for me as a father, it's hard to think. Now what we have is the Supreme Court has just blocked Title IV, which is a great win for America. It really just allows boys to be boys and girls to be girls and compete in their own respective sports and stay in their lane. That is one of the best things that could possibly happen to this country right now, so that fathers like me don't have to worry about my little girl getting injured by someone she shouldn't be playing against in the first place. What's important to me is important to you, should be important to the entire country. As we continue to watch this arena fill in, we're getting waves from way up high. It's really great. It's just seeing so many people here. The arena is now 100% at capacity. It doesn't matter what anybody says. We're telling you right now, we're looking up. If our cameras could see all the way to the top here, it's 100% filled. There's no seats left. There's about 80 seats behind the media that are empty, that are roped off for security reasons. But beyond that, it's a packed arena here in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, as we await the arrival of President Trump here in about 5 minutes. If all goes well and Secret Service gets him here on time, he should be taking the stage momentarily.
I'm caught up in Elvis, I'm not going to lie. I am caught up. Up in the sky, you can see on the ceiling where the screens are, the great Elvis Presley, one of President Trump's favorite on his playlist. But the words to this song just move me every time. It's about coming together, right? It's about dreaming about what America could be. And it's so beautiful. There's a beckoning candle, right? I love it. And the lines, while I can think, while I can talk, while I can stand, while I can walk, let my dreams come true. And I remember a couple weeks ago when President Trump was asked what does he want his legacy to be, he said he wants his legacy to be that he helped make the American dream a reality once again. And I can't imagine a better message right now.
Well, I can tell you that President Trump is forthcoming. We're starting to see security move about, getting ready for the arrival of the man of the hour, President Trump, here in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
Amazing. Okay, we're getting close because I recognize, I always know when we're getting close based on the playlist. When we hear Elvis, when we hear What a Wonderful World, when we hear YMCA, Macho Man probably coming up on on deck, I would imagine. That's when we know, because you start to hear people singing along, because these are songs that are not just great songs to listen to that are beautiful melodies and great lyrics, but they actually mean something to this agenda and to this campaign and to this country. And they represent the best of America. You know what I think about a lot is how music brings us together. When you go to a concert, there are liberals, there are conservatives, there are Democrats, there are Republicans, there are people that are independents, there are people who absolutely live for President Trump and people who absolutely do not. And when we hear songs that we love, somehow we all become like one again. And there's something about that collective experience, and that's the collective experience that you have at a Trump rally. And I just wish that those who are so against him or so against this MAGA culture, which again means Make America Great Again, we're all in it together, but I wish so much that the people who feel that way, that strongly, I wish just one time, just once, that they would come to a rally and be surrounded by this kind of love. I mean, it makes me want to cry. To be surrounded by this kind of kindness, the way that people embrace people. If I said to you, listen, I'm from another country, I'm a different color than you, I'm a different ethnicity than you, I'm different, whatever it may be, whatever your preferences in life are, but I want to see what it's all about. You know what everybody would do? Everybody would say welcome, and they would embrace you, and that's what I love to see. And I'm so proud that we get a chance to share that with all of you. And I hope that there's a chance that some of you who feel so strongly on the other side will give yourself just that opportunity, even just one time in your life, and maybe, just maybe, you'll think a little differently about it all.
Yeah, absolutely, Nikki. You're 100% right. We're going to step back. We're going to let the music play, and we're going to take a look at some of the crowd here in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, as we await the arrival of President Trump any moment.
and you are looking live there in Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Obviously, awaiting President Trump to take the stage. We will go to that as soon as he does. We do want to give a shout out to Dave and Linda watching from Opelika, Alabama. We are here in Auburn right now at the Right Side Broadcasting Network studios. Again, thank you guys so much for watching us all across so many platforms, including Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, the RSBN app, and of course, rsbnetwork.com. It is Rally Day in the Keystone State. 19 electoral votes up for grabs. Obviously, Mike and Nikki doing a great job there. Just an awesome arena. Look at that place. Packed house for President Trump. So let's go back to some of the music. And as we await the 45th and most likely 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, to take the stage.
Well, I hope that you are as excited as we all are in this incredible arena here in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, where it is filled to capacity. All the seats are full. You know, it's shameful when some of the other networks are showing what was happening 2 hours ago before the stadium was full, because people were at concession stands or the restrooms or walking around or on the line or going through security. Right now, I'm looking around the stadium. I'll post it later. You can follow my page and you can look at RSBN's pages. You'll see every seat is full all the way to the tippy top. We are packed in here. I believe that the capacity is 10,000, and we are not so far off from there. I'll tell you, the only seats that are empty are the ones that are reserved behind the media, where you have no vision at all, and it's saved for press. So otherwise, it is packed. The music is exciting, the people are ready, and the enthusiasm is contagious, as I always say, and I cannot wait until we get into the moment when President Trump makes his way out onto the stage. This place is going to go nuts.
So, we are still awaiting the arrival of President Donald Trump any minute now. I know that his motorcade, from what I just overheard, was a little bit delayed. There's a lot of traffic in the area, as you can imagine, for a rally this size. We've got a 10,000-seat stadium that is packed to capacity. It is 100% filled. There are 0 seats left in the House as we await the arrival of hopefully the 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. We keep getting people coming, running out, throwing out hats. Really excited to see him. People are just absolutely thrilled to be here. We've got people dancing. You know, President Trump's playlist is going on and on with the music. It's a fantastic feeling to be here right now, as we see so many patriots, so many people who just want to see a change in this country. From what we've been seeing for so long now, and this attack on America that is coming from within is just unbridled at this point, coming from the Biden-Harris administration. And to think that anything is going to be different from what we've seen over the last 3.5 years, I think that people would hopefully be smarter than what they've seen and now understand what is at stake for this upcoming election.
You know we're getting close, because when you start to hear the Village People, as soon as you hear YMCA or Macho Man, you know we're getting exceptionally close to the moment. Everybody's getting enthused. You can hear the crowds. Here they go. They're doing a little wave. They're standing up. Of course, right before President Trump comes out, he wants to see the energy in the room. He wants to see the excitement. All of these people have been waiting. Some people said they got here at 1 a.m. this morning, waiting out in the rain, early morning and late night. And all day long, they've been standing outside, anxiously awaiting to come on in. And now they are inside. They are ready. They're energized. And we can't wait to hear what President Trump has to say. At his press conference the other night in Bedminster, he talked a lot about the economy, about inflation, what we're seeing in the grocery store. And it needs to end, because we have to get back to being able to live the lives that are going to help us all be prosperous and help us to be able to afford just the basic necessities and still be able to save money and do things that are going to allow us to have the best lives that we want to live. And that's the American dream. And that's exactly what we are going to be, I'm sure, hearing a whole lot about tonight. Also, everybody's getting energized right now. We're hearing the American Trilogy by Elvis playing right now, and that always gets everybody really riled up. And it's such a happy crowd. I cannot say enough about it. And even when they start to get impatient, they're still happy. They're still happy. They're not complaining. They're not miserable. They're not frowning. They're not angry. They're not violent. They're just peaceful, happy, patriotic, and anxious, if you will.
Absolutely anxious. And what we see, we keep hearing the crowd just roaring. We've got the Donald J. Trump hype team running around, throwing out signs, throwing out hats. People couldn't be more happy. While we wait for this slight delay for President Donald Trump to be arriving, it's great to see the crowd still engaged, still super enthusiastic. People are willing to, they've been waiting all day. A few extra minutes is nothing. Everyone is happy. Families happy. Kids are happy. Everyone's running around. The concession stands are probably sold out at this point. We're seeing people come back with, you know, piles and piles of nachos and food and everything. I just wish someone would slip me some, because that would be amazing. So if you're listening or watching, please feel free and throw nachos at me all day long. But we are here. We're having a great time here in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Wilkes-Barre, Wilkes-Barre, however you want to pronounce it. I was told by the local police department that either one is okay, and either one will be respected. So we're very close to Scranton, home of the famous TV series The Office. I hope to get there tonight and check that place out. But right now, we are very close to the arrival. We keep hearing that President Trump is on his way and or very, very close. So we are waiting his arrival any moment here. As we see the crowd swaying, we see lights, we see iPhones up in the air, people are recording, getting their piece of history, their moment here, as we hear the crowd starting to chant USA, USA, USA over and over. All the Patriots here, 10,000 Patriots here in the Mohegan Sun Arena in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump slated to speak at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. There's been a little bit of a delay, but from what we understand, he is en route to...
I believe he's already here, no?
He may already be here.
Yeah, I believe he's already in the building. He's just not on the stage yet, from what I understand.
We have seen Secret Service start to come out. We've seen them. That generally means that President Trump is imminent any moment. They have come out. So we should be seeing him soon. Maybe he's taking a rest, getting a drink.
No, as you can see from his rallies and every time he makes statements, he gives people the time that he feels they deserve, and sometimes that's at the expense of us because he's so busy making sure that he gives everybody attention. And I'm sure there are delegates and surrogates and people that are donors and people wanting to talk to him backstage, and he always gives people their full attention that they want. And so even though people are waiting, I know he's always so generous with his time that could possibly be why he's running behind. But this song is getting them all ready and revved up, of course. And you have to remember something, everybody. I just think it's so important to remember as we stand here in Pennsylvania today, hardworking Americans are suffering because of this administration's failed policies, and prices are extremely high. The cost of living has soared, crime has skyrocketed, and illegal immigrants are pouring into the country, and Pennsylvanians are really struggling to afford the basics and to stay safe. And so I love the fact that we are here today in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. After seeing prices rise almost 20%, they are ready for a change, and they don't want to struggle. They don't want to have a hard time with the basics. All right, this is it. YMCA is playing. This is usually the lead-in. I always say it. Once I hear YMCA and Macho Man, I know we're really, really close. I'm seeing Secret Service, as you said. Everybody is, safely protected today. We had a really significant security check. The dogs actually had to sniff my bag before I was allowed near the building. I mean, they're very, very... They've really ramped up security for those who are asking about that. And I know that's important to so many of us, including us in the media. We want to make sure that we're all safe, including President Trump, of course. And security is at its best.
100%. And right now we see law enforcement, we see security walking through the crowds, making sure everyone is safe, making sure that if anybody needs medical attention, that there is someone to attend to them at all times. We saw someone go down. They were just overwhelmed to see President Trump in Montana, and first responders took to that person, made sure everything was okay, and got them out. But obviously security, the number one issue here whenever President Trump comes out. We've got YMCA playing in the background, which generally means President Trump's arrival is imminent. One thing I wanted to talk about is we know that Kamala Harris is such a flip-flopper. A few of the things from 2018 until now, how she has flip-flopped on her policies. She said in 2018 that we've got to critically re-examine ICE. And now, up against President Trump, she's saying that a strong border security and an earned pathway through citizenship. In 2019, Harris mentioned that she was open to SCOTUS expansion ideas. And now she does not support SCOTUS expansion ideas, and this is only a few years later. 2019, she supported a mandatory gun buyback program.
Here we go, guys. Here we go.
And now
I think
she's
this is
saying
it.
she will
Gentlemen,
not. Ladies and gentlemen,
please
Donald
welcome
J. Trump,
the next president
is in
of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really give a very big hello to Pennsylvania. It's great to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. Think of this. Who would believe this? 80 days from now, we are going to defeat a communist known as Kamala Harris. She's a communist. Most radical left person ever to run for office. This is not what this country needs. We've had enough of them. We're going to win back the White House, and we're going to take back our country. Kamala Harris is a super left liberal who ruined San Francisco, ruined California, and delivered a badly broken economy, a badly broken border, which gave us a dangerous world of chaos, death, and destruction. Just take a look at what's happening today. We were a respected country. Now the whole world laughs at us. We're a bunch of foolish people to have allowed this to happen, but we're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back very fast. We'll close up the borders. We'll drill, baby, drill. We're going to do things that are going to be very good. Very good, very fast. It'll happen very quickly. But she breaks everything that she touches, but soon we're going to fix every single problem. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, Crooked Joe, what happened to Biden? I was running against Biden. All of a sudden I'm running against somebody else. It's true. You know, it's interesting. I said, who am I running against? Harris. I said, who the hell is Harris? You don't know. Who the hell is Harris? You know, she was the first one out last time. She was the first one to lose, and now all of a sudden she's running. She never got a vote. That they are a threat to democracy. Remember that. Starting the day I take the oath of office, I will rapidly drive prices down, and we will make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again. Under Kamala Harris and crooked Joe Biden, the American dream was dead, and it is dead. It's dead as a doornail. They'll never bring it back unless we win. If we win, we're going to have the American dream alive, all for your beautiful children, your grandchildren. We'll have the American dream. We'll be back with us. Her radical liberal policies have caused horrific inflation, decimated the middle class, and gutted the finances of millions of American families.
and you know what I'm talking about because everybody in this room has been devastated by what they've done. They have no idea they're grossly incompetent people. Real incomes are down by over $2,000 a year. Think of that, minimum. And ours up 5 times that amount, more than 5 times that amount. Her price hikes have cost a typical household a total of $28,000, and that's called the Kamala Harris inflation tax. She was there for everything. You know, when she sits and complains, hey, look, Joe Biden hates her, okay? Hates her. You don't mind if I go off teleprompter for a second, do you? Joe Biden hates her. This was an overthrow of a president. This was an overthrow. They went out, you know, I spent $100 million fighting Joe Biden. They told him he couldn't win. His debate performance wasn't the best ever. But they said mine was the best ever. But they said his debate performance wasn't. I look forward to debating her, by the way. She'll be easier. She'll be easier than him. Her policies are so bad. Her policy, remember, her father was a Marxist economic professor. He was a Marxist, an avowed Marxist. This is not what we want in this country. And think of it. Does anyone here feel richer under Kamala Harris and Crooked Joe? Is anything less expensive under Kamala Harris or Crooked Joe? No. It's been devastating. Inflation has been devastating under this group of people that have no idea what the hell they're doing. Are you better off with Kamala and Biden than you were under President Donald J. Trump? I don't think so. You know, they do polls on this stuff, and I'm at like 93%. I said, so why are we having an election? They didn't have an election. Why are we having an election? How would you like to be Biden? He's working, he's spending money, he's trying. They wanted to have a debate. That's the thing that started it all. You know, if I didn't debate him, he'd still be running right now. But I believe she will be easier to beat than him because she's a truly radical left lunatic. And with him, he never really believed it. Of course, I don't know if he knew anything. I'm not sure. But he didn't really believe it. She totally believes it. She wants to destroy our country. With 4 more years of Kamala, your finances will never recover. They will only get worse. They're only going to get worse. The stock market, and you have some of the most brilliant people on Wall Street saying this, the stock market is only up because they think I'm going to win. And if we don't win, according to many people, including one of the greatest Wall Street prognosticators, named Scott Bessent. Has anyone heard of him? One of the most brilliant guys on Wall Street. If I don't win, you will have a 1929 style depression. Enjoy it. I believe that. I believe that. I believe it. A lot of people believe it. So we're not going to give them the chance, okay? We're not going to give them. And your state's going to be ruined anyway. She's totally anti-fracking. She's been anti-fracking and anti-drilling, anti-oil and gas from practically the day she was born. All of a sudden, a couple of months ago, she said, oh, I'd love to have fracking. Now, she won't have fracking. Vote Trump, and your incomes will soar, your savings will grow, young people will be able to afford a home, and we will bring back the American dream bigger. That we are going to bring it back. Bigger, better. Front row Joe. Bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. We're going to bring it back. Look at all these front row Joes over here. They've only been, you know, we have a couple of groups here. They're at about 222 events. Front row Joe, stand up, wave your hands. You guys are great. Patriots. But I have another group from a place called North Carolina. Has anybody ever heard of North? We love North Carolina. The beautiful ladies over there. This is number, what? 217. So this is number 217. And supposedly, they're happily married. How the hell does that work? Look at them. They're beautiful, and oh, there's a husband. Are you a husband? Who are you married to, husband? Oh, that was a wise choice. Beautiful. Very nice. How do you handle it, right? How do you handle it? But they're great women, and they've been with us from the very beginning. They were with us from the beginning in 2016 when we had the 4 greatest years this country has ever had. They were with us then. Thank you very much. North Carolina. We're doing well in North Carolina. Thank you, darling. It's nice to not have to travel to California and other places, right? Yesterday, Kamala laid out her so-called economic plan. She says she's going to lower the cost of food and housing starting on day 1. But day 1 for Kamala was 3.5 years ago. So why didn't she do it then? So this is day 1305. We're at 1305. So why isn't she doing it now? Why doesn't she get away from her nice little place with her wonderful husband, go to Washington and do it now? You could do it right now. Why does she go to the convention? Because it's a rigged convention, obviously. She got no votes. He had 14, you know, Sleepy Joe had 14 million votes. She got no votes. She failed. She was the first one out. She failed. She never got to Iowa. Great state, Iowa. We're going to win it big. The farmers love Trump, and I love the farmers. But she never got to Iowa. She was the first one to quit, and now she's running for president. I don't know. Somebody's going to have to explain our system to our many enemies all around the world. They're watching this saying, this place doesn't make a lot of sense anymore. Everything Kamala Harris says in her speeches is a lie. You know, she gets up and just lies. I was watching her yesterday. She talked about all the taxes I was going to raise. I never said that. I'm lowering taxes. Yesterday, she got up. She started ranting and raving that Donald Trump wants to put a tax on gasoline, a tax on food, a tax on medication, a tax on clothing, a tax on every single thing that was ever invented. Your hat, he's going to tax. Your shirt, he's going to tax. He's going to tax your wife. He's going to tax your husband. And I'm saying, I never said any of that. They make it up. I mean, here's the truth. Kamala wants to put massive taxes on American jobs and American industries. I want to cut taxes on Americans while putting tariffs on China and foreign countries to bring our jobs back home to Pennsylvania and to take in billions and billions of dollars. You know, I'm the only one that ever took in any money from China. China was really hitting us hard, ripping us apart. That means many, many presidents. And what happened is I put a tariff on, then I raised the tariff. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. And Biden can't, it's so much money, he's trying to rescind it for a couple of reasons. Number one, he got a lot of money from China. Got like, didn't he get 3.5 million, 4 million? That they know of. But he got a lot more than that. His family made a lot of money with China. He wants to get rid of the tariff, but he can't because there's so much money they can't do anything with the budget. A tariff is a tax on a foreign country. That's the way it is, whether you like it or not. A lot of people like to say, oh, it's a tax on us. No, no, no. It's a tax on a foreign country. It's a tax on a country that's ripping us off and stealing our jobs. And it's a tax that doesn't affect our country. And you could see hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs on other countries also. I took in hundreds of billions, and nothing happened to us. They make less money. And you know what? Our jobs come back because there's no tax if they build their factory in Pennsylvania. There's no tax if they build their factory in the United States. So what do they do in order to avoid paying the tax? They say, let's build a place over here. No tax. Come on over. We love it. Just hire up people. That's all you have to do. It's very simple. You know, as we speak, And this really goes to Michigan more than you, but I look at Michigan and South Carolina, a lot of other places that do the auto stuff, and they are building some of the biggest auto factories in the world right now in Mexico, right off our border. They think they're going to make cars, not pay any tax, and sell those cars into the United States. Not going to happen, not with me. They're building some of the biggest auto plants in the world. And you know who owns those auto plants? They're built, they're made, and being built in Mexico. You know who owns them? China owns them. China's very smart. I had a good relationship with President Xi. When COVID came, that was the end of that relationship. But I had a very good relationship. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. Think of it, Bush, Barack Hussein. Did you ever hear of Barack Hussein Obama? Have you heard of him? There are those that think he is currently running the country. Does anybody think? I don't know. I don't know that that's true. We know it's not Biden. Every attack Kamala makes on us is a fabricated, it's a lie. She's sort of a bad storyteller. She doesn't know how to tell a story very well, but she gets caught. She gets caught up in her own words. She's not a very good wordsmith, they say. I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to have a debate at some point. They gave me the worst network, to me, is ABC. Worse than NBC, worse than CBS, worse than CNN, the home of George Slopadopoulos, a nasty guy. I said, George, I've had you up to here. So, and he's a nasty guy. The hatred. And yet when he interviews Biden, like 2 weeks ago, he interviewed Biden. It was like the nicest interview. What flavor ice cream do you like? George, I tend to like vanilla very much. With me, they get into a lot of subjects that a lot of people don't like talking about. But ABC's the worst. And that seems because they won't do it on Fox. They've turned down the Fox. You know, I've approved 3 debates. They've approved 1. The only one they've approved was their network. And now it came out in the New York Times, of all places, that the head of the news and the head of the whole thing practically is Kamala and her husband, lovely husband, best friend. Her and her husband are best friends with Kamala and her husband. And I'm supposed to do the debate. But you know, with Biden, they thought I wouldn't do it. So they offered me something that I couldn't accept. They said, the debate is at CNN in front of no audience. So far, I'm 0 for 2. And see, they didn't want to do the debate. That would have been a good idea if they didn't do it. But I was going to accept anything. And I guess we'll do it here too, right? We'll accept anything, because otherwise she's not going to debate. She doesn't want to debate. But they said CNN and no audience, and we want to have you sit down. I objected to that. They wanted us sitting behind a desk. I said, give me a break. We have to at least stand for the American public. Wouldn't that be nice? So that was the only thing. And I would have done it if they insisted. No, I would have sat down if they insisted, but I thought it was sort of a little strange. But I had Dana Bash and I had Fake Tapper. But I have to tell you, they were very fair. I really thought they were very fair. So Jake and Dana, nobody knows how to say her first name. Is it Dana or Dana? Nobody knows. It's been going on for 20 years. She's been around a long time. Is it Dana or Dana? And now the fake news will say, Trump didn't know how to pronounce her first name. She doesn't know how to pronounce it. But look, but Dana and Jake, I used to call him Fake Tapper. Now I call him Jake Tapper because he treated us very fairly, and so did Dana. Treat me very fairly. I think it was, just about neutral. But he kept saying, he gave very short answers because he wasn't really doing too well. And I kept saying, I'll take it. But what happened? Sir, you have 92 seconds left. This is not what he wanted to hear. Right, David? They said, you have 92 seconds left. Going to be your next senator, I'll tell you. David McConnell. I hope you can vote for him. I hope you vote for him. I hope you vote for him. He's a great gentleman, great hero, actually, in many ways. He's a great guy. But so they gave me this thing, and they assumed I was going to turn it down. So I have the wrong network, I have the wrong anchors. I have no audience. I like an audience. I love people, you know. It's oftentimes a mistake. Everything was wrong. So what we'll do is we'll offer him this thing that he can't accept. He won't accept it. And then we'll say, Trump didn't accept the debate. He's afraid to negotiate against Biden because Biden's so sharp. You know, he's so sharp. He's sharp like a razor. So, but I surprised them. I said, I'll take it. I'll take it. And people said, are you crazy? I said, look, it's the only way you're going to debate. If we do anything else, they're not going to accept it. And these people are the same way. They offered me, we were supposed to have Fox on September 4th, and they said, no. I accepted it. I don't even know what's going to happen because I've accepted it. They haven't. So maybe they show up, maybe they don't. But I think it's sort of on for September 4th, but I don't think they're going to come. And then we go and we do the debate with ABC. ABC, again, I call it ABC fake news. So bad. They're so bad. They're so dishonest, in my opinion, very dishonest people. But I find them to be the worst. And I'm a professional at this, you know, because I watch who treats me the worst. Now, NBC is horrible. CBS is horrible. They're all horrible. These are horrible human beings. But who treats me the worst? ABC fake news treats me the worst. And that's where they want it, where her best friend, it just came out the other day, nobody told anybody about this, is the head of the whole deal, right? But I'll probably say, I'll take it. Because you know what? They're not gonna do a debate. But just remember, these are phony, fake, disgusting people that hate our country. Remember that. And also remember that every attack that we make on Kamala is something that she said on tape or something that she's actually done. You know, all of these attacks are things because she said all of it. She said, I don't want fracking in Pennsylvania. She said it hundreds of times. I don't want it anywhere. Then a couple of months ago, when the polls are showing that she's getting clobbered, well, actually, nobody actually thought they were politically correct. They wanted to be politically correct because they wanted, you know, they had 11 different people, and they put her name in to be number 12, and they had a vote. She came in last. So she picked somebody. Think of it. How about the guy she picked? How bad is he? Right? How bad is that guy? David, where did these people come from? You know, he recently signed a bill in a state that I love, but a state that hasn't been won by a Republican because it's a corrupt state. But the people are not corrupt. The people are great. Since 1972 has it been won. Think of that. And I thought we won it twice. I said, there's no way we lose Minnesota. But he signed a bill for all young men's bathrooms and men's bathrooms have to be equipped with a tampon selling machine. And she turned down your governor. By the way, just so you understand, I know some of you probably like him. I don't think he's a good person. I don't think he's good. I don't think he's good. But they turned him down because he's Jewish, okay? That's why they turned him down. Now, we can be politically correct and not say that. I could say, well, they turned him down for various reasons. No. They turned him down because he's Jewish. That's why they turned him down. And I'll tell you this, any Jewish person that votes for her or a Democrat has to go out and have their head examined. Because if you see what's happening with Israel and Jewish people right now, there has never been a more dangerous time since the Holocaust. If you happen to be Jewish in America, there's never been anything like it. I'm seeing things I can't even believe it. And we want to bring about unity and peace and everything else. It looks like they're going to have nothing but riots out there in Chicago. It's really a sad thing, but they turned him down for that reason, and they turned him down for a couple of other reasons too, but the primary reason was that he's Jewish. And you don't think I know what goes on in their campaign? I know it well. I know it very well. She's a nation wrecker who is more liberal than crazy Bernie Sanders. You know crazy Bernie? He's pretty bad, right? She is substantially more radicalized than crazy Bernie. You cannot have her as your president. She ruined San Francisco. She ruined the state of California. You know, she was the district attorney and she was the attorney general of the state. I heard the other day, and this isn't anything, I'm just saying, they'll say he was rambling. I don't ramble. I'm a really smart guy, you know, really smart. I don't ramble. But the other day, anytime I hit too hard, they say he was rambling. Rambling? You know, I get up and I make a speech. I go for sometimes 2 hours, 2.5 hours, because, you know, people are waiting outside for 3 days, 4 days. You guys were waiting out there for a long time. Front row Joes are waiting out. I don't know how you guys do it. And I feel I have an obligation to speak and speak in a certain way and speak a little bit longer. You know, how would you like it? A guy's waiting with his family for 3.5, 4 days. They have a tent, and the tent is set up. They have hundreds of them, and they wait. And then I walk in, speak for 15 minutes, and leave. I don't know, somehow. Would that be okay, North Carolina? I don't think so, right? They want me to speak all day. You know, when I leave, I did one 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm leaving, and they're screaming, "No, sir, more. We want to hear more." I said, "I can't. I can't speak more. What the hell else am I going to say? Our country's going to hell. That's all I can say. We're a nation in decline." You know, we were talking about that before. My phrases are copied so much, right? I use the term oftentimes in closing, we are a nation in decline. We are a failed nation. And I think it's a beautiful phrase, although I don't like the topic very much. I don't like what it represents, but there's a certain beauty. All of a sudden, all of these candidates, including Republicans, are saying we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. And I say, you know, what the hell do they have to copy me for, right? But they have a lot of words that they copy. Many of our words, we were in the plane before coming in, and our people said, we went through a list. I think we're going to release a list. Let's release it. But so many of our phrases they copy. I should be, really, that should be a nice thing, not an insult. But crazy Bernie Sanders has said a lot of things, and one of the things he's arguing about is who's more liberal. And after about 2 minutes, he gave up. He said, this woman is nuts. Look, people say, be nice. Have you heard her laugh? That is the laugh of a crazy person. That is the laugh of a crazy. It's the laugh of a lunatic. Have you heard it? You know, they prohibited her. They prohibited her for laughing. I've been waiting for her to laugh because as soon as she laughs, the election's over. But we're winning by a lot in Pennsylvania. I think the fracking got her. The fracking got her. But she has been prohibited from laughing. You know, she used to do an interview. She who the hell laughs at an interview like that? You know, I'm interviewed all the time. I may smile. I mean, they're asking you questions about things that it's not really it's not like a comedy club. And she'd break out. That's one of the reasons she refuses to do interviews, I think, because she laughs. It's so horrible. No, it's so horrible. But you know, she hasn't done an interview like in 30 days or something like that. And I do one every day. If I pass, I just did one backstage. I just did one backstage with a very good reporter. But you're supposed to, don't you sort of have an obligation? You know, you're running. They're going to try, this is her form of the basement. Now, the basement for him was good because, you know, they had COVID. They didn't want him to catch COVID. He ended up catching it anyway. But, you know, it's a very dishonest, the whole system is very dishonest. But she should be at least talking to the press. She hasn't done anything. But she's prohibited from laughing. They said, your laugh is horrible. Never laugh, ever. So she's walking around with her mouth like almost sealed shut. She won't laugh. I want her to laugh. and then we'll just claim victory. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much. But we have a little video that we just put up. Would you like to see it? Go ahead, just one.
Yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing and
Right.
take it seriously. As President of the United States, I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal. There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance.
Let's eliminate all of that.
But would you support changing the dietary guidelines?
Yes.
You know, the food pyramid. What people
Yes. Yes.
to reduce red meat specifically.
Yes, I would.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Where do you stand on defund the police?
This whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets.
Harris asserted that ICE is perceived as the modern-day Ku Klux Klan.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
I see no.
Are you aware that there's a
that
perception?
puts ICE in the same category as the KKK? Is that what you're asking me? I see no parallel.
I'm not finished.
I see none.
And yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing.
Now, over the years, and right up until the present, she wanted to openly defund the police. How do you like that? In Minnesota, when they were burning down the state, and in particular, Minneapolis, they were burning it down. Remember the CNN fake reporter? He got up, the one with the nice shaved head. He got up. This is a peaceful rally. This is a rally of love. Behind him, the entire city was burning. It looked like World War II, right? And by the way, speaking of World War II, she will bring us into World War III, and it'll be a war. That'll be a war like never before because of the weaponry. No more army tanks going back and forth shooting. We've left a lot of our, I rebuilt the entire military, and we left a lot of that in a place called Afghanistan. You know that billions and billions of dollars we left it. In the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, we left billions of dollars, 13 great soldiers killed, think of it, left many hostages, many people have been left behind. But think of what happened there. We got out in disgrace. We should have gotten out with strength. I was getting out. We would have been out even sooner, but strength, dignity, we would have kept Bagram, the big air base. You know who occupies Bagram right now? China, because it was 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons, not because of Afghanistan, but because of China. But China occupies it right now. Thank you very much, President Xi. Enjoy our billions of dollars of construction that took place years ago. They spent billions of dollars many years ago. 1 hour away, think of that, where they make their nuclear weapons. It's so embarrassing, the stupidity of the people that have run our country, but we did things the opposite way. We were very smart. We were very respected. We're a respected country that respected your leader, your elected leader. But remember this, Viktor Orban of Hungary, Prime Minister of Hungary, they asked him pretty recently, they said, what's going on? The world is coming to an end. He said, if you want to stop it, re-elect the United States, re-elect Donald Trump, because when he was there, we didn't have any problems. We didn't have problems. Russia wouldn't have happened with Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked on October 7th, never. You know, Iran was broke. Iran was broke. They had no money. I told China, you buy oil from them, you can't deal with us. I told that to many countries, anybody that dealt there, so they didn't buy oil. Oil's the whole thing, the big deal. And they were broke. Now they have $300 billion. Think of it. They have $300 billion now. They have plenty of money. We're run by stupid people, and we have to change it. Oh, we're not going to have a country left. We're not going to have. We didn't let countries take advantage of us. France was going to charge our corporations tremendous amounts of money for doing business in France. You know this, David. David is very familiar with what happened. And I went to my people, I said, tell them we're not going to put up with it. They're not going to charge our companies because we want our companies to do well so they can employ people. It's sort of simple. I didn't even like a lot of the companies that they were dealing with. I should have said, oh, great, let them charge. What the hell do I care? But they're American companies. And I said to Emmanuel Macron, I said, call him because my people failed to make a deal. I said, you make a deal, you have 1 week, come see me. At the end of a week, they came to see me. Good people, smart people. Very smart people. Secretary of Treasury, smart guy, Mnuchin, others. They came back to see me. Sir, we're not able to make a deal. They're going to charge our companies a tax. I said, no, they're not going to do it. You don't understand. They're not going to do it. Come back and see me. You have 1 more day. They came back. Sir, they won't do it. They've already passed it in their so-called legislature. We're not going to do it. They're not going to be able to stop it, sir. I said, we'll stop it. Get Emmanuel Macron on the phone. I got him on the phone. Emmanuel, how are you? So nice to talk. Oh, Donald, it is so nice to speak to you. It's beautiful. I wish I had his accent. I would have been president 20 years ago. But I said, Emmanuel, I understand you're charging our companies a lot of money. Oh, well, you know, this has been in the works for many years, Donald. And yes, it is done. It is really done. There's nothing we can do about it. I said, okay, good. Emmanuel, here's the story. If you don't get rid of that tax within 24 hours, starting on Monday morning, it was a Friday, I'm going to charge every bottle of wine and champagne that you send into our country. I'm going to charge you a tariff of 100% on every bottle. And you will not be sending too many bottles of champagne and wine. And he said, Donald, that is not fair. That is not fair. I said, no, it's not fair for you to be charging American companies to do business in your country. No, it's not fair, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, get back to me in 5 minutes and let me know. He called me back in 2 minutes. He said, Donald, we have decided that we will not be charging you any taxes for the American companies. No reason. I did so many of them. I did so many. I could stand up here all day and tell you different stories. I just used the telephone. I could stop the war with a telephone. I could stop what's happening in the Middle East with a couple of telephone calls properly played. Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. We have people that are, they're babies. In many ways, I guess they're stupid, you know. People say, please don't use bad language. Please don't call people stupid. They're stupid people. How else do you describe it? I want to use a different word, a more sophisticated word than stupid. But there's no word, it's a perfect word. They're stupid people. I think they're also, by the way, if I might, they're also corrupt. They really are. They're corrupt. They get a lot of money from a lot of people. We're not going to let this socialist lunatic, and she's a socialist lunatic, that's the other thing. Please, sir, please don't call her a lunatic. I said, but that's what she is. She's a lunatic. She's a lunatic. She's going to destroy our country. And she's going to break our economy even more than it's broken. We have a broken economy. Our supply chain is gone. You know, you order something now. I don't know how many of you are in business, or even if you're ordering as a personal order, the order doesn't come. The supply chain is broken. Who ever thought of it? We never even talked about supply chain. Supply chain just worked. And because of what they've done, they've broken our supply chain. On election day, we're going to tell her that we've had enough. We said, Kamala, you are a horrible vice president. You're going to be a horrible president. We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of there. You're fired. Not going to take it anymore, Kamala. We're not going to take it anymore. We have a country to save. And how about the fake news? Oh, look at them all back there. Look at all those cameras. Look at all those cameras. Wow. Look at all those cameras, all those fake writers. Look at them. I mean, Time Magazine, think of this. Time Magazine doesn't have a picture of her. They have this unbelievable artist drawing her. And I said, is that Sophia Loren? I couldn't. Who might that be? Is that Elizabeth Taylor? They say she was a beautiful woman. Who is it? It's so beautiful. Drawing. It's a drawing. They took a lot of pictures. It didn't work out, so they hired a sketch artist. I said, I'm sure, oh, they must be celebrating the great life and times of the magnificently beautiful Sophia Loren. And you're not allowed to say this anymore. You know, David, don't ever get caught in this trap, David, please. Don't ever call a woman beautiful, because that'll be the end of your political career. Please. I want to make your life much easier, David. By the way, he's also got a great wife, I have to say. He's got a great wife. But, you know, I mean, I read a so-called Republican who Ronald Reagan didn't like, by the way, and she didn't like him, but she got credit for being this Reagan speechwriter. Highly overrated. I don't know anything about her. I don't know her. Treats me badly, but that's okay. She called it wrong. She's called it wrong now for about 8 years. But she said one thing that got me. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. So I decided to go back and reread the clause. I'm not saying he's, but I say that I am much better looking than her. I think I'm much better. Much better. I'm a better looking person than Kamala. No, I couldn't believe it. She said, you know, I had never heard that one. They said, no, her biggest advantage is that she's a beautiful woman. I'm going, huh. I never thought of that. I'm better looking than she is. In her speech yesterday, Kamala went full communist. You heard that? She went full communist. She wants to destroy our country. After causing catastrophic inflation, Comrade Kamala announced that she wants to institute socialist price controls. You saw that. Never worked before, never ever worked. This is the Maduro plan, Venezuela, Maduro plan of like the old Soviet Union. They tried it. How did the Soviet Union work out? It became Russia, a smaller version. It was a smaller version. It will cause rationing, hunger, and skyrocketing prices, just like their Inflation Reduction Act caused, one of the great scams of all time. They got it approved with a beautiful name, Inflation Reduction, because inflation under their system has been so bad. It's gone up much more than 50%. You know, they say 30, 40, 50, much more. People are being devastated. They're being devastated. But it's gone way up, way up. And they made a big mistake. Yesterday in her speech, I think she said, I had to play it back. You know, I love the playback controls you have nowadays. They used to call it TiVo. Now they have TiVo. I think it's the single greatest invention. It's better than television, because television would drive you crazy if you couldn't do a playback, right? Now I can play back. I heard the statement, and I heard that statement that she made, and I said, you know, she made a statement yesterday that from her time in office, essentially, prices have gone up by 50%, something like. I said, did she just say that? I said, that speechwriter is going to be fired. In fact, we took that section and we actually made a commercial on it, and we got the best commercial of the week, and we didn't do anything. We just played her back. But here's the problem. The things that she said yesterday don't work. They have never worked. They've never been used many times before in many other countries. They've never worked. They've just never worked. They've been used oftentimes, many countries, and in every single event, it ruined those countries. It's a communist system. It's what her father, a Marxist, he was a Marxist, It's what her father taught her from a young girl growing up. She's promising to hand out things she can't deliver. She can never deliver them. She'll never get them approved. Just like when she and Crooked Joe tried to give away student debt. Remember, she wanted to pay. How did that work out? Not too good. The students are saying, I love him because of student debt, but he got rejected. And this will be rejected even more so because what they're doing is a communist takeover of our country. Her plan is very dangerous because it may sound good politically, and that's the problem. And we have to be very careful because when somebody gets up and says, we're going to give you everything, $25,000 for a house, we're going to give you all sorts of little goodies, free health care, we're going to give you everything, universal health care, sounds so beautiful. And I told my people, you got to be very careful. I told the Republican Party, you have to be very careful. She's given all this away, and somebody that really isn't into it, you know, we're largely, even groups like this, we're into it. We think about it all the time. We want to take back our country. We want to save our country. When somebody's given, and you understand how bad this stuff is. This is communist, this is Marxist, this is fascist. But you know what? It's dangerous because she's saying that she's going to give away things that she'll never be able to get approved. She wants to increase the number of justices on the United States Supreme Court to 27. 27. I used to hear she was going up to 11, and then I heard it was 13, but then they said that's an unlucky number, so they went to 15. Yesterday, for the first time, I heard 27. We'll have to rebuild the entire Supreme Court because they won't have enough room for the judges. They won't have enough. And by the way, how courageous were our justices of the United States Supreme Court? What they did, they're saving our country. They're actually saving our country. What they've done is, I mean, they've passed things that were so important, and they did it for the right, not for the wrong. They did the right thing. They did the right thing, and I just have such respect for them. The job they've done against, and you know, the radical left plays the ref. You know the great Bobby Knight, he supported me. He used to fight with the referees all the time, scream at him, Bobby, please, don't do that. It's not going to work. He said, you're right, it's not going to work now, it's going to work for the next one. And the next call, there'd be a flagrant foul, and they wouldn't call it. They didn't want to get screamed at. The radical left harasses our judges and harasses our justices. They scream at them, they call them names, they say they're incompetent, they're horrible, they're this, they're that, they should be impeached. They're constantly saying they should be impeached, but they're screaming. And you know what? It has an effect on some people, but so far, they've been very strong. It's really horrible. I believe it's illegal what they do. And I'm trying to give you things that you've never heard before, and this is true. I believe they are playing the ref. They're constantly criticizing some of our greatest justices and a lot of great judges. You know, I kept hearing so much about the Florida case because, you know, they weaponized our system, our government totally weaponized it. First time it's ever happened. And they said, my biggest case is in Florida, Florida, Florida. And we had a very brilliant, I don't know the judge, but a fair and very brilliant judge who took tremendous abuse. Would have been so easy for her to just rule against me, but she didn't do that. She threw out the whole case. It was thrown out. That was a big case. And I have such respect for her because she is in fact brilliant, but they were hitting her so hard. She's going too slow. She's that. She should be removed immediately from office. These people are horrible. I really think it's illegal what they do with judges and justices. They're playing the ref, no different than Bobby Knight, and he was great. He endorsed me, and Indiana was mine. He was a great coach. He's the last coach to go undefeated. I guess he was like 38-0. For some reason, they've never had another college team since then. That was many years ago, and he came out in favor of Donald Trump, and it was a big thing. I won Indiana by a landslide because when Bobby Knight from Indiana endorses you, you win. Sort of like when I endorse you, you win too. We have a very good record of endorsement. But we can't let These radical left thugs constantly scream at our judges and say we're going to impeach him, we're going to take him out of office or her, we're going to do horrible things to him. Continuous. When you heard Schumer get up on the stairs of the courthouse, Supreme Court, and talk about, Kavanaugh, we're going to get you, Kavanaugh, we're going to hit you, or whatever the hell he said. If a mobster said that, they'd be put in jail immediately. He frankly should have been put in jail, or certainly spoken to very strongly. He got lucky. He got lucky. He had a couple of guys that didn't want to do it, and I understand that also, but he got lucky. But you know, we can't let him do that, and I just want to pay my respect to the judges that have suffered abuse at the hands of the radical left lunatics, and I really admire them for being, because you know what? All they have to do to end it is rule against me or whatever it is. If they say, Trump, you're guilty. Oh, now all of a sudden they say, oh, that's the last time they ever say bad. But they can't do it because these people have weaponized the Justice Department, including local DAs and local attorney generals and Fani, you know, Fani spelled F-A-N-I. My name is Fani, F-A-N-I. I don't figure it. You put a little French accent on the word. With her lover Wade, right? Lover Wade, we call him. Lover boy Wade. She hired and paid him almost $1 million because of his great knowledge of the law. He never did it before. With us today is Daniel Campos, a pilot in Venezuela who now lives in Pennsylvania. Great gentleman. Daniel came to tell us what you think of Kamala Harris leading our country into socialism. We're being led into socialism, but the socialism will be short-lived. It's going into communism. If you would have told me, and if you remember many times during State of the Union, I would say, we will never have a socialist country, and everybody would applaud. But I was right, because we're really, I think, skipping socialism. We're going into communism. When they weaponize our government like this, that's what they do in third world countries. That's what they do in South American horror shows. That's what they do in banana republics. They've weaponized it, but I believe ours is even more corrupt. The New York court system is totally corrupt. They use the state and the city to go after me. They take top people in the Department of Justice and put them in the Attorney General. Letitia James, she campaigned on, I will get Trump. And they then go there, and then they go into the Manhattan DA's office. They use Hillary Clinton's lawyer and the Democrats' law firm to leave the firm and go into the DA's office in order to prosecute Donald Trump, free of charge. They're not going to charge. Then he writes a book. This guy writes a book before the thing even went anywhere. And in the book, he said, I do it for free. It's so great. These are corrupt people, and we have to call them out. So remember the term, playing the ref with our judges and our justices should be punishable by very serious fines and beyond that. But I'd like to ask, because we're into that whole system, and I'd like to call up Daniel. Please come up and tell us about your experience in living in a country that went very, very bad, went radical left, and the experience has not been good. Please come up. Thank you. Hi, Daniel.
All right. First of all, hi everybody. Thank you for coming here and supporting the president. I'm gonna say the first part of the speech, well, of my story in English, then I'm gonna repeat it in Spanish in order to allow our Latino voters to understand and hear what the situation is going on. First of all, as the president already said, I'm from Venezuela. I left the country in 2007 because of communism. I still have family there. There's been family that left that has left even before me or continues living little by little. But going further back, my grandparents from my mom's side were from Cuba. They were at university when the communist revolution was going on, and they ended up leaving to Venezuela. They only had the money they received for their wedding present, and they were living in a mid-house, going to school, and trying to move ahead. My granddad ended up becoming a doctor and had a family raising 3 children, my mom and my 2 uncles. When in the early 1990s, Chavez did a military coup, and right after he ran for president, my granddad saw the similarities to what was happening in Cuba, and he told everybody that would listen to him that it was coming. And everybody was like, nah, this is Venezuela, this is not Cuba, this will never happen to us. And guess what? It happened to us, and has been happening to other Latin American countries as well. So when they tell you here, it will never happen, that's not true. We lived it, now here we are. So in 2007, we ended up leaving because the socialists and the government started changing the education system to make it more like the Cuban education system. It might ring a bell to what's going on here as well. So it's extremely important for everybody to keep this in mind. And if you don't mind, I'm going to switch to Spanish for our Latino speakers. Thank you. Para todos los latinos americanos, gracias por venir aquí y soportar al presidente Trump. Es importante que entendamos que lo que ha pasado en nuestros países en Latinoamérica puede pasar aquí. Como mencioné, mis abuelos son de Cuba, se fueron por el comunismo, llegaron a Venezuela, sin ninguna base, solo un poco de dinero, salieron adelante y mi abuelo se convirtió en doctor y crió a mi madre y a mis 2 tíos. Cuando Chávez hizo el atentado, el golpe de Estado y después corrió por presidente, mi abuelo trató de advertir a todo el mundo que esto era exactamente como Cuba. Nadie le hizo caso. ¿Qué pasó? Chávez entró y 20 años después aquí estamos. Tienen que recordar que si pasó en un lugar, puede pasar aquí también. No crean que porque Estados Unidos, gran economía, no puede pasar. Puede pasar y vamos encaminados. Al menos que tomemos un paso diferente. Y yo por eso pienso que Trump es la mejor persona para hacerlo. Going back in English, that we are going on a path that is taking us to what Venezuela became. And the only way right now that we can avoid keep going down that path is making Trump president again.
Great. What a fantastic job. I said, have you done that before? He said, no, sir. You are something. All right. Next what office is he going to run for? I think we're going to endorse him so fast. Thank you very much. No, it's such a problem because, it's a very dangerous situation. She's giving everybody free everything. It's never going to happen. Remember, the college debt, the student debt they were going to give, it never happened. It was just all talk. Then he said after getting totally rejected, he came up with another plan, which is even dumber. But what happens is they talk. These things will never happen, but it's very dangerous because politically, maybe somebody says, oh, that's great, that's great. It's the end of our country. We can't do it. We can't do it. So I really appreciate that. That was beautiful. It was so well done. Amazing. Thank you. In addition to defeating Kamala Harris, you need to defeat your terrible Democrat Senator Bob Casey. I've been in Washington for a long time. I mean, I barely met the guy. Most of these guys I get to meet in one form or another, for better or worse. I hardly know this guy. I never really remember meeting him. He obviously created a great impression. But he's not a hard worker. He's cruising on his father's past. I met the father. I think I knew the father better than I knew the son. But Bob Casey voted for every bill that caused the worst inflation in the history of our country, in my opinion. They call it decades, but I believe it's the history of our country because they're not using the real things. Like mortgage rates went from 2% to 10%. They don't say that. That's inflation. They don't say that. And you can't get any money at 10% either. We had it down to 2 and 2.4, 2.5%. And now you can't get the money at 10%. They don't have any money. He voted to open borders and the war on Pennsylvania energy. You know, Bob Casey voted against all of this stuff, against your state. But you don't know because, you know, you have other jobs. You're not watching Bob Casey. That's why you need to fire Bob Casey, and you have to elect a man named David McCormick for the U.S. Senate. Dave is strong on borders, great on taxes. He wants to reduce your taxes. You know, all my life, I've been involved, usually from the other side. It's called writing checks. But I've been involved. I've made lots of contributions to politicians all my life. And politicians always talked about, we will lower your taxes. That's all they talked about is lowering taxes. This is the only group I've ever seen where they say, we are going to increase your taxes. I've never heard of it before. And by 4 times. I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And bigger than the Reagan tax cuts. And they expire in a few months, and they want to not renew them. If that's the case, you're going to pay 4 times the tax that you're paying right now. And then they, on top of that, want to increase your taxes to pay for the Green New Scam. You know what the Green New Scam is? The oceans will rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. But they don't talk about a madman that's building nuclear missiles right now. That's your real global warming. It's not this. Your global warming is war. Your global warming is going to be nuclear weapons. Nobody talks about that. They don't ever mention it, but they talk about an ocean that's rising, which will give you slightly more beachfront property if it happens. Now think of it, but they don't talk about somebody that's got very evil intentions. Look at Iran. I stopped them from building a nuclear weapon, but this guy is going to give it up. He's going to give it up. So David McCormick, and I've known him for a long time. He's an amazing man, a tremendous education, tremendous military background, and he's a very strong guy, and he loves the state. I really hope you give him a chance. It's not easy, and I was just talking to him. You know, a guy's been in office for years. He's done nothing. He's done nothing. In that way, it's good, but in another way, it's tough because, you know, you've seen his name a little bit. You don't even see his name. Most people don't even know. If you ask who are the senators, they may choose the one that didn't do so well in a debate, but won, right? He didn't do too well in a debate. I wonder who did worse in the debate, Biden or him? I think maybe Biden did. I think, actually, he's made more sense than a lot of other people over the last few months, in all fairness. He actually has. I commend him on that. But nobody knows about Casey. Nobody knows about him, even though he's been there for years. His father was there for years. I just want to ask, it's very important because we want to turn our country around. We need to get great representation, even beyond the presidency. And this is a dead seat. It's a seat that voted with this group of people, Barack Hussein Obama and Biden, and her, because she was a part of it. You know, she's now trying to claim that she has nothing to do with Biden. She had nothing to do with the administration. They put him on. Now, maybe they change it, because I said this a couple of days ago. Usually when I say something, they immediately change it, so I can't say it anymore. But they gave him speaking on Monday night. Now, maybe have they changed it? I don't think so. Monday night is considered on a convention Death Valley. It's Death Valley because people aren't watching Monday night. So they deposed a president. It was a coup of a president. This was a coup. Nancy Pelosi, crazy Nancy, she's crazy as a bedbug. Crazy Nancy went in and laid it out. And she never thought he was good because she's smart, cunning, nasty, mean, but she's crazy. And she went in and she said, you getting out? And he said, no, I'm not. Only God will get me out, right? Isn't that what he said? Only God. And within about 24 hours, he announced that he was going to get out. And he won it. He went through a primary system. She didn't. He beat her in the primary. She ran along with 22 people. She ran. She was the first one out because she was no good. She was no good. And now she's running. And this is not what our country is all about. And he feels terrible, and he's a very angry man. I watched him yesterday. He's a very angry man. I think he hates them more than he hates Donald Trump, and that's hard to believe. I really do. He's an angry man, and he should be an angry man. They walked in, and they stole the presidency of the United States from him. Now, I think he was a terrorist. It may be good politics, but it's going to destroy our country. The Washington Post, one of the most evil print journalism. They've lost a lot of people over the last couple of years. It's nasty. They came out with an editorial excoriating her. Actually, I spoke with Jeff Bezos just for almost the first time. I met him once before, and he was so complimentary on the way we handled the horrible situation that took place recently. And I appreciated that, but we talked a little bit about the paper, and their radical left paper, they excoriated her in today's editorial, excoriated her. And I give the Washington Post tremendous credit. I believe the New York Times did or is about to do the same thing. But when they're going after somebody because they're far, far, it's not even left. Every single country that's done this, it's been done many times because it's so easy to say, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you that, we're going to put price controls on food. How do they do that? We're going to say the beans are going to cost this, cereal's going to cost. Does it work? And what happens is you end up with huge inflation and no product because you can't make it anymore because they lose money hand over fist. So it doesn't work. But it's scary because sometimes people vote for it because it sounds good. It sounds good, but it's really bad. We're going to give you tax cuts. We're going to give you additional tax cuts. We made our country wealthy. We made our country better than it had ever been before. And we did it. We did it. We had, the big difference is we had a man serving for 3.5 years with her at his side. And we had us, and prior, we did a great job on COVID, never got the credit. I got great credit for the economy, in all fairness to the fake news. I got great credit for the economy, great credit for the military. We defeated ISIS. We had no new wars. We rebuilt our military. Think of that. We came up with a new and very important organization, to put it mildly. First time since the Air Force, almost 80 years, Space Force. And we took space where we were languishing to China, falling way behind China and Russia. We took space, and now we're dominating them. We put some incredible people in there. Space Force has been so important. It'll end up being one of our truly important, already is. I mean, it's coordinating with yours, but we created Space Force. We did so many things, right to try, medically, right to try. If you're terminally ill, you had no right to get medicine. Now you sign a document. They tried to get that for 58 years. 58 years they were unable to get it. I sat everybody down, the labs, the doctors, the insurance companies, and the country, because they didn't want to be sued. Somebody's terminally ill, they take something, they die, and then the family sues them for killing the mother, the father, the sister, the brother. And I said, no, you're going to sign a document, and you're not going to sue anybody, but you're going to go home, and you're going to have the greatest drugs in the world that won't be approved for another 4 or 5 years, are terminally ill. And we have saved thousands and thousands of lives. Thousands. So we did a lot, and we have a lot of other things planned. Oh, by the way, all of that great work done. We have the greatest lab technicians, the greatest doctors, the greatest laboratories in the world. All of that under her system gets wiped out. They're close to a lot of great cures. I worked very hard on that. I also worked very hard on the FDA, getting them to bring it down, because it was going to take an average of 12 years to get something approved. I got it down to 5. I wanted to get it down to 2, but things have to happen. But we got it way, way down, and we came up with things. And we have thousands of people that are living today that were considered terminally ill just a short while ago. It's one of the things I'm most proud of. It's called Right to Try. And hopefully nobody in this room needs it. But if you do, you don't have to go to Asia, you don't have to go to Europe, or if you have no money, you go home and you die. That's what happens. Mostly people don't have any hope. They go home and die. Now you have Right to Try, and thousands of people are living right now that would not be living. We're also pleased to be joined by a very special man, a friend of mine who's been a warrior from day one, Dan Muser, Congressman Dan Muser. Thank you, Dan. Great job. Mrs. Muser, thank you. What a great job. Thank you. Thank you both for being here. He's really been, no, I'm telling you, he's been fantastic. A man who would defend me a lot on fake news CNN, a former senator from your state who was your Commonwealth, who was frankly a very talented man. He was very good on television. He spent most of his time defending me. Rick Santorum, former senator. Rick, thank you very much. I appreciate the defense. Thank you. Former Congressman Fred Keller. Fred, thank you very much, Fred. You look good. You look good. He looks good. Pennsylvania Treasurer Stacey Garrity. Thank you, Stacey. Great job you're doing. The next congressman from Pennsylvania's 8th Congressional District, Rob Brennahan. Thank you, Rob. Good. Great primary win. That was a big primary. I endorsed him. Great job. That was a big win. Candidate for the 7th Congressional District, Ryan McKenzie. Ryan, thank you. Congratulations. A man who we picked because, unlike a lot of states, including this one, we were leading by a lot, and then all of a sudden, a miracle happened. We had another miracle happen about 4 weeks ago, too. But this was a big miracle, and they found millions of votes. They found a lot of votes. But they didn't do that in North Carolina, where he was the head of the Republican Party. And I said, who is that guy? His name is Michael Whatley, and we appointed him the head of the RNC, the Republican National Committee. And he is doing a fantastic job. Really, really a great job. Thank you very much. He's going to keep their cheating down to a minimum, right? Maybe nothing, but, we know them better. They won't stop. They won't stop. We have an expression, too big to rig, right? Too big to rig. And we're leading by a lot, even though we now have to run against somebody. Think of it, I spend $100 million? Now I have to run against somebody else. Is that fair? I think they should reimburse me for the $100 million. Who wants to collect? Does anybody want to go and collect? I'll get front row Joe to collect. The mayor, who's really a wonderful man, by the way. Mr. Mayor, it was good meeting you. Carl Curran. Thank you, Carl. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carl. Good man. New York's Broome County DA, Paul Battisti. Paul Battisti. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Good job you're doing. I wish you were in Manhattan. It would be very... We could use a good one in Manhattan. And Lackawanna County Commissioner Chris Shermack. Chris? Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Good job. On my first day back in the Oval Office, I will immediately sign an executive order directing every cabinet secretary and agency head to use every power we have to drive prices down. But we're going to drive them down in a capitalist way, not in a communist way. At the center of this effort will be to end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to get your energy prices down. We're going to get your energy prices down by 50%. A Kamala presidency will mean death for Pennsylvania energy. Remember that. It'll mean death for Pennsylvania energy. Kamala imposed a natural gas export ban to cripple Pennsylvania energy producers. You do know that she's against this whole energy thing that you have going, which is by far the most important thing you have from an economic standpoint, a job standpoint. She's against it. Kamala supports a carbon tax on the working class, and she's vowed that she will ban fracking, which means 423,000 plus at least 150,000 jobs beyond that. Pennsylvania is going to always be fracking because we desperately need the energy and we desperately need the jobs. But she will end it. She will end it. In addition, your state and local government will be starved of billions of dollars in oil and gas revenue, which means higher taxes, lower property values, worse schools, and plunging quality of life in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that I love. I've spent a lot of time here. I told you I went to school here, the Wharton School of Finance at Penn. Under my leadership, we will make America energy independent and energy dominant, and Pennsylvania energy workers will lead the way. You're going to lead the way. It's big stuff. To further combat inflation, I will terminate Kamala Harris's Green New Scam. It's the greatest scam maybe ever played. And rescind all of the unspent funds. We're going to take those unspent funds and use them for roads and bridges, and we're going to give back a lot of money into the Treasury and pay down debt. To make both new and used cars more affordable, I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate on day one. One of the most ridiculous things. One of the most ridiculous things. Kamala now claims to want to cut red tape, but in less than 4 years, she's buried American families in regulations costing a typical household much more than $5,000 per year. Think of that, just with their red tape. I will cancel Kamala's crushing regulatory onslaught, and I will immediately eliminate every costly job. Now, just so you know, I cut regulations more than any president in history by far. By far. So you can't say to me, well, why didn't you do it? With me, you can't say that on anything. I did do it. Everything I said. You know, they said promises made, promises kept. What I said, I kept. I mean, unless there was some crazy thing somewhere, but I got it done. I got it all done. Even the wall. I built hundreds of miles of wall, and I had to fight Congress. I had to fight the Senate like you wouldn't believe. I built hundreds of miles of wall. And I ended up taking it out and winning in court. We had 11 lawsuits by mostly Democrats like Nancy Pelosi. We had 11 different, we won every one of them. But think of it. I built the wall. I said, I'm taking it out of the military because our country's being invaded. This is an invasion of our country. And we built hundreds of miles of wall. Then we built and had made an extra 200 miles that we were going to use to expand it further than I ever said. And it was made and ready to be installed, and we had a rigged election. And what happened after that was they didn't want to do it, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. 5 cents. Very sophisticated stuff, too. To get economic relief to workers and families, I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent, and we will have no tax on tips, which she copied. She copied. You all know by now she came out a few days ago and she said there will be no tax on I said that months ago. But here's one that she hasn't copied yet. To help seniors on fixed incomes who are suffering the ravages of horrible inflation caused by Crooked Joe and Kamala, there will be no tax on Social Security. So get out. And I get it done. I will get it done. They won't. They haven't even promised it to you, but they won't get it done if they do. And I will always protect Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors, just as I did for 4 incredible years. By contrast, Kamala Harris has a 3-step plan to destroy Medicare and Social Security. She's going to destroy your Medicare. She's going to destroy your Social Security. First, she has thrown open our borders. Second, she is flooding our country with millions and millions of low-wage migrants and giving them welfare, free health care, food stamps, public benefits. And third, she wants to make them all citizens of the United States. Many of them coming from prison, many of them coming from mental institutions, and many are terrorists. She wants to make them citizens, dumping them onto Medicare and dumping them into your beautiful Social Security program. Remember, for 4 years, I saved Social Security. I never gave an increase. I never raised the age by 5 years, which is what they're going to end up doing. With me, it's staying the way it is. We have a lot of ways we're making money. We don't need to take it away from our seniors. The millions of illegal aliens pouring in under border czar. She was the border czar, right? She was the border czar. Now, about a month ago, she said, I wasn't the border czar. She was the border czar. But it doesn't matter. She was in charge of the border, 100%. But border czar Harris are coming in from the worst places, some of the most dangerous countries in the world. And as I said, they're emptying out their jails and prisons, and they're emptying out their mental institutions, and they're dumping them into our country. What's happening to our country is shocking. It's unacceptable. And we have no choice. We're going to do the largest deportation in the history of our country. We have no choice. Just this week in Coney Island, 2 Kamala migrants were arrested for the rape of a 46-year-old woman, throwing her to the ground and raping her with a knife to her throat. She thought they were going to kill her. She said they weren't looking to rape me, they were looking to kill me. And it was a terrible thing. One of them had previously been arrested for raping another woman at a migrant shelter. But he was shielded from deportation by New York City sanctuary laws, which Kamala Harris strongly supported and doesn't want to change. In Virginia, 3 weeks ago, a 54-year-old mother of 4 was leaving a 7-Eleven when she noticed an illegal alien trying to steal her car. When she tried to stop him, he ran her down and left her dead on the ground before going on to hit 2 more cars, killing 2 other drivers. And in May, the leader of a Peruvian gang known as Los Killers was released from Border Patrol custody and set free into America. And Kamala's direct orders, she said, set him free! Meanwhile, he was wanted for 23 murders in Peru. Kamala refuses even to call these criminals, and we're not going to use the term, she said, illegal aliens. No, they are illegal aliens, but she said don't ever use that term. But they're not just illegal aliens. Honestly, they're monsters. These are savage monsters. The Harris policy is to let thousands of migrant killers and rapists into our country. You know, she was asked the other day, but she didn't respond. We have detention centers where we have some of the worst criminals in the world in those detention centers from other countries, and not just South America. They come from Africa, they come from Asia, they come from the Middle East, they come from countries that are seriously crime-ridden. And those countries, the crimes are going way down, like Venezuela. We talked about Venezuela before, and think about Venezuela. Their crime is down 72%. They've gone to Caracas, and they've gone to different places in Venezuela. They've taken their murderers, their drug dealers, their rapists, their thugs, and they've taken them out of the country. They've said, you're going to the United States of America, and if you come back, we will kill you. And they are now living with us. All will be criminals soon. And don't forget, they're just getting used to the experience of being in a country where criminals are treated better, far better than the people that are being hurt and victimized. And when they see that, and they're going to have levels of crime, I call it migrant crime, we'll call it Kamala migrant crime. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed Los Angeles. I call it migrant crime. She had something that she went with. You're not a criminal. It's a very minor offense if you steal anything from a store that's less than $950. Did you know that? So guys are walking into stores with, they walk into stores with a calculator. Keep it under $950 and nothing's going to happen. By the way, if it goes to $9,050, nothing happens either. What's happened in California with Governor Newsom and guys like this, people like this, is terrible. But Kamala, what an environment, what a beautiful place, what a great place. The weather is so beautiful, the ocean, everything's beautiful. It's crime-ridden and horrible, and changes have to be made. The Trump policy is to keep these savage criminals the hell out of our country. They're going to be out of our country. If Kamala wins, you will have mass amnesty and citizenship for all. She wants to give all of these people citizenship. In Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. In other countries all over the world, their crime is way down. And in our country, wait till you see the real numbers, because they're not counting migrant crime, which is going to make our crime look like baby stuff. If I win, you will have the largest operation of police to take care of us. They have to take care of us. They want to take care of us. They want to do their job. As Border Patrol wants to do their job. And it's going to start on Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2025. It's going to start immediately. They want to do their job, and we don't let them. And if they do their job, and if they're a little bit strong about doing their job, they're dealing with a lot of very tough people. They take away their pension. They take away their job. They lose their family. They lose their house. They lose everything. They end up in squalor. And we're not going to do that. We're going to defend our great local police and law enforcement in general. We're going to defend them. We're going to defend them because we want them to protect us. And we're going to need them much more than ever before, because the criminals pouring into our country by the millions. I believe the real number is over 20 million people. You don't hear that yet. 10 million, 12 million, 14, even if it was, it's still so many. But I believe the real number is over 20 million people. That's larger than New York State. Kamala Harris wants to eliminate private health insurance and give free taxpayer-funded health care to every single illegal alien in the country. They want to give. And then you wonder, why do they come up? You know why they come up? Because guys like Newsom and others are saying, come up, come to our country, we'll give you health care. You know what they're doing to your school system is incredible. People are taking the seats of your children. Your children can't go to school, and you have people taking their seats that don't speak a word of English, come from a foreign country, and your kids aren't getting educated. Your kids are not getting educated. They're considered like secondary citizens. And this is Kamala and Joe to a lesser extent. Look, Joe's lost. Forget him. By contrast, I'm going to keep the Affordable Care Act unless we can do something much better. We'll keep it, but we can do much better. It's too expensive for the people. They can't afford it. It's lousy health care. If we can do something better, we're working on it. If we can do something better, but we will never let anybody touch it unless we have something better. We're going to deliver lower prices, lower drug costs, and new options that will dramatically reduce the crushing burden on all American patients. And Kamala and Crooked Joe, they try and take credit for $35 insulin, but I was the one that did the $35 insulin, not them. Just kicked in during their administration. I remember a few years ago, I said, boy, oh boy. They said, sir, this will kick in over the next 2.5, 3 years. I said, what about now? You couldn't do it, just a process. I said, I hope I win the presidency because I want to get credit for that. But, he gets up there, oh, we got $35. I got it. Kamala Harris's Democrat Party is the party of health care for illegals. The Republican Party is the party of common sense. We really are the party of common sense, ultimately. So we will bring back our supply chains, and They've been so devastated. Our supply chains are devastated. You order something and they say, sir, that'll be 4 months. And then 4 months comes up and they say it's going to be another 4 months. It's stuck at sea. They have no idea where the hell it is. But we're going to bring them back from China and other foreign countries, ending costly supply chain disruptions, and they are really bad. They're as bad now as they were, but we get used to it. We're living like a third world country. Who thought? As we reduce burdens on domestic manufacturers, American workers will make our critical goods better and cheaper right here in the USA and right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I will, with David, revoke China's most favored nation's trade status. You know, they have a huge advantage because they are a growing nation. Well, we're a growing nation, too. We're a nation that is crippled. We are a horribly crippled nation. And China gets all of these advantages in trade because they consider themselves to be a growing nation. Well, we're a growing nation, too. And I did that already. I will pass what will be known as the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. If China or any other country makes us pay 100 or 200% tariff, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200% right back. You hurt us, we hurt you. It's called an eye for an eye. I will also restore peace through strength, and I will prevent World War III from happening. We will stop it. You know, when crooked Hillary Clinton was running against me, she said, look at him, listen to him. He will start a war, a world war. We had no wars other than I defeated ISIS in its entirety, 100% of the ISIS caliber. Listen to his rhetoric. Listen to his horrible tone. I said that horrible tone is going to keep people from fighting us, and that's what happened. We had no wars. It's been 81 years since that happened for a president. No wars, other than ending some wars that we're in and defeating ISIS. 2 days ago, I watched a parade of the Taliban in Afghanistan. Did you see it? The Taliban, where they were showing all of our equipment that they took from America. $85 billion worth. 2 days ago, celebrating 3 years of the defeat of America by these guys. And I knew him very well. Abdul was the head. Abdul was not playing games with me. We had, you know, they were executing a lot of our soldiers. And I spoke to him. I said, Abdul, don't do it anymore. There'll be no more. Anyway, I said it pretty tough. And you know what? For 18 months, we didn't have one American soldier killed in Afghanistan. And then I left. And then I left. And this bunch of incompetent people took over, and it all started up again. And then they had the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, I thought. But she bragged about being the last person in the room that night, the night that they decided to do whatever they decided to do. In other words, she had the final vote, and she bragged about it. It's been the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan. It should have never, ever happened. We should have gotten out with dignity and strength. And you don't take your military out first. You take your military out last. They couldn't believe we did it. Under Trump, we will have no more wars, no more disruptions, and we will have prosperity and peace for all. And again, we're going to bring back that American dream for all of the young people in this audience and some of the old ones. This is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and crooked Joe Biden, and unleash safety, prosperity, and promise for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Every single one of them are going to understand peace and wealth. And you're going to be we're going to be a dominant force again. We're going to be respected as a country again. Right now, we're being laughed at. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation. We had almost no inflation during my 4 years, almost nothing. And they went up to 9.5%, and that number is a fake number because they don't add the worst categories. was much higher than that. But it was record-setting inflation that everyone can, we're going to make sure, afford your groceries, afford a car, afford a home, low interest rates. We're going to get it all down. We will stop the invasion. We will end migrant crime. We will support our great police. We will strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield over the top of our country, an Iron Dome. It'll be a great Iron Dome, and much of it will be made right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Why shouldn't we have that? Why shouldn't we have that? Other countries can have it, but we can't. It was our idea. It was our, Ronald Reagan wanted it many years ago, but then, in all fairness, you didn't have the technology. Today you do. We're going to have an Iron Dome to protect us from the lunatics out there. And we're going to keep critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we're going to keep men out of women's sports. No men in women's sports. Did you see in the Olympics? They had two transitioned. They transitioned. They were men, they transitioned to women, and they were in the boxing. And a young Italian woman was boxing one of the transitioned men, and she got hit with a jab, just boom. A jab is not like the hard. This is the harder one, right? If you're right-handed, boom. And she backed up. She said, "What just hit me? I just got hit with a horse. What just hit me?" Think of that. Then he did it again, boom. And she said, "Okay, that's enough." 2 jabs. Then the other one, and by the way, he went on to easily win the gold medal. He just walked through everybody. He won the gold medal. Then there was another one, a transitioned man, and he also won the gold medal. He transitioned, and he won the gold medal very easily. So the 2 fighters won the gold medals very easily. And she came out, the Italian girl, beautiful girl, very good boxer. And she said, "Nobody's ever hit me like that." 2 jabs. She said, "I've never been hit." She just said, "That's enough, that's enough." It's crazy. It's so demeaning to women. How about the weightlifting? Hundreds of pounds more, hundreds. Records that haven't been broken in 18 years. 1/8 of an ounce here, 1/8 of an ounce, and they can't do it. You could do it. They can't do it. And a guy comes out, excuse me, a transitioned person. Ping. How much more is that? Oh, that's 128 pounds more. How crazy is this? Our country has gone crazy. And we're going to put it back on track. We are the party of common sense. We will defend the Second Amendment, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. We're going to be a thriving country again. And every day will be filled with joy, opportunity, and hope. Right now, it's filled with sorrow. It's sorrow. People are so embarrassed by what's happening to our country. They're waiting for Iran to drop weapons all over Israel, but it hasn't happened. You know why? Because our country is willing to pay them billions and billions of dollars. How about where they negotiate? I had 58 people we negotiated and we didn't pay. 58 hostages I got out, 59 I think, and got them out even from North Korea, the toughest. Had a good relationship with Kim Jong-un, but I got them out. But you never pay, because once you pay, you gotta pay. How about we pay $6 billion, $6 billion, and we get some out, and in the case of Russia, they get the Prince of Doom. You know who the Prince of Doom, the greatest arms dealer, they say, in the history of the world, and they got him, and we also gave $6 billion. It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing, and the world is watching. And you know, when you pay $6 billion, all of a sudden people are going to be disappearing from the streets all over the place, and it's a very bad precedent is being set in many ways, including the weaponization of our government. You know, I could have done that with Hillary Clinton. And I said to myself, how would it look? We're trying to unify the country. How would it look if I had arrested and put in prison the wife of the President of the United States? I thought it was not good. And then they do that to me. They want to put me away. But you know what? I get indicted for you. To me, I'm just here. I'm just standing in their way. I said to them, fellas, you know, I was no fan of Hillary, but I said, how would it look if we put her in prison? We're going to put Hillary Clinton, the wife and a Secretary of State, we're going to put her in prison. But we never did this stuff. And then I came along. It's double standard. They do. They want to do it to me. So far, they've been very unsuccessful, but they would like to. We must defeat Kamala Harris, and we must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda, liberal like nobody's ever seen in the history of our country. So get your friends, get your family, register, volunteer, get out and vote for that guy right there, David. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. And we want a landslide. Not going to let it happen. We're not going to have a country left. You know, you need two things to start. You need a strong, beautiful, fair border, and you need fair and free elections, and we have neither, right? We have neither. On November 5th, we will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will fight, fight, fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight for our country. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. But this is a very consequential Commonwealth, as we say, but this is a very consequential vote in Pennsylvania because they say that if you win Pennsylvania, you're going to win the whole thing. We cannot let these people win Pennsylvania. That includes David. Can't let it happen. And together we will make America powerful again. We're going to make it powerful. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Pennsylvania.
Short on your dough, you can stay there, and I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun
Trump just made his way off the stage. So many happy people, enthusiastic. They heard what they wanted to hear. And I know you are so glad you were a part of it. That is a wrap on Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, but we really can't do any of it without the possibility of our sponsors. And so we're so grateful for each and every one of them. We'll wrap up in a few moments, but first let's just thank those incredible sponsors, starting with Birch Gold Group. As many of you know, that is a financial security. It's a top situation that President Trump talked about tonight. There's peace of mind and security. And, you know, if you have all your eggs in one basket, we know that you are not financially secure. So gold and silver are the way to go. Make sure that you find a way to diversify your savings and have a hedge against inflation. And through our friends at Birch Gold Group, that's exactly what you're going to be able to do. Secure your family's retirement account, and you can do it today with Birch Gold Group by getting a very simple thing done. You just text Trump to 989898. Trump to 989898. And here in the month of August only, if you do buy your gold, guess what happens? You will also be able to get a free Trump silver coins. These free Trump silver coins are brand new, one-of-a-kind coins that's going to feature Trump boldly raising his fist saying, fight, 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 on July 13th when his life was being attempted to be assassinated. It was an awful situation, and we love to be able to have that moment in time on record to know that he reminded us to continue to fight. You don't have to miss your chances. Make sure you do this. Secure your savings today with Birch Gold Group. Just text Trump to 989898.
Absolutely. Again, what an incredible night here with President Trump. Really bringing the energy, talked a lot about the economy, really went hard on local economy as well, and how, you know, fracking is now just, you know, something that President Trump wants to make sure stays here in local to Pennsylvania. So a very excited crowd to hear that. And
we got to go through all the sponsors real quick, and then we'll talk about the rally.
Go right ahead, and I'll grab the next one here.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about the wellness group a little bit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Sorry, guys. Live TV. We're trying to wrap it up and get out of here.
Waving goodbye to everybody, all our fellow patriots. So many.
Wellness. Here we go.
Yes.
So many. Again, you guys have heard this before. The wellness group. America, listen up. The world is getting more unpredictable by the day. We've got assassination attempts, rumors of civil war, and an unstable stock market. And now the looming threat of bird flu is on everyone's mind with a bird flu summit coming in October. Did you know that WHO has announced that, again, this bird flu summit is the next thing? That's the next thing we have to worry about. Yep. It's eerily reminiscent of the event that foreshadowed COVID pandemic agenda, mass fatality management planning. If that doesn't send chills down your spine, I don't know what will. It certainly does for me, because it was devastating for us and my family. But here's the good news: you don't have to be scared if you're prepared. The Wellness Company created a contagion emergency kit, and every home in America should have at least one of these on hand. They're packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics like Z-Pak, and it's all backed by experts like Dr. Peter McCullough. Imagine this: no more frantic searches for a doctor, no more emergency rooms, just a few clicks, no waiting, and this kit is delivered directly to your door. In times like these, having a contagion emergency kit is not just a luxury, it's an absolute necessity. Protect yourself and your family by preparing now. Yes. Visit twc.health/RSBN and use code RSBN to save $45 at checkout. Perfect. Kits are only available here within the United States.
Fabulous. And of course, we want to tell all the kids that are here today and all the parents to get that incredible best-selling Kids Guide to President Trump. It is available for free to all viewers. All you need is to pay the shipping and handling. The guide's been updated for 2024, really highlighting all of the agenda for President Trump and his campaign. And of course, as we know that crime is rampant in America, as a result, more and more Americans are agreeing with Trump's policies on immigration. And so as future voters, our kids really need to be familiarized with his policies and also the immigration policies particularly, so they know the ramifications. The Kids Guide to President Trump helps them understand this, along with the vision for America following his re-election. All you need to do is simply go to freetrumpbook.com. Once again, that's freetrumpbook.com, and get yours free today.
Absolutely. And a big shout out to American Finance. A lot of us are struggling to keep up with everyday food, bills, gas, and even your power bill. If you own a home and want to call my friends at American Financing is saving customers an average of $854 a month by tapping into their home's equity and wiping out high-interest credit card debt. $854 a month is roughly $10,000 raise per year. Credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying a balance from month to month.
Yeah.
I told you I am as well. And that's if you're paying the minimum every month. It'll take years to pay that off. There's no upfront fees to get started, so call American Finance today. And if you call today, you may also not have to make this month's mortgage payment. American Financing, 888-402-0292. That's 888-402-0292. Or you can check them out online, americanfinancing.net/RSBN.
We are so appreciative of all of our sponsors, including, of course, the Tax Network. You know, Tax Network USA is so important. We heard so much from President Trump tonight about taxes. And if you are struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns, the IRS is obviously going to be escalating collections. It started at the beginning of the year. And you don't want to let the IRS take advantage of you with over 14 years of experience. The good news is that Tax Network USA has actually saved clients over $1 billion, and that's a lot of money to save. You don't know, no matter what the size of your tax issues are, their expertise is going to be your advantage as they continue to negotiate on your behalf with their 14 years of experience. And they don't just negotiate, but in addition to the negotiations, they're also going to be able to help protect your assets from any IRS seizures, and of course also help with those yearly returns. In the meantime, they are licensed to help with all state tax returns no matter where you live in the USA, and you will definitely want to call on them for your help because the clock is ticking. You don't want to waste time as the IRS steps up its game. Call 1-800-357-1415. It's 1-800-357-1415, or visit tnusa.com/RSBN, and don't let taxes and burdens overpower you. And this is the way that you get your peace of mind.
And last but certainly not least, we'd love to thank Tennessee Land. The state of Tennessee is one of the most popular places in the country to live, retire, and invest. 0% income tax, a pro-business, hands-off government, spectacular countryside, and fun cities. There's certainly nothing not to love there in Tennessee. The spirit of American freedom is alive and well in Tennessee right now. Tennessee Land and Lakes is selling off large acreage properties just outside of Nashville, in one of the most popular destination spots in the United States.
It's amazing.
Way below market prices from only $89,900. 5 acres with a cozy cabin, towering woods for only $109,900. 18 acres with riding trails and horse country for $159,900, and massive 86 acres, very private, $399,900. 5 to 86 acre properties are available, $89,900. That's unheard of this close to Nashville. So build, camp, recreate, invest in your property your way. Learn more about one of the best buying opportunities in Tennessee. Click or call www.866-345land.com. That's www.866-345land.com.
Yes.
Buy something real and make the move to Tennessee.
Fantastic. So many amazing sponsors. We also want to remind you, if you missed any of today's coverage or any of today's speech, make sure you go back. You can watch it on YouTube, on Rumble. You can watch the entire playback, really, as President Trump said he loves to watch playbacks. You can watch the playback of the whole show by going to the RSBN page. We'll try to post some clips as well on our own pages. You can find us both all over social media. I'm Nikki Stanzione. I'm at Nick Stans on Truth Social and on Instagram. And Mike Fortin, you are Mike number 4.
Mike the number 4 TIN on Instagram, and
Perfect.
Mike FORTIN on X.
Excellent. I mean, we don't want you to miss anything. We're actually going to be back with both of you. Both of us are going to be back with all of you when we come back from York, Pennsylvania on Monday with remarks on the economy from President Trump. So that'll be really exciting. He was on fire as always tonight. Really fun, humorous, lighthearted, but also serious about what really matters in this country. And he got the reaction I think he really needed.
Absolutely. Gave a full 2-hour speech. The crowd was excited. President Trump, as always, bringing the stamina, able to go the full time here, a full 2 hours. The crowd loved it. Talked about the local economy and how he plans to stimulate that, and really just wrapped it up really strong.
Yeah.
You know, very strong comments from President Trump here in Wilkes-Barre.
And I think what got the biggest reaction was when he talked about just women's rights, taking men out of women's sports. He talked a lot, of course, about sealing the border and the deportation that he plans to do. everything got a reaction tonight, and it was really inspiring and very hopeful. A lot of hopeful messaging about unifying our country, and a lot of some of the similar talking points we're used to hearing. But he said, "Look, what do you want me to do? This is the world we're in. I got to tell it like it is. I'm going to tell the truth." And he even said one of the reasons he goes on and talks for as long as he does is because he feels that that's his obligation that he owes to all of you for sticking around and watching the coverage and coming out here and spending so much time to see him speak. He wants to give you the time that it was worth your time, and I respect that and love that about him so much. So we're very grateful.
So again, for Nikki Stenzione, I am Mike Fortin. Thank you very much for joining us. Remember to check out rsbnetwork.com/donate so we can continue to do this.
Yeah.
I'm Mike Fortin signing off. We'll see you soon from York, Pennsylvania.
See you Monday.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk. Don't forget to catch the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show right here on RSBN. That's right, RSBN. Now that's Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay? See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.